All right. Well, believe it or not, we're starting early. We're starting early. It's fine. Um, so listen, people. All right. Today is gonna be a weird day. It's just gonna be one of those days. So bear with me here, as anything and everything can happen, maybe even will happen. Um, yeah, we're here. We're doing it live. We're trying to figure out what's going on with the weather. So, hopefully you guys can stick around with us, as, today's gonna be fun. I'm also gonna do a weird approach to how I do this. I'm definitely gonna be talking a lot more. All right, I'm gonna speak what's on my mind. All right, if I were to do anything in this entire stream, what I need to work on, I need to speak my mind. At least speak my mind about what's happening with the weather. All right, maybe some other stuff I don't need to speak my mind on, but you know what's happening with these storms individually. I'm gonna speak my mind, and whether that means, well, you have an idea as to what I'm talking about or not. I mean, yeah, I guess we're just gonna have to see what happens. But that's kind of what I want to focus on here tonight, is just speaking my mind and just doing my own thing. So, speaking of doing my own thing, we might as well get into what we can usually do, which is just us, once again, talking about the risk of severe weather here today. And as I pull up something else here, because I feel like this could definitely be beneficial to us, I'm pulling up another page here on the side, but we do have a 3 out of 5 on the severe weather scale here. According to the Storm Prediction Center, you can clearly see this orange, this giant orange right within here. This extends from southeastern Texas all the way over to southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and southern Alabama, as well as extreme western portions of Florida. And I do not anticipate this to extend north, if anything at all. I think this is going to be mainly located towards the coastal areas. Now, unfortunately, all right, because it is limited to the coastal areas, we got some populous areas over here. Victoria, Texas over here. Houston, Texas. Beaumont, Texas. Lake Charles, Louisiana over here. As well as, I believe, this is Baton Rouge and then Lafayette. And then we've got New Orleans. We got the Biloxi, Gulfport area, Mobile, and then, of course, Pensacola. Now, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to live stream the Pensacola part. And as a matter of fact, actually, Baton Rouge is further east. So it's Lafayette and then Baton Rouge. Big brain. But listen, once you start getting over here towards eastern Louisiana, specifically southeastern Louisiana and further east, these are going to be storms that are just going to kind of produce rotations along the line. All right. It's going to be just this giant QLCS that's going to move on through, which is just a squall line, if you will. And it's going to be not your classic tornado setup. Your classic tornado setup is what we got over here in Texas. This is going to be your discrete supercells that could potentially produce strong tornadoes. And that's, I think, the highest concern here for today. Once we're out, once this storm system passes Lake Charles, I think we can start to get into the easier part of the analysis, or not really the easier part, but the not as tense part of the analysis, where we can, kind of realize that, hey, we might not be able to get these large wedge tornadoes and stuff like that. It'll be just the stuff along the line, maybe some spin ups and stuff like that. Of course, some could still be strong, but that is still kind of, not as comparable as some of the storms that we can get over here in Texas. So that's pretty whack. But yeah, as I said, we have a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale, and the big threat's going to be over here in southeastern Texas. Personally, if I was chasing, I'd be like over here near Victoria, El Campo, and Lake Jackson. But, some people, I get, they may want to chase east or south of Houston, stuff like that. I get that. especially since I wouldn't want to deal with that traffic either. And if you're going to continue to chase throughout the night, you'd want to be on I-10 going all the way through and paralleling it. But honestly, if I were chasing, I would only chase this southeast event and then just like go away. That'd really be what I would do. My camera is tilted the one way and it is very weird. We're gonna change that back. We're gonna move it over here because I naturally lean over to the side. Alrighty, we are also going to take a look at the couple tornado warnings that are currently doing stuff at the moment, so let's do that. I also want to delete that so that way everything is fine in that matter. And yeah, here we go. We've got a couple of storms that are off near the Corpus Christi and Victoria area here. One actually does have a tornado warning here. I believe this is Victoria County. And this storm is kind of southeast of it. You can see here, at least with the velocities, we do have some rotation. And for the people who don't know how to look at radar, that's fine. What these colors essentially mean is you have reds that are essentially winds moving away from the radar, and then the greenish grayish is moving towards. So we actually have another one over here near McFadden, south of Victoria. So that's another storm that we can watch out for. And then we've also got more storms out towards the west as well that are also rotating. So that's something else to note. I might actually want to see, is there a camera over there? Because I spent all night last night trying to do stuff like that. And we do have a camera. It's a new tornado warning, by the way.
Tornado warning for northeastern Colorado County in southeastern Texas, eastern Austin County in southeastern Texas, southwestern Waller County in southeastern Texas.
Yeah, turn that down because my ears just straight up died. But that is a new tornado warning for Sealy. So we'll talk about that here in a bit. But we got a bunch of different storms over here that are just continuously, you know, wreaking havoc across the board. I want to see here real quickly. All right, if you guys give me a second, or actually, I can give this a second. That'd be pretty fun. I wonder. Nope, we don't have anything. Anything to really look at with that. So that kind of sucks. I was trying to see if the traffic cameras over there, they have still photos, and I wanted to see if there's anything I can look at, but there isn't. So, oh well. But yeah, we've got a couple storms near Beeville and Mathis doing stuff. And then, of course, we still have the cell that's near Bloomington and Victoria. This is, once again, in Victoria County. This is going to be heading off towards Guadalupe, or Guadalupe, as well as Plaistow. And that tornado warning just expired or got canceled. I don't know why it did. Is it because it says it's weakened below severe limits? Yeah, I would have to disagree there, Chief, but you know, what do I know? What in the world is that? That is some range folding and stuff. So no. All right, well, with that being said, we're going to move off to the north, and this is where most people live. Most people that are probably viewing this stream. This is where you all probably live, which would be over here in Houston. So let me actually change the title of my stream. Tornado coverage. Southeast Texas. Boom. And we update that. There we go. That works. So we have two tornado warnings. One that is over here. This is for Fort Bend, Waller, and Harris counties until 11:30 a.m. Central Standard Time. So that's in about 4 minutes, believe it or not. I'm not sure if they're going to continue that warning, but if they do, this storm will be heading off towards the Corville, the Tomball, the Hockley area, and then areas near U.S. Highway 290 near Jersey Village. So if you're near Jersey Village or if you're north of Jersey Village, you probably should stay indoors because this storm, even though it is riding along or even north of the warm front, I still believe that this thing could potentially try to produce maybe a brief tornado, a spin up tornado somewhere over there. So that's just something that probably should watch out for. This is the new tornado warning that got issued over here. This is for Colorado and Austin counties as well as Waller County until noon. So if you guys live near Sealy and Cat Spring as well as Peters, just north of Eagle Lake, I would probably stay indoors, get away from windows, get into the lowest innermost part of your building if you guys can. If you guys don't have any sort of, basement, I get that too. Just find an area in the lowest innermost part of your building, like a closet or bathroom. If you have a basement, of course, get to it, but that's what I would do. I want to take a look real quickly while we're here. This is the vertical wind profiles. The vertical wind profiles here, which is essentially the radar looking at the winds with height and trying to determine as to what our photographs are. And it's all right. It could be a lot better. It doesn't veer too much here in Corpus Christi. Which could tell me that this could be a little bit more of a linear event down here the further south you go, which kind of makes sense. But over here in Houston, obviously you can see it's a lot more different. We are still north of the warm front, however. We're well north of the warm front, because you can see winds are moving due west here at the surface. And that usually is an indicator that that's where the warm front usually is. If these winds were starting out, say, the northwest, like moving northwest or even moving due north, then we are definitely south of the warm front in that matter. But still, we definitely have a very nice photograph. Just the one thing that I'm a little bit kind of concerned about with this event is that will most of the activity be very far south of the warm front? All right, you can get your stuff along the warm front, and that's fine. But will it do stuff? I think it could. It just really depends upon, where that warm front actually is and how it interacts with the moisture. But it's very... I've got a lot of questions with this event still. I've got a lot of questions. I'll tell you what I can do, though. Oh, and that is a report of a tornado. Brief tornado crossed Highway 102, according to Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. So that actually had a tornado on it. Yeah, according to... Was it this that produced the tornado? No, it looks like it was probably that. But it says light damage. There was a brief tornado over here on the west side of Eagle Lake. They did cancel that severe thunderstorm, or that tornado warning, I should say. Now it's just a severe thunderstorm warning. We're getting close to that airport radar. I'm actually going to move my radar from Lake Charles to that airport radar to try and see what we could be getting out of that. Oh. I'll tell you what, that has some pretty strong rotation towards the surface. I'm very surprised that this thing hasn't produced a tornado quite yet. I'm very, very surprised. It also has a very nice hook here. You can look at that. Very nice hook. Clearly is wrapping all that rain all around. It's as clear as day. It's also very surface-based. It is very, very surface-based. I think we can honestly see a brief spin up here. I really do. I honestly think we can see a brief spin up here. I think this thing has progressively been intensifying over time. And I think if you're along US Highway 290, northwest of Satsuma, or near Corville, let's see if I can also find some other stuff here. So there's 290. There's Katy. So Cypress area. I don't know why it's not saying Cypress, but there's the Cypress area. If you're near Cypress, if you're near Corville, I do believe that this thing could more than likely produce a brief tornado in your area. I do think it is possible. That's pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, look at that. Look at that hook that's starting to form there. You can see that rain really starting to wrap around now. So once again, Cypress and Corville. Let me actually go to Radar Omega. Might be easier. Might be easier to identify. Everyone is all the way over there near Beaumont. Are they driving towards Beaumont? What in the world are they doing? Oh, what the heck is this? Dickinson, Texas. Alright, whack. Yeah, this is Cypress, villages of Cypress Lakes, Coles Crossing, Longwood Village, Hayden Lakes, Willow Falls. Even if this thing doesn't produce a tornado, even if it doesn't, it's still going to produce a lot of strong damaging winds regardless. I mean, that's one thing for certain. Sup, Sean. I do think this thing could definitely... I do think this thing can definitely try. Yeah, if you're in Cyprus, I say get indoors right now and stay away from windows. This thing just has a really good profile. I'm not gonna lie. It just looks really nice. That's moving away. So this definitely seems to me as if this is a bit more of a downburst. But I do believe we can still get that brief spin up right there on the northern side. I think it is very likely. Oh, look at that profile still. That is a heck of a profile. So once again, if you haven't already, please be sure to share this with friends and family and on social media. Hit that like button down below to help me spread this to more and more people. If you know anyone, once again, that lives near the Houston area, they probably should be watching out for this. And that is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Montgomery County in southeastern Texas, northwestern Harris County in southeastern Texas.
So it's this storm right here. They issued the tornado warning for this one. And there it is. So Cypress and Corville, as well as Tomball and Klein and Treachill. If you guys live in those areas, you guys need to get into your safe space. I'm actually genuinely curious. I want to try something. How fast is this thing moving? 45. So it'll be in Cypress in now, Tomball in 14 minutes. Huffsmith in 17. Oklahoma, Texas. Not Oklahoma, Oklahoma. Oklahoma, Texas in 20 minutes. The Woodlands in 25 minutes. Oak Ridge North in 27 minutes. Shenandoah in 28. Tamina in 28. And then Chateau Woods in 29. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. As I said, I do believe that this thing, regardless if it does produce a tornado, I think this thing could actually produce some very strong damaging winds. If this thing doesn't get its act together, all right, which we hope, of course, it doesn't. All right. But we want people ahead of this to still be prepared, all right, regardless of what happens here. So treat this like a tornado. You know, we have the tornado warning box. They issued the tornado warning here just, what, a couple minutes ago. And we've been watching this for quite a while. So Corville and Tomball. This is northwest of Houston. For the people who are, by the way, asking about areas outside of Houston, I'm going to quickly show you guys the risk for today. All right, if you're in the orange, you're the ones that probably should watch out for today, okay? The good news, though, however, is that some areas in the orange may not be as in as high of a risk as other parts of the orange, at least in my opinion. But still, if you are in the orange here today, I think you should probably be watching out for severe weather, at least from now until tomorrow morning. I will tell you guys this. Once these storms start to get past Lake Charles, the risk for very strong tornadoes with your long-lived characteristics, or even just cyclic tornadoes and stuff like that, that threat will be over, and that usually is the major threat when it comes to tornadoes. However, after this, we still have the threat for strong damaging winds and even more tornadoes within a line. So we'll still be covering this at least until midnight tonight, because that's when YouTube will tell me to get off. But for right now, the big risk here is this giant red box here with our tornado watch over in southeastern Texas and extreme southwestern Louisiana. Theresa, what's up? Nice to see you again. Hello, class. How you guys doing over there? Hopefully you guys are having a good day over there. All right, let's go back to the radar here. As I mentioned, the woodlands, if you're in the woodlands, or even anywhere near the woodlands, and south of that near Tomball, Tricle, Klein, stuff like that, and even near the David Wayne Hooks Memorial Airport, that general area near the airport, you need to get indoors. You need to get in the lowest innermost part of your building. If you have a basement, get to that too. That would be the best case scenario. But if you don't have a basement, that's fine. It doesn't, the basement just kind of puts more walls in between yourself and the outdoors. If you get into the lowest innermost part of it, all right, like a closet or a bathroom, and the walls are not touching the outside, then that would be the preferred spot. Even if you still don't have that, you can still get in the innermost part and then just get pillows and put yourself in between your furniture and the outdoors. That would be that'd be the best case scenario there. There's another report of a tornado that was over here near Eagle Lake. It says trees down and sheet metal debris across the road. So there was indeed a brief tornado near Eagle Lake. I want to take a look over with Houston's radar. I want to see these other storms and what they could potentially do. Oh, actually, you know what? I think that cell that was over near Eagle Lake, I think it actually split. Or at least a new storm developed. Now, what does that mean? Well, it can mean a couple of things. I think in this situation, all right, when a storm splits, it sheds off a part of itself so that it can change direction. All right. And you can tell, because if we go back in time a little bit, actually, we'll go back very far in time. I believe this is the storm that we are talking about right here. All right, so Eagle Lake, it had its own storm before. Then we had a new storm that's passing on through. So let's play it through here. And you can see the general motion of these storms is moving up like this, right? And just to confirm that, we'll even play it a couple more frames. So it's moving up, moving up, moving up, moving up. And then all of a sudden, you see this big mass right here. It starts to move kind of this way. So you have these storms that are moving up like this, and then this moves more towards the right. It's changing directions. And you can see that now. That is exactly the case. It is moving this way, and this storm is moving this way. So what's happening now is we now have a right-moving supercell. A right-moving supercell, which is essentially one of the final steps in order for it to be a mature thunderstorm, and for it to at least try and, you know, go into the next step of being intense, which is producing a tornado. You need these supercells to start moving in the right direction, if you know what I mean. And I don't want to say that's why we call it a right moving supercell, because it's moving in the right direction. But the storm in this instance, all right, instead of it moving up this way, it loses a piece of itself, which was on the top part of the storm. That continues to move to the side. It moves with everything else. But this one diverts off to the right of the path. So we could just say straight up, though, that, hey, it's moving in the right direction. So it is a right moving supercell. But, you know, this is something that we still have to watch out for, because these types of storms are the ones that we are supposed to be monitoring the most. These ones are the ones that are probably going to have the highest chance of producing your strong tornado. So, you know, on a serious note, we want to continue to watch storms like this one. This one, you know, I wouldn't be surprised a little bit further down along the line. And actually, you know what I can do? I'll actually place a marker right there. And then I'll place storm motion. Actually, that is not correct. I'm doing that wrong. That is great. Absolutely wonderful. All right, storm motion from marker. We will place that there, and that is a right moving storm. It is moving kind of northeast more. Similar to what this polygon over here near the airport is saying. So, and yes, there is the official report. There is indeed a tornado that did occur over there. All right, how are we doing over here in Coresville, or in Coreville? Is there a tornado here? It doesn't look like it. It looks like there has been a lot of strong damaging winds. And look at this, actually, guys. Look at this. This is pretty cool. Or at least it's pretty cool to me. So, watch this here. Watch this. So, I'm going to visualize for you all the winds of this radar image. Now, I want you guys to keep in mind that reds are moving away from the radar. We're talking about literally. Reds are moving away, and greens are moving towards. The radar can also not pick up winds that are moving perpendicular. For instance, you notice how we have a gray area right here, right? Well, with that being said, these greens, right, are moving towards the radar, but there's no gray in the middle, and the reds are still moving away, which means that over here in the side, all right, if the winds are moving from right to left, just like this, the radar would be able to pick up those winds as a color, right? No, it's picking up as gray, and gray is, of course, around 0 miles per hour here, according to the legend on the left-hand side, which means that the radar cannot pick up winds that are moving perpendicular to where the radar is looking. It's got to be moving towards, or it's got to be moving away. So let's visualize. Let's visualize here real quickly. We have our couplet, our aforementioned possible tornado here, to where we have very bright greens and even blues moving towards the radar, and we have these reds moving away. They are smacking right into each other. But you also have some overlap over here of some of these reds moving just barely to the north of where these greens are. So we're going to continue to kind of visualize that. And we have a lot of convergence here. A lot of convergence, all right, where things just kind of come together. They converge. But over here on the side, all right, we have a lot of these grays, which means there's no wind over here according to the radar. Well, that can't be. All right, we just know that can't be. All right, because within this storm over here, all right, you guys see storms, or at least I've hoped you've seen storms outside. You know, when you get rain with severe thunderstorms, usually across the board, you at least get some form of wind. There's no way that there could not be any wind, even at least with this environment, because we noticed here when we looked back at the radar and we had those winds moving from right to left, all right, the radar picked up on that. It saw that there was wind. So we know it's not possible for there to not be wind here on the northern side. So what is it doing? It's turning right within there. The winds are actually moving from the north to the south right here. It's moving perpendicular to the radar. And so now we have a lot of wind that is still pushing up and is trying to, you know, create a lot of strong damaging winds. This is kind of your gust front a little bit, if you will. But what happens over time is, okay, well, the winds are still pushing very, very far, and they are spreading out. We still have winds moving towards, winds moving towards, winds moving towards, winds moving away, just like that. So we still have a lot of convergence. But look at this over here on the back side. All right, this is where stuff gets really interesting. You see these little bands right here of this red? Well, this is moving away, but we have a little bit of area of greens moving towards. So what it's doing is, as these winds are moving away on the northern side of this green area, we're getting little spin-ups on the side, just like that. All right, and I'll play it for you for view so we can see what I'm talking about. There's one, there's two right there, there's another one right there that just briefly shown. This is continuously creating a lot of little spin-ups within the northern side of that front. And the best way I can kind of describe it to you is when we look at a whirlpool, all right? When we look at a river and the water kind of channels out to the left hand, you know, to the left or to the right, and it starts to spin. Well, the reason why it still spins and stuff like that is because it has a lot of force on the one side to push that flow to continue to spin. That force is still there, and it is pushing it out, all right? Well, that's the same premise here. You still have a lot of these winds that are pushing out just like that. We'll still move it backwards in time. So the green, once again, pushes out in front. And because you just have a little bit of lack of, you know, a greater displacement, I should say, of winds on the northern side, it just continuously creates these little whirlpools on the side. It's just pushing it out with force over time to continuously create these little vortices. So, something really interesting with that I just wanted to point out. Also, another thing that's really interesting is, first off, that guy right there, I actually know him. Daniel, sup? If you are watching this stream, I love you, man. Daniel, peace. Anyways, you saw a funnel. There's a funnel that just went right over that area, and that's not too surprising to me. I think there are actually numerous funnels that are at least near that area or at least north of that. So, good look. good look for that one. Good job by Daniel. His note says funnel passed directly over me off of 249 in Spring Cypress at 11:43. Rotation was a mixture of horizontal and vertical, trying to drop. Makes a lot of sense to me. It does. So, yeah, good stuff, Daniel. Once again, love you, man. It's just really, that's just something really interesting that I just wanted to point out with that storm. It looks like they have severe thunderstorm warned that cell that's heading towards Brookshire and Katy. So anticipate northern Houston here. I would say, oh, they actually calculated storm motion for that. In about a half an hour to 45 minutes, I think you guys could potentially get into the action. So I would watch out for that. Would not be surprised, actually, if that was the case. Once again, if you haven't already, please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below to help me spread this out with more and more people on YouTube. We're going to be doing this for quite some time. You know, the Houston area is going to be seeing a lot of severe weather here today. So do not be surprised if I call out near your area. Because it is definitely possible that you could get some form of severe weather. One thing I don't like about southeastern Texas, all right, and it really is just anywhere along the Gulf Coast, honestly, the lack of radar coverage along the coastline is just, you know, absolutely wonderful. Now, I understand that, you know, once you're this far south in Texas, you don't really need it because it doesn't really happen too often. But, I mean, it's not like we're in California where they don't get stuff at all. But that's just a gripe that I have, of course. Let us see. Let us get to some of the stuff that has occurred, such as Miss Pac-Man with a 2. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. And then someone actually became a member in the beginning of the stream. Can't remember who that was, but I really do appreciate you too, for becoming a member. It doesn't say here on my feed. So, just know. Thank you much. Not really, Matthew. I haven't really thought too much about it. You know, believe it or not, most weather YouTubers don't really communicate with each other. I mean, we talk every now and then. And when I mean every now and then, I mean very rarely. So, you know, we haven't really made a whole lot of stuff with that. Or let alone talked about just collaborations in general. I've always been open with the thought of collaborations and stuff like that. At least open to the idea. But I can't say we have thought about a documentary. Yep, sure, Storm Lover. What's up? How do? Thank you for subscribing. Nice to see you, Brown Eyes. Yeah, there is still definitely a stout stable layer. It'll just really have to depend upon how far north a warm front goes. But I'll tell you what, though. I'll tell you what. This event so far, okay, is kind of just, you know, the little small beginning. All right, we're expected to continue to get a lot more stuff over time, especially within this area. But the good news is, okay, is, and if we go back over to our nice little view of our outlook for today, we don't really have a whole lot of space to work with, which means it limits the impacts of people. The other thing to note with is that, you know, unfortunately, of course, Houston is along that risk. So if you're in Houston, you still need to watch out. Same thing with Galveston. Same thing with Victoria. Someone said they lived in El Campo over here in chat. I appreciate you for coming to the chat. It really does mean a lot. You guys will definitely be somewhere that I'm going to watch. Just practically anywhere within this giant red box. You see this giant red box right here. This is the tornado watch that's currently in effect for your area. So I'd watch out for that. I haven't yet, Dylan. I still do want to become a pilot, though. It's just probably not anytime soon. By the way, all right, I just saw this. Mark, you know how I feel about you. I love you, man. You know, God has given you a gift with your outreach, and it's just, it really does mean a lot that, you know, you're out there and you're doing Lord's work. You're helping people. That is a gift right there. All right. And it's a gift that anyone can have, but you have put in your heart and soul into that gift. And, you know, before I even say thank you about a donation, because honestly, you know, money grows on trees, right? I'm just kidding. No, it doesn't. But the point being is that what means more to me is the fact that you've been continuing out, you know, to go out there and to have the dedication of just, you know, letting people know what's going on, what's the weather going about, and then just even, you know, from a spiritual perspective, trusting in God and helping people even see that trusting in God is helpful as well. So thank you so much, you know, from a spiritual perspective. You really are a big help. But from a support perspective, man, thank you so much for the 200 super chat. You know, it really does mean a lot to me, the support. So thank you so much. Yeah, wow. Thank you so much. So anyways, let's get back to it. I still believe this storm right here near Katy and Brookshire. This one is the right mover. All right. This right here is the storm that is going to probably be the one that I'm going to watch the most. This is really, this has all the signs pointing towards the storm that's going to ride the warm front, in my honest opinion. And if this thing can just get its act together just a little bit more, we very well could be talking about something tornadic with this one. And I actually do believe this is riding the warm front. Because the way I can tell with that, by the way, Mark, once again, thank you so much. You actually sent another. Jeez. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It really does mean a lot. The way I can tell that we're riding the warm front. All right. So first we got to get into dynamics with Nathan. Not that it, you know, I'm terrific at dynamics. I just know general synoptic setups. All right, so low pressures, right? Big L, just like that, okay? Low pressures spin counterclockwise, correct? Same thing with hurricanes, same thing with tornadoes. All of them are low pressure systems. All that is the case. When you have a warm front, okay, your winds are moving due west, all right? They're moving from the east to the west, just like that, okay? But anytime your winds start to shift and come out from the southeast, that's when you know that you're south of the warm front. All right, so hear me out, hear me out. Ready? Ready? Winds right here are moving to the northwest. 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 This is now west right here. So this is the warm front. This is the warm front right here. All right. Northwest. So your warm front is right over here somewhere. Which means this storm right here is right along the warm front. we also see there's a giant ZDR arc right here, which is, you know, if you've paid attention to recent research, that right there is crucial for some significant supercell development, not just tornado development, supercell development. So that's not something that we have seen so far yet with any of the storms that we have covered previously here within the past 45 minutes. So this one probably is going to be the beginning of one of those storms that could try to, you know, I should say, be more than severe. It's got a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and it's producing some even large hail. Look at this here in a second. Yeah, you can't see the screen, Lamau. Haha. You know, I've been a rookie for a long time because my chat was frozen, so I couldn't see anything, and then boom. Yeah, my chat's just gonna be frozen. Alright, well, it seems that I have to pull up my thing on the side. Let me do that real quickly. Let me pull up chat on a separate page. Alright, well, it's fine. Anyways, dynamics. Dynamics class with Nathan Snyder again. Alright, low pressure system right here. Winds moving from the west. You guys see these little wind barbs over here? You see this thing? Right here. This right here is a wind barb. Alright, now you don't really need to pay attention to the little flag on the thing. Like the little tick marks. Those little tick marks, you don't need to worry about that. Alright? You just have to realize that if it looks like this, alright, imagine the feathers on an arrow. And the point of the arrow is the other side of those feathers, which means that it's pointing to where it wants to go. And that is exactly the case because that's where our winds are going. Right there. Boom. Alright. Back to the subject at hand. So we have winds this way. We have winds moving this way. We have winds moving this way. So all the winds that are moving to the west, that's the warm front. Okay? Right here in Houston, we have winds moving northeast, or northwest, I should say. Right here in Richmond, we have winds moving north-northwest. Winds right here, northwest. This one's actually kind of west, and this one's kind of west. So that's apparently part of the warm front. Makes a little bit of sense, but anyways, that means that this storm right here that we've been talking about near Brookshire, okay, and Katy, this one has been riding the warm front, and this one could probably be the storm to at least be more than severe. Right now it's in a severe thunderstorm warning, and you can see this yellow box right here. Yellow box. Amazing yellow box. And because that's the case, because you can see the yellow box, that means we got severe thunderstorm warning. You can see for the reason why it's got some large hail associated with it here, according to the maximum expected hail size. Just for reference, anywhere within the green is about 1 inch to potentially even 2 inches as a hail size. If I were to tell you as to what our maximum hail size is, I think it's actually 1.25 inches. So that would be $half sized hail, I believe. $half sized hail. But there's definitely a reason why it is currently severe. From that perspective, we got a lot of hail. And then, from a wind perspective, you can kind of see we have a lot of bright greens over here on the southern side. This right here could, well, our radar is all the way over here, down at the bottom right. But this right here could be an indicator that we have a lot of winds trying to wrap around on that southern side and try and jut out. And even concentrate into a specific area. So if those winds continue to be concentrated into a specific area, well, then of course, someone's going to see a lot stronger winds than, say, you know, maybe people a couple miles down the road. So as of right now, yes, there's a good reason why that's currently severe warned. This one, however, could potentially be tornado warned here. I would say it would really have to depend upon how well organized this couplet can get. And actually, it just got pretty organized here a second ago, right about there. So if this thing continues on the trend that it's going on right now, it'll be a good 10 minutes before we can be talking about this thing producing a tornado, maybe even a little less than that. But the other thing that I gotta say is this is your ZDR arc right here. If you've been paying attention to recent research, that right there is an indicator of supercell intensification. So it's not all too surprising that we're seeing that right there, especially within that storm. And this is a very large storm too, a very, very large storm here too. As we look at the enhanced echotops, this looks at how tall this thunderstorm actually is. This storm is in upwards of about 46 to almost 47,000 feet up in the sky. Very, very tall storm. And I wonder, I know there's sky cameras over in Houston, but I wonder if I can actually get a decent view. No, it is foggy in Houston, which means good luck. You are not going to be able to see any view of the storm from a distance. So that's very nice. And I probably could just take a look at a radar and be able to just, you know, figure that out for myself. But yeah, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning that they just issued. We might come back to this sky camera over here in Houston. We'll have to see if storms actually do get closer to it. But yeah, that is a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Fort Bend, Waller, and Harris counties in Texas until 12:30 Central. Mark with another 100 says he's got to go. Thank you so much for stopping by. Once again, God bless you, my friend. Keep up the great work. And yeah, he said read the Mobile discussion. I probably will. At least if they issued a new one. I read the one yesterday. The one yesterday was really funny. All the special phrases that they used. Someone told me after they read it that it sounded like something I would say. And I do have to kind of agree with them there. It does sound like something that I would say. But yeah, I definitely will look at it again. Even for the other people as well. Thank you so much. And then Megan with the 2 says, do I think Dixie Alley will be more active this year? Honestly, I thought Dixie was pretty active last year. This year, it probably will be about the same, if not a little bit less active. But I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm not a very huge fan of future casting, like, you know, 2 to 3 months out. It's very difficult, and half of the time when people even do try to do it, it ends up being incorrect. So the main thing that I'm gonna say with that is based off of what I'm seeing will be in a neutral pattern, and I think we definitely have a shot at it potentially being active, but I don't think it'll be more active than what we've seen over the past 2 to 3 years. Someone asked what classes they should see or they should take for meteorology. Definitely in your senior year of high school, you need to take trigonometry and or pre-calculus. In that region, does coastal humidity and the winds affect the possibility, an effect on the storm front as well? So believe it or not, the front actually is dictated by the winds, regardless of where it's at. Because everything just kind of spirals into one spot, which is where that low pressure system would be. So, humidity, I mean, maybe on a minor scale, because the temperature differential within specific spots. I wouldn't say humidity specifically. I would be more inclined to believe the temperature differential could be an influencer, but only on a very minor scale. I would say it would be more dictated based off of the placement of the low pressure system more than anything. All right, well, fortunately, I have fixed my chat on here, and we also have a new tornado warning that they just issued.
Tornado warning for north central Fort Bend County in southeastern Texas, southeastern Waller County in southeastern Texas, northwestern Harris County in southeastern Texas.
There we go. Yeah, I have indeed fixed my thing now. Alright, so we shouldn't have an issue with me being able to look at chat. Of course, we're still going to have an issue with me forgetting to change my screens, but you know, that happens. Nate's not always the brightest bulb in the world. So they did issue the tornado warning for this cell in Katy, which is not entirely surprising. If you guys have been hearing me, you know, ramble and ramble about storms over the past, what, 10 minutes. This is definitely not too surprising. So we'll see. We'll see how this thing does develop. This thing does look relatively interesting. I will give it that. And I'm also inclined to look at the vertical wind profiles here. From T Houston. Okay, this is a lot more realistic. I would say this wind profile here. Now, obviously, it's not supposed to just go bing, 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 and then out. That's not how that works. I would say the wind profile is more like this. If that's the case, I would say anywhere along the warm front would probably be the biggest threat. KHGX says, yeah, this profile right here, I would say, really, this storm right here is in probably the best environment to do stuff. It would just be this singular storm. There hasn't really been any other storms to do anything. I mean, if I look at Corpus Christi's radar, I mean, these storms over here, they're not doing a whole lot. Maybe this storm near Edna, but there's no radar nearby, which is once again my gripe that I had before. Remove that. Remove marker. Yeah, because if we take a look at all the radars here in this area of Texas, we have one northeast of San Antonio, we have one in Corpus Christi, and we have one in Galveston. And then we have these airport radars that aren't doing too much. They're not as good as the other main National Weather Service radars. So this is in a radar hole, and we're having fun. We're having a lot of fun. 8,000 feet, we're looking up on that one. This would be 9,000, 7,000 feet. So if I were to look at El Campo, I would look at it from the Houston radar, which probably means we're going to be using the Houston radar for quite some time. There's no reason for me to use anything else. This still tells me that we've got a very strong kinematic environment. So very strong wind shear across the board. So yeah, that is a new tornado warning for Harris County. Let me update my my box. Or actually, I probably don't need to. I think that should be fine, honestly. If you guys know anyone who lives near Houston or north of Houston, I would highly recommend you guys let people know what's going on. Either you know, send them a text and say, hey, if you're over here near Jersey Village, if you're east of Katy, let me actually put this radar over here. It might be easier. If you're east of Katy, near Addicks, Satsuma, if you're near the Cypress area or south of Cypress, near the Paddock general vicinity, near Spencer Road, or the West Grand Parkway north on 99, or even if you're on Highway 6 over here from I-10 and north of I-10, I really do believe that you should be indoors. Get indoors and stay away from windows, as there is definitely the potential for there to be, at minimum, a strong thunderstorm. All right, we've got this storm here that's going to be producing some strong damaging winds and large hail, but there's also the potential, as most of you have heard, that there is a tornado warning here. So the potential for a tornado is possible with this storm. Now, I'm not saying that this thing is going to produce a tornado. I'm not saying that this isn't going to produce a tornado. What I'm saying here is we should essentially treat it as if it's going to produce a tornado, and therefore people should get into a safe space. They should, I would rather them be prepared than, be surprised. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, or let alone in any area here around Houston, please be sure to let them know what is going on. If you guys would like to help me spread this with more and more people, all right, if you know anyone who could be interested in, just tracking the weather and stuff like that, copy the link to this live stream and send them a text message, all right? Share it, friends and family, put it on social media like Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, stuff like that. It'll really help get this information out to more and more people. And when you do, please be sure to tell them to hit that thumbs up button down below so that we can continue to spread this with more and more people on YouTube. And if you haven't done that already and you're watching right now, please be sure to do that as well. It really does help us out in spreading the information. Monkey Business with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. The storm looks to be heading near the Cypress area, if not south of Cypress. Now, regardless if the rotation goes directly over you, well, let me first say this, all right? First off, the rotation really isn't super organized right now. So if this thing were to try and, produce a tornado, it's definitely not doing it right now, okay? It's definitely not doing it right now. So that's the good news, all right? The bad news is this thing still has a shot in general because it's got a lot of rotation in the upper levels of the atmosphere. So we got to continue to just kind of monitor its development over time. What is it going to do the next couple of minutes? Right now, it still looks like it's pretty linear. It looks like it is just kind of battling itself a little bit. It's not really wrapping the rain around itself. We've also lost a significant amount of ZDR here. I wonder if this storm has weakened a tad bit. And you know what? I think that is exactly the case. You want to know why? You want to know why this thing is weakened potentially a little bit? I think what has happened here is we have our main thunderstorm right here. See our main thunderstorm? That is our supercell. And you see these little smaller storms right down below it, all right? Well, this storm is moving this way. We've already talked about how it's moving. This is the track of it, actually. It's moving that way. But these storms are moving due north, right? Well, watch what happens here. Those smaller storms are now running into the main thunderstorm here. And that's that's some good news right there, because it is limiting and or hampering the development of this thunderstorm. It's continuing to kind of just, set it back, because what you need for a supercell to be able to produce a tornado is you need this inflow notch right within here, which we talked about in other streams, but we'll talk about it here. again in a few minutes, or actually in a couple of seconds, I should say. You want this to be cleared out. You want a lot of moisture, untapped moisture, that's not rain cooled at all, to just kind of be fed into the inflow notch. That's how it maintains. That's how it gets its energy to be able to continue to sustain over time. But what's happening is, and I'm sure you guys have felt this before if you guys have ever been outside while it's raining, before a storm passes by, it's usually, I should say it's just the general temperature of what it is, I should say. All right, wherever you're outside, whether it's 45 degrees, whether it's 75 degrees, it's that temperature. And then when a storm passes by, when you're inside that storm, okay, and you go outside while it's raining, it's a little bit cooler. Well, I just said earlier that we wanted a lot of warm moisture to get into the inflow notch so that it can sustain. But instead, what it's doing is it's creating a lot of cool air, which is not warm whatsoever, and it is hampering the storm. So that's the saving grace right now. If this thing can continue to just kind of lose it a little bit, not be able to try and produce, that'll be the good news for this one. That'll be the good news for this one. But we still have to watch out for this one, all right? Whenever the storm gets away from those small thunderstorms, and it will eventually, this could potentially try to re-intensify. For right now, I don't think it's anytime soon. We also have to keep in mind that those small storms could also potentially even create little small tornadoes if they kind of smack together, because that convergence can do some weird stuff. Now, it's very rare, and usually these tornadoes are very weak, so it's kind of similar to just a very gusty thunderstorm. But check CC, think it's down? I don't think so. I think that is just a anomaly of whatever it picked up. Maybe some strong damaging winds. But yeah, it definitely does have the potential to try and produce a little brief spin up, like a little small tornado that can try to spin for what? Couple of minutes, if anything. So that's what we got with the storm right now. That's exactly what's happening with this storm. Once again, if you live near Cypress, Satsuma, Jersey Village, the Champion Forest area, Hudson, Klein, Addicts, anywhere north of I-10, near the Highway 6 area, or the West Grand Parkway area, or even just the general vicinity near Frontage Road, so US Highway 290. I would get indoors and I would stay away from windows. So what would make the National Weather Service extend this storm? First off, it needs to clear those storms. Those storms need to get out of that inflow notch. If it doesn't, then we're not talking about it. We're talking about some strong damaging winds here and potentially a new severe thunderstorm warning in the future. And then the second thing that I would say is that this thing has definitely got to veer a lot more. We need to get a lot more strong damaging winds, or not strong damaging winds. We need a lot more flow. We need a lot more flow from the south and east. If the winds are coming from the south and east and are moving towards the north and west, I do believe this thing does have a shot at potentially trying to at trying to produce a tornado and potentially getting a new tornado warning. But it's asking a lot of this storm to try and overcome a lot of these storms that are coming from the south and are just smacking right into it. So that's kind of the good news. How's ZDR looking? Yeah, the ZDR arc is definitely not as strong as it once was. This thing is definitely weakening. It is on a big weakening trend as of this moment. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning for the Edna area, the Luis area, the El Campo area. I know I have someone who's at least dropped by in the stream and said they live near El Campo. You have a severe thunderstorm warning over for your area. This thing also does have a little bit of rotation. This thing is indicated as tornado possible by the National Weather Service. So don't be surprised if they issue a tornado warning for that area if things do go south. But as of right now, general severe thunderstorm warning for just, I would say, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Maybe even some small hail, but not too much. But that's what I would watch out for. I also think this storm over here near Edna and Luis, this one probably has the best environment to try and do stuff from a wind shear perspective. But, you know. I want to take a look at TIAH's radar. That's some very strong winds aloft. That is pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie. But we have winds coming from the south, which is not the greatest thing. I know it's encountering thunderstorms. Actually, what if I go back in time? I want to go back in time. Yeah, this thing's definitely on the struggle bus, I'll tell you what. Alright, well that definitely helped. I don't know why it's picking up this vector here of 100 knots at the surface. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me, so I'm just going to ignore that. Yeah, once again, shout out to Mark, Weatherman Plus. Huge help. He's always helped the channel. And he does a lot of good work on his channel as well. So if you ever have seen Mark and or Weatherman Plus, where have you been? Go check out his channel. Especially if you are if you're spiritual as well. He throws a really interesting little tidbit towards the end of his videos. At least spiritual in Christianity. So, after further review, there is no cape. There is no cape. You know what that means? You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen? No capes. That tells me that this event is this event is not as good as other people were making it out to be, but it's fine. Listen. All right? For the people who are expecting doom and destruction, okay? You still can get quick spin-ups, so your hope is not completely gone quite yet, although you probably should not be anywhere near here, because we don't want that. We don't want death and destruction, all right? But from a weather watching perspective, if we want, you know, just storms to just form and not impact people, although we'd have to ignore Houston, then this event definitely is not. This is why I don't like the HRRR or the NAM. The rap is for the win. We love the rap. We love the rap. But yeah, what we're looking at here, I'm gonna show you guys. This is from the 12Z HRRR, which was earlier on today. We're gonna open this image in a new tab, and we're gonna show you guys what this is. What is this? This is it's a good question. This right here, all right, is a really interesting graphic that essentially takes a look at a model run that looks at the weather, tries to forecast it and stuff like that. And it tries to compare it to what's actually happening right now. Now, the thing of it is that we can look at all sorts of different things. We can look at temperature, we can look at dew point, we can look at cloud cover, I believe, as well. We can look at some other stuff. What can we look at? UNV. All right, you guys wouldn't know what that is then. So yeah, just temperature and dew point for right now, for the sake of argument. We're gonna look at it. Okay. The colors are the temperatures above and below. All right, so if it's red, it's above, and if it's blue, it's below. And this is looking at what the HRRR said. And once again, comparing it to what's currently happening. If a temperature from the HRRR was above what's currently happening, it's going to be marked as red. Or at least I believe might be the other way around. No. I think it's supposed to be red. I'm getting so confused over my own stuff. This is whack. Let's go to dew point to verify. To verify real quickly my hypotheses. Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Okay. I just wanted to make sure. So, with temperature, red is higher than expected. Higher than expected. Blue is lower than expected. Okay, so hear me out. Big brain on. Big brain on. Okay, big brain. You would want your temperatures to be relatively high, and you want your moisture to be relatively high in order for you to get storms, right? Stuff like that. We also realize that every low pressure system, which once again, if we look at these wind barbs, remember, all right, we think about how these little tick marks on the side, they're kind of like feathers. So if you draw the arrow on the other side, the arrow goes that way. All right, so we have arrows going this way, this way, this way, this way, this way, stuff like that. There's our low pressure system, all right? We also remember, okay, that low pressure systems on the southern side, or at least on the southwestern side, they need a cold front. They need a cold front. So what's happening here? What's happening here? Well, usually when you have a cold front that passes by, you get cold air that comes by. What does it say here? Nay, nay. The cold front's not as strong as it once was, at least on model guidance. You notice that with these reds are temperatures that are higher than it actually was, but it's not too high. All right? You would see a lot of these very dark reds across the board if we had a very sharp cold front that pushed on through. But right here, and right here, there's only a little bit of it. And in order for you to get, I'd say, an event like this with a surface low, you would need this to be pretty widespread. These big reds. On the other hand, hear me out. See these little blues over here? And how it's white, and then it has reds? So usually when you have white with these blues and reds, all right, it's minuscule, all right? It doesn't really matter all too much. The temperature went up or down maybe like 1 degree, okay? Which means the models actually got this down temperature-wise. It was pretty fine. But let's go over to the HRRR. This is where stuff gets really interesting, okay? HRRR dew point error. If it's blue, it's higher than it was, or that it actually is, and if it's brown,
Tornado
lower.
warning for southwestern Victoria County in south-central
What? They issued a
Texas,
tornado warning down
southeastern
there.
Goliad County in south-central Texas, north-central Refugio
Oh,
County
yeah,
in
they did.
south-central Texas.
All right, we'll talk about that storm here in a second in depth, but McFadden and Vidaury, I think that's actually Vidaury over there in Texas. You need to get in your safe space. So we'll talk about that here in a second. All right. Dew point map. Okay. By the way, I'm not saying this is a bust, but it's just not as strong as the models once said. All right. So remember, the green is higher than it actually once was. And the kind of brownish is lower than it actually was. All right. We have higher moisture content here. Higher moisture content out in front of it until you get up to about really far northeast. So essentially Corpus Christi in the Victoria area actually got better according to the models. But what didn't entirely get a whole lot better, if not stayed the same, was that area near El Campo and Houston and Galveston. That area didn't really get a whole lot moister. As a matter of fact, it got a little bit drier in some spots. So that lack of moisture could definitely have played a role within this. And on the other hand, we also can take a look. There's your dry line. But your dry line's not as strong in some of these spots. So remember, models will say, hey, this is a lot moister than it actually is. And usually when that's the case, this is what's actually happening right now is this is a lot drier, which means that's your dry line and or your cold front. So I think the progression of this has told me that the models have kind of been pretty meh with stuff that's over here in Houston and I-10, but it's gotten better over here near Victoria. There's also no Cape, which is kind of whack. All right, well, we have this new tornado warning. We got to talk about this. By the way, there is no more tornado warning in Houston. I mentioned before that there was a funnel cloud report that was right around what? 1140. That's at 1747 UTC. 1147. 1147, there was a funnel cloud that was over here near Corville, northeast of Cyprus. So, according to the spotters and storm chasers that are connected to the National Weather Service, there was not a tornado over there near Cyprus. But, this over here, this storm near Vidaury and McFadden, this might be a storm to watch. Well, let's put it this way. This event is not done and over with, all right? So for the people who are saying that it's a bust, I mean, it hasn't even officially started yet. So, I wouldn't even say that. Someone is calling me, actually. Give me a second here, chat. All right, I had to talk to my general manager of my hockey team. Fun stuff, right? Um, so we had to talk about just players and stuff like that, and what we want on the team heading to state and stuff like that. Had to confirm that because I did send them, I sent him my roster for the players of whom I'm bringing to state and stuff like that. But yeah, just had to talk to my general manager. Nothing too much about it. And yeah, we will continue. And someone said in the chat that I got traded. That's unfortunate. How do they trade their head coach? How do they trade their head coach? That doesn't make any sense. Anyways, all right. We still got this storm over here that is about to cross over. This would be the Victoria, the Refugio, and the Goliad county line area, and it is approaching the McFadden area. So if you know anyone who lives near McFadden, south of Victoria, in the I should say just southern portions of Victoria County, south of Victoria on US Highway 77, you probably should get indoors and stay away from windows because this storm definitely looks like this one could definitely try to produce something tornadic. And it definitely is still rotating more and more. It actually has some pretty good rotation. Look at this here, guys. On the normalized rotation, we actually have some moderate levels of rotation here. So this storm definitely walks the walk, but can talk the talk, if you know what I mean. Let's go back up here towards El Campo because we just had a report here. This was 7 minutes ago, actually, of a wall cloud in El Campo. Now, is this verified? I mean, it's definitely possible, but it doesn't look like this is actually all too significant. So probably not, honestly. Probably not. But I definitely do think that those storms definitely have the potential of being tornadic later along the line. It's just gotta... It's the same old, honestly. These storms gotta be discreet, and they gotta be out by themselves in order to do stuff. I also want to, real quickly, remind everyone... I want to remind everyone about the risk that we are going to be talking about here today. You notice this orange area right here. This is a 3 out of 5 in the severe weather scale. So if you live in these areas, you probably should monitor severe weather here today. I also believe that once these storms get past this red line right here, which is the edge of one of the tornado watches, I think we should be all right from the main significant tornado threat. There is still the chance for strong tornadoes, of course, across the board, as you can see within this this gray area. But I really do believe that the main big tornadoes, if there were any, would be located over here in this area. I also believe that if we just pay attention here real quickly, all right? If we just, kind of create some tunnel vision. I think that this giant orange blob is kind of over-exaggerated because you see the orange blob goes over water too. So really all we're watching for the main tornadic development is areas right in here. And that's a very skinny area for there to be tornadoes. Very skinny area. So, I mean, it's definitely got a shot, of course. But it just doesn't look the greatest in the world. There is a new mesoscale discussion, however. It says the environment across the middle and upper Tennessee Tennessee? Did I seriously? I need to drink water. Drink water. Texas coast. Texas coast remains favorable for supercells capable of producing tornadoes. In particular, a corridor of relatively higher tornado threat may exist from Wharton County into Fort Bend County for the next hour or two. So they're saying that this cell over here near El Campo might have the best chance to produce a tornado. Which, if this thing can get out by itself, yes, I would agree. But someone asked about central Louisiana. If you're talking about Alexandria, you're fine. But if you're along I-10 in any stretch, you are a part of the tornado risk here this evening. So I'd watch out for that. What's Opelousas in? They're in a 2 out of 5, so I would still watch out. I think anyone in the 2 out of 5 or in the 3 out of 5 should still watch out. It's the 1 out of 5 that I don't really think should be all too worried. Let's go back. So they think this El Campo cell is probably the one to watch in the future. It's also a cell near Edna. It's not organized right now whatsoever, but it's also behind the line, so I might even retract my statement. This line of thunderstorms right here, it's going to be really interesting. You know, I'm not sure about you, but I think this storm over here, east of I-45, near the Kenwood and the Mount Houston areas, well north of the airport, very well north of the airport. Where's the airport again? Oh no, I'm sorry, not well north of the airport. South of the airport. South of George Bush International. I think they could potentially try to tornado warn this one. I think there's a shot. This thing does have a couplet, and it is starting to rotate. I wasn't too much of a goon. I was more of a skilled player than a goon playing hockey. Yeah, it definitely is not Tennessee, I'll tell you what. But yeah, this thing definitely does have a shot at trying to rotate. And they just issued a severe thunderstorm warning because of it. Wow. All right. Well, it seems that I am on the same page with the National Weather Service here today. Although they issued a severe thunderstorm warning and not a tornado warning. But I don't think it matters all too much. I think when you're that far north, they're both pretty comparable. I do think they are pretty comparable. So, let me get this straight. Oh, they just issued an extension.
Tornado warning for
Okay.
southeastern Victoria County in south central Texas.
So, let me get this straight. Okay. This back here is the main line. Right here. That's the main line. If that's the case, then where is the low? Because these storms are just moving up like that. The surface low seems to be, or this actually is just a giant boundary, honestly. Huh. I'm already tired now? Jeez. Stretch. What's up, Sarah? Well, I mean, there is the potential for long track tornadoes if you would like to count the water. There is a chance. But, I mean, it's looking more and more unlikely as we go by. Yeah, I think the cell near El Campo, I think the National Weather Service hit that one on the head. Definitely has a very strong updraft in the upper levels. Definitely think they hit that one with the nail on the head. So once again, all right, we'll go over it one more time here. Once again. Once again. All right. We got a tornado warning here. I believe this is just for Victoria County now. And we do. You can see, you can read it here. National Weather Service in Corpus Christi has issued a tornado warning for Victoria County in south central Texas until 1:30. So if you're near Bloomington, this will be in your area at around 1:05. Guadalupe in about 1:10. DaCosta and Placido in 1:15. And Woodhigh and Telferner at 1:20. So if you guys know anyone who lives in those areas, I would recommend you guys go ahead, get indoors, and stay away from windows. Water spouts moving on shore if those happen. I mean, it's definitely possible, but the only issue that I have with it is that you wouldn't really be talking about water spouts over here. At least in Texas, I should say. In Texas, you wouldn't really be talking about the water spouts. Maybe further down along the line in Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, and Florida. Maybe. With Texas, I kind of doubt it, at least for right now. Because these storms here, you can clearly see these storms over here in the Gulf of Mexico off the coast of Texas and Corpus Christi. These ones are not well defined quite yet. These ones, however, as soon as they get on shore, are well defined. Which, you know, doesn't really make too much sense. I mean, look, you can see as soon as they cross over, boom, fires up. This one now fires up. So there's definitely the potential. I don't really see it. I don't really see it too much. Not until we get into Louisiana, at least. Once we get into Louisiana, then I can start to see it. And actually, I'll show you guys what I mean by this here in a second. Might as well. Yeah, water spouts can travel pretty far. All right. We're going to put reflectivity with the updraft helicity. All right. Notice we've got a lot of popcorn thunderstorms over here in about, what, this would be 5 Eastern, 4 Central, something like that. Or no, not at all. What in the world am I talking about? Let's just do this here. Make life easier. All right. A lot more storms over here at 2, which is in an hour. At 3, storms still. 4, this is where you start to get a lot of your thunderstorms that are starting to form out in front of the line. And that would be over when it's getting closer to Louisiana. I'll tell you what, all right? When the line officially starts to form, you know, unless if you got supercells on the line, it's going to be wind. A lot of this is going to be wind. But the only saving grace for this to be really tornadic would be if you had supercells riding that line. Once you get into Louisiana, Mississippi, and Florida, yeah, maybe you can get some storms that can move on through. But other than that, I really don't think you're going to have those storms, those water spouts that are going to move on through until probably the late afternoon into the early evening. I'm also going to show here maximum updraft helicity. All right, so you guys can kind of see these tracks, right? So all these small little tracks that go up like that or go up like that, like that, there. So let's focus on the tracks that move from the water and inland. There's one right there, there. There isn't really any that are right there along this portion of Texas. I really do believe that it's only going to be near the Lake Charles area all the way over to New Iberia. Once you're over there, then there's the potential. But then after that, I have a hard time believing it until you get to Florida. So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts about it. Ooh. Yeah, the cell near Wharton is starting to try and intensify slowly but surely. It's just gotta get out and away from these other storms. It's gotta get out and away from it. Either that, or if it can merge with these storms and then just absorb them all to become one giant storm, then it can produce tornadoes. But it's on the struggle bus right now. Let's go back to this tornado warning south of Victoria. Once again, if you know anyone that lives near Guadalupe, DaCosta, Placido, something like that, I would just, kind of nudge them, tell them, say, hey, we've got some storms that are near your area. We got some storms that could potentially try to produce tornadoes. I'd get indoors. I'd stay away from windows, something like that. And wow, this... Yeah! Yeah! Huh. So, I think I'm starting to make out some things, okay? Slowly but surely, but I think I am. I think what we got... Oh, I just saw something on the side. I'm just like, oh, what's going on? Nothing much. Anyways, so you see these little points here? See these little dinks just like that? That's not by accident. It's not by accident at all. This right here is actually from the supercells in itself. And it's the rain the anvil precipitation that is pushing the rain out in front of it, which clearly means that there's ventilation here somewhere. There is 100% ventilation. Where is it starting from? That is the big thing here. Is it starting here in Wharton? Is it starting a little bit back? Is it starting a little bit south? Because the ventilation is taking the rain and it is pushing it out this way. That's the one thing that I know. I know for a fact that that's what we got. Okay? But where is that updraft? Where is it starting? Yeah, this is 100% ventilation. That's ventilation right there. This right here is a bunch of meh. I don't know where that's... Is it right here? It's possibly right here. Possibly. But this is definitely ventilation right here. This right here is ventilation. This, I don't know what that is. I really... This thing is definitely... Ooh, actually, you know what? I might be able to know what that is. You want to know what it might actually be? I think this right here might be an attempt at a ZDR arc. It's an attempt. Because if you look to the left here, you see this line right here. I think that right there is your boundary. That right there is your strong damaging winds off of your outflow boundary. Other than that, this is really all you have besides that boundary. And it's north and east of it. So I really do believe that the storm somewhere, it's got to be near Wharton. Where exactly? You know, for the sake of safety, I would hope that these storms continue to just to be here and just to, like, you know, mess around with the storm so it doesn't continue to intensify. But from a weather enthusiast perspective, you know, of course, if there wasn't, you know, such a city as Houston or even Galveston nearby, I kind of want those storms to kind of go away so I can see where it actually is at. But yeah, let's not. Let's not. Storm randomly got heavier in Cyprus. Yeah, there's another storm that's moving through. There's going to be a couple storms that are going to move on through. All right, Cyprus is right here. And you got this big old thunderstorm that's moving on through at the moment. You got another one that's coming too. So just expect more thunderstorms. It's going to be off and on for quite some time here. Honestly, if you're in Huffman and Dayton, Liberty and Kennefic in Liberty County, in extreme northeastern Harris County in Texas, I think you guys can still see some strong damaging winds with that one. I think it's still there. And from the radar perspective, that looks to be true. There also could have potentially been a brief area of rotation right there. But I think that's just some strong damaging winds, honestly. You see this kind of bow right here? This kind of bow echo? This usually means you have a lot of strong damaging winds jutting in behind that. And usually at the tip of that bow is where the strongest winds are. Yeah, it's starting to look more and more like a ZDR arc. That definitely is ventilation. So this is ventilation, and then this is actually not entirely ventilation. This is just ZDR arc, and it is a ZDR arc. It's starting to fully develop that now. It's just got a lot of stuff inside the inflow notch, and it's not really having the greatest time in clearing that out. So until then, I'm not too concerned. Not too concerned for that. Grandma just texted you. She just landed in Wharton. You sure this landed? She's landing? Just a reminder, this is in Texas. All right, Wharton. I don't believe there is an airport here, so I'm not sure if that's actually true. Or if you're thinking that it is here, but just, be safe, be safe. All right, back to the tornado warning. Back to Victoria. Doesn't this thing end in ends in 28 minutes? The rotation has gotten a lot weaker, I'll tell you what. It is said I've had enough. I don't want to I don't want to play this game anymore. Yeah, that is a confluence line. It looks like it's starting to get ahead of the line though. Like, you take a look and see these storms were originally going over here. Now they're just approaching it from the south now. So I think this storm in 30 minutes is going to outrace the line. By the way, the tornado warning did just expire. Yeah, I think it will outrun it. I'm also very curious here, chat. We go to the vertical wind profiles of what is currently happening. Winds are moving from the south-southeast to the north-northwest. I will say that is progressively better than it was. Excuse me. All right, that vertical wind profile looks a lot better. Yeah, I would say it looks a lot better. The only issue that I gotta say with this is that it's gonna rain wrap itself. It's gonna be pretty ugly. It's gonna be ugly weather because the storm motion's taking it into its ventilation. So when I talk about ventilation, I talk about when the storm shoots rain up the updraft, and then it gets pushed out in front by the strong winds in the upper portions of the atmosphere, and then it falls back down. That right there is called ventilation. All right, anvil precipitation even is what it's called. So it's moving northeast, but it's taking the rain and it's pushing it northeast to even east, which means that it's got to essentially go through its own precipitation if the rain is pushed out in front of it, which is not exactly the funniest thing in the world. Can I explain what a hodograph means and or shows? That's a good question, and yes, I can. All right, so the best way I can describe it is this right here is a plot of the winds with height, okay? So first off, we're going to talk about what each portion of the line means, and then we're going to talk about where the lines are compared to where the graph is. All right, so all these numbers here, this is your heights in kilometers. So 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. A lot of people also typically look at this red line right here. This is the lower level wind shear here. This is more towards your surface and stuff like that. So a lot of people tend to strictly look at that. We also have this right here called RM, and we also have this here called LM. Right, RM is essentially right motion, okay? So when I talk about right moving thunderstorms, right moving supercells, this is your motion into which it would take. It's moving kind of northeast if it were in this atmosphere, all right? If it was a left mover, it'd be moving a lot faster off to the northeast. How do I know it's moving faster? Well, let's talk about the diagram now. See this plot, see this graph just like that, all right? And then you also see these little circles. So if I place a point right there, this is at 0, 0, which means that in this instance, if we're trying to find winds, this is moving nowhere. This is stationary. But if I start placing the point more and more and more north, okay, as we go higher and higher up, you see how these circles connect up with the line. So anywhere this dotted circle is, that's how fast the winds are. But as you start to go further and further up, we also have to point this out like a compass. This line is north, this is south, this is east, and this is west. All right? So as we look at this further and further, we can see that this right here, the start of this dotted line, this is moving, or this is winds that are moving from the northwest, okay? Our winds are starting from the northwest, so winds that are moving like that. And it is moving at about, this is in between the 30 and the 20, so about 25 knots, all right? Which is what everything is in, knots. As we go higher and higher to about 1 kilometer, all right, well, now we have winds that are moving north. So before we had winds moving this way. Let's actually diagram it like this. So we have winds like that. At 1 kilometer, we have winds moving north, and this is at 70 knots, right about here. And then, once we get to about 2 kilometers, we have winds that are moving kind of northeast, just like that. And then at 3 kilometers, we have winds moving still kind of northeast, but northeast. And then as we get to the 4 kilometers, it's northeast, Once we get to about 6 kilometers, that's about east-northeast, maybe even 7 kilometers and stuff like that. So that's what we're talking about. That's the direction of wind. And then we also see that these winds are at about 70, even 80 knots in some spots. So what we want is we want a lot of veering with height. What do I mean by that? Well, there's a reason why we look at that 0 to 3 kilometer range right there. We want a lot of veering within that portion of the atmosphere. So what do I mean by veering? Well, you need to have a 90-degree total difference between the surface and the 3 kilometer range, maybe even 4 or 5 kilometers if you really want to, okay? You need a lot of veering with height. So it's got to change, all right? If you can imagine winds right here, so if this was starting right here in the north with winds moving northerly like this, then your 3 kilometer winds need to end over here as winds moving due west, all right? Because if you connect those lines together, that's a 90-degree angle, all right? Well, what about this? All right, we have winds that are moving northeast, or northwest, I should say, coming from the southeast. So what about this over here, this 3 kilometer wind? Are these winds moving northeast? Yeah, kind of. They're moving north-northeast. But let's connect the line here. Let's connect the line between 0, the point of origin, and 3 kilometers. That doesn't really look like a right angle, does it? Here, I'll make this better by putting this. That doesn't really look like a right angle, does it? It's not completely 90 degrees. We call this the critical angle, essentially. Or, it's not essentially always the critical angle. This is more the critical angle here. But within the same premise, it's the critical angle. And you need your angle to be around 90 degrees in order for you to essentially have pure streamwise vorticity, which is what you want in order for tornadoes to form. Now, what is... You're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Streamwise vorticity. What the heck is that? That doesn't make any sense. Why are you now talking about vorticity when we were just talking about photographs? Good question. So, when you think about vorticity, okay, let's break it into phrase, root words. Vort. Well, what else usually has the word vort? Vorticy. Vorticy. Well, what do we commonly use vorticy in? Things that spin. So in that same premise of things that spin, okay, we want things that spin in the atmosphere. Now, depending upon how it spins, we can classify it as 2 different types of vorticity. This is where we start to get to the advanced stuff of photographs, but I'll put it plain and simple, all right? You remember how I was talking about how the radar can only see winds moving towards and away from the radar, right? This can also be classified in its own way with photographs, not winds moving towards or away, but with vorticity, okay? If the winds are moving perpendicular to the right motion indicator, it has streamwise vorticity. By the way, the critical angle is 54 degrees. That's pretty whack. And actually, I think the critical angle is from that. That looks a little bit like it. But anyways, if you can imagine that, or actually you don't have to imagine, I can just draw a circle. It's not a circle, that's an oval. If I draw a circle around the dot, just like this, if this line were to take that circle, all right, and just kind of rotate around that dot, it would have streamwise vorticity because it is always moving along the side of the dot. It's not moving, it's not curling towards the dot, and it's not curling away from the dot. It's moving perpendicular, which means that it has streamwise vorticity. So you see, let's follow it up with a line. All right, well, it's almost moving towards, but it's almost moving away. It's in the middle, so it has half streamwise vorticity. It's moving around, and it's now curling around that dot now. So this right here, this is streamwise vorticity. Everywhere from this spot right here to 2 kilometers above ground level, that's streamwise vorticity. All right? Well, what about this? See this here from 2 to 3? Well, it seems to get closer. The line starts to get closer to the dot right here. So if it's not moving perpendicular, it's moving towards or away, kind of parallel towards the right motion, the right motion vector. This is what we call crosswise vorticity. Crosswise vorticity essentially makes storms relatively ugly. It makes it look somewhat ugly. If you can imagine, a mesocyclone, I could just search up here. Pretty mesocyclone. You see stuff like this. All right. You see how... Oh, that's not... No, let's just take a look at the image. There we go. You see how the mesocyclone is just kind of, has a lot of these lines as if it's multiple layers stacked on top of each other? That's from streamwise vorticity. Streamwise vorticity can make a storm look really nice. And then you have stuff like this. See if I can find anything better. That. There we go. Look at this. This one's better. You see how the wall cloud is just like not very layery? It's just, it's very subtle. It's very subtle that something's happening here. This is what crosswise vorticity does. It makes things look relatively ugly. And it also makes things, I want to say, relatively difficult to cycle. It's not very cyclic whatsoever. And so what I essentially mean by this is that, if you were to take something away from this entire ramble, the more streamwise vorticity you can get, the higher the chance you're going to get a tornado. Because tornadoes, especially cyclic storms that continuously produce more than one tornado, love streamwise vorticity. At least streamwise vorticity dominant thunderstorms. Now, just because you have a little bit of crosswise vorticity doesn't mean that you're not going to get a tornado there. There's been numerous tornadoes, and even most, if not all, strong, long-lived, violent tornadoes actually have some crosswise vorticity in it. But the ones that have the highest chance of producing tornadoes in all of history, and have produced tornadoes one after another every 10 minutes, have pure streamwise vorticity. So that's essentially the entire thing about hodographs that I can tell you all. That's what I got. That is a ZDR arc, by the way. So that is a new storm that's developing near Needville and Fairchild, south of Richmond. Even though they just issued that severe thunderstorm warning near Houston, that is still something. But yeah, that's a photograph in a nutshell right there. Pretty much. Pretty much. And I know some people may not care about, the weather stuff, the technical stuff behind the scenes. I get it. Some people just want to know, hey, is it going to rain near my area or not? Or is it going to produce a tornado or not? I get that. But, for the people who actually do enjoy this stuff, I really do like, kind of explaining it to them and helping them out and stuff like that. So, for the people who actually find this stuff interesting, that's also the reason why I always think that if there's an opportunity for people to talk to me, they definitely should. All right. On Discord, I'm on Discord a lot. So if you would like to talk to me on Discord, any questions about weather and stuff like that, talk to me there. Or even if you want to, just have someone to talk to. I can't guarantee that, I'll talk to you all the time. I can, say stuff every now and then, but just pop my neck. That hurt my neck. But I definitely want to help people who like this as, either a profession or a hobby. I definitely would like to help people be able to understand what's actually going on when I actually go over this. And, it could even help in some instances, too. If some people in chat calls things out, if they know stuff. If they see stuff that, I know they know their knowledge and stuff like that, they know their thing, and they call stuff in chat and I don't see it, that can also help me out, too. But, definitely fun. Can we do cold core hodos next? Because apparently that's all you get around you anymore. It's essentially the same premise, believe it or not. The only thing that's different is that it's in a colder environment, but you have a lot more 3-kilometer cape. So convective available potential energy. That's from the 0 to 3-kilometer above ground level area. Stuff like that. But it's the same thing. It really is the same thing. It's just there's a lot of 0 to 3-kilometer cape. And believe it or not, that's actually the recipe for tornadoes. Someone actually said. I mean, it's not the recipe for tornadoes, like, legitimately, but it's, like, a good way to figure out where they could be. If you look on the Storm Prediction Center, okay, they have something called mesoscale analysis. So if we go right here to the Storm Prediction Center's website, all right, you guys are with me here. You go over to where it says mesoanalysis right here. You see all these different boxes and stuff like that. So this takes a look at the live wrap data, all right? And it puts it in as observations. So we click this, we click the mesoanalysis page, the mesoscale analysis page, and let's just click an area to where the severe weather is going to be. So for instance, most of the stuff is happening here in this dark green box. Even though we have some in the tan box, we'll probably use the tan box later on tonight. If we were to, like, pinpoint towards the center where, the storms would more than likely be, I would say it's in this dark green box. So we can go to the dark green box. And we got all sorts of stuff that we can use. Look at this. All sorts of whack stuff. This is actually our pressure and our surface wind. So in millibars. And this is helpful so that we can determine as to where our low pressure is, because, we would like to figure out, all right, well, if there's a low pressure, obviously we got to have low pressure. So we got a bunch of low pressure over here. And then we also have a lot of winds that are streaming right into this, just like this. And they're starting to curl around. So we can say that our low pressure is somewhere here, right where I've circled it. It's actually a little bit north of where the low pressure here, according to the mesoanalysis, is, but it's right there. what you can do, all right, if you want to go to this cheat sheet of figuring out where this potential, tornado thing that we can find is, go to multi-parameter fields, and then go to something called surface vorticity. Look at that. We've got that word again, vorticity. This is just looking at vorticity in general, whether it's streamwise or crosswise. It doesn't matter. It's just vorticity. And then go to that with surface to 3 kilometer mixed layer cape. You go to that. And by the way, that surface to 3 kilometer, that's just 3 cape. That's just essentially 3 cape, so it's not that big of a deal. And you can take a look at the overlaps. We'll zoom in here so that you guys can see what I'm talking about. And a lot of these blue lines, this is vorticity. So you can see we have a lot of vorticity in this area. We've got vorticity over here. We got vorticity over here, vorticity up here, stuff like that. And then the red is our cape, our 3 cape. We can see we've got a wide swath here of some cape. I think this is 50 joules per kilogram of cape. We have 75 right here. We have 100 right here. So a lot of 3 cape right here. And we even have a lot of 3 cape down here. All right. What you want is an overlap of both. You want both. All right. If you can get both, then you're gonna be smooth sailing if you're a chaser. If you had a boat out here, I don't know how you would draw a boat, but if you were boat chasing out here, I would definitely like that environment right there of where I just drew my boat. All right, so anywhere practically along the coastline right here. If I were to take a look at these storms and try to chase that, I would like that, or I would like this right there. As a matter of fact, if you were to chase on land, I think right here is your best option. So, but yes, 3 cape and vorticity. Those are some fun stuff. If you also want to explore some more fun stuff, you can go to wind shear. And then we just talked about hodographs, right? Go to the hodograph map and look at that. Boom, you got some more hodographs. It even gives you right motion for you. Look at that red dot. See that red dot right there? See that red dot right there? I'll zoom in if you can't see it. It's fine. See those red dots right here? Oh, you can't see that. Unfortunate. Right there. You see this red dot right here? See how you have your hodograph? And then you have your red dot. Red dot's right motion, believe it or not. So it already tells you if there is some streamwise or crosswise. Here's some streamwise, and then starts to turn to crosswise right there. So, you got your hodograph map right there as well. It'll tell you what type of vorticity you could have. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Why wasn't I there 12 days ago? Because I had to work. I also was sick. So I was sick while working. Let's go back to the 3K cape. 3K cape. The 3 cape area, you can see once again we have 100 3 cape right there, and then we've got a lot of vorticity right next to it, right? So when we look at the significant tornado parameter, it should be right off of that same thing. It should be able to tell us, or actually if we go to the violent tornado parameter first, you should be able to see that right there, you can see on land is where the highest potential for a strong tornado is, according to that environment. And then if we look at the significant tornado parameter, you'll even see that that area as well also has some stuff. If we look at a different significant tornado parameter as well, you'll see that this is the only area right here where you can get stuff. So, the mesoscale analysis thing here from the Storm Prediction Center is so useful. So useful for you to be able to find stuff and determine as to what these storms are doing. I highly recommend using this. All right. When you are looking at these storms the day of, okay, I 100%. Oh, my Discord crashed. That's cool. I don't know why my Discord crashed. That's cool. But I would recommend that you would use this instead of models. If you use this instead of models, you're going to be smooth sailing, my friend. You're going to be able to figure out what is going on across the board. Yeah, I also find it funny that when I don't stream severe events, bad stuff happens. So maybe I should just stream every single event for the sake of, you know, everyone else. Doesn't make any sense. And yet, it happens. Alright, let's go back to the radar. See what's popping with the line. Oh, looky, looky! I think that thing might be trying to produce a tornado. True facts. Oh, it definitely is. It's definitely trying. We have a supercell on the line. Look at that. We have a supercell in the line. It is definitely there in Thompson's and Fairchild's. It is definitely there. So Arcola, Thompson's, Trammell's, Fresno. If you guys live over there, you know the drill. Get into your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. That is indeed a supercell. That is 100% a supercell. You can clearly see the hook characteristic right within there. How it wraps around just like that. No debris signature. It's got a bug. See this line right here? That's contamination. This is not, however. This is a ZDR arc. That's as classic as you can get it, too. Was the last event the one in Iowa? No, the one that I didn't cover was in Alabama. Alabama and Georgia. Oh, it's putting down a tornado. It's producing a tornado. Yep, that's a tornado on the ground. Is there anyone? It's in the middle of farm, thank goodness. But if you're over in Thompson's, Arcola, and Trammell's, you need to get in your safe space now. This is definitely putting down a tornado. That's a new tornado warning. They have issued it for this storm.
Tornado warning for East Central Fort Bend County in southeastern Texas, North Central Brazoria County in southeastern Texas.
Yeah, this is this storm right here in particular. I really do believe that this thing is putting down a tornado. You know, besides the fact that it has a small velocity couplet, you can see that this small velocity couplet that has some very bright colors. All right, very bright colors, pixel to pixel right next to each other. We look at storm, or not storm, spectrum width right there. And usually when you have a high value of spectrum width like that, that tells you that you got a lot of turbulence in that area. And tornadoes do cause turbulence if you align it perfectly together. I mean, that's the velocity couplet, that's spectrum width. I do believe that is a tornado in progress. I really do. So let me get to radar omega, make life a little bit better for myself as I try to figure out, why is Brad Arnold behind the line? Why? Anyways. Let's see. If you're near Thompson's, if you're near Whaley Corner, if you're near Grubbles Road, as well as areas near Sienna Parkway, Arcola, Farm to Market Road 521, and State Highway 6, you need to get in your safe space over here in Texas. Once again, this is over in southeastern Texas, southwest of Houston. This is approaching from the west. All right, so this storm is, if I go all the way over here, and that looks like a debris signature, or at least a potential debris signature. So here's the storm. It is off to the west of Arcola and Thompson's. You can see we've got a nice little hook echo right within there to where the storm wraps rain around. And then something that we haven't seen too much here, at least today, is we don't have a lot of other storms that are inside this area right here, which is the inflow notch. This is where this takes a lot of moisture into the thunderstorm in itself, and it continues to form or sustain because, well, storms love moisture. They love to continue to feed off of that. It's kind of their energy, if you will, the food. So by looking at this, we can see that the storm is indeed a tornadic thunderstorm. It is a tornadic supercell. And if we take a track of this here and we place it right on top of where the actual velocity couplet is, which is right there, this is moving off northeast, just like that. And even though this track takes it, you know, in between Tremels and Arcola, tornadoes don't take a straight path. They don't. They can turn off to the left, they can turn off to the right, or they can try and go somewhere around this path and do a bunch of squigglies. So that's the reason why they issue a box as large as this, is because, well, the tornado could veer off to the left. The tornado could veer off to the right. So if you're in Tremels, if you're in Thompson's, if you're in Arcola, Fresno, Iowa, Colony, as well as Juliff, you need to get in your safe space right now, and that is indeed a debris signature. That is a tornado that is in progress. We'll talk more about correlation coefficient here in a second, but that is indeed a tornado in progress right now. The verification is true from correlation coefficient and ZDR, which are the dual pole products for radar. But we'll get to that in a second. So once again, Thompson's, Tremels, Arcola, Fresno, Iowa Colony, and Juliff. Oh yeah, that is indeed that's a larger debris signature. That is indeed, once again, a tornado that is in progress right now. But if we look back at the velocity couplet, all right, we can take a look and we can see red's moving away from the radar, greens are moving towards. So this thing is obviously rotating counterclockwise. We can go back in time and you can see that same exact thing is occurring right there. All right. So there's the velocity couplet. We'll progress it further in time. You can see here's where it is now. It's right there. And it is actually veered off a little bit to the right. It's moved off to the right of the original path, which is the reason why I say, hey, you know, this thing doesn't take a straight shot the entire way. It veers off in different directions. So the good news is right now is this thing is weakening. But I don't know if this thing is going to stay on the ground any longer than it is right now. It could very well maintain the same strength and still be kind of a weaker tornado. But it is a tornado. A tornado is a tornado regardless. You can also still see this thing as a spectrum width drop right there. And then a big way for us to verify if the tornado is on the ground. You know, spectrum width is really nice because it helps us determine if there's turbulence there, and tornadoes cause turbulence. So we can even determine as to if a tornado is on the ground even before us using this thing. But if we go over here to correlation coefficient, and I'll circle the spectrum width drop, or the spectrum width drop. I say drop, but it's really a spike. But if we go to the correlation coefficient and we see blue anywhere near the area of spectrum width, then that means that this thing could very well be picking up stuff from the ground, like debris and stuff like that. Well, how do we know that? Well, The correlation coefficient takes a look at all the particles in the atmosphere, and it tries to determine if all of them are relatively the same. For instance, rain is rain, right? It's water, dropping water and stuff like that. So if that's the case, if the particles are all the same, it would show up as a high correlation coefficient. All these reds and stuff like that that you see across the board over here. However, if you start to introduce stuff like leaves, sticks, trees, parts of buildings and stuff like that, even cows, they start to show up as a lower correlation coefficient because the particles are not all the same. It's not water, it's, solid objects. And because of that, we have that. That right there is a debris signature, which is right on top of what was the velocity signature. It looks like the velocity signature is starting to get smaller and smaller, and so is that turbulence spike. So maybe this thing is starting to kind of weaken more and more. We might be talking about a tornado that's dying out here relatively soon. We'll have to see here in a bit, because until the correlation coefficient drop actually goes away, we can't say anything for certain. All right, debris is in the sky. People can get hit by flying debris. So, we talk about that and we see, all right, well, there is still debris here within the next scan. Even though it is a higher correlation coefficient, there's still debris scattered in the sky, which means a tornado is still possible. But it does also support the thesis that, hey, maybe the tornado is starting to weaken a little bit more. And we might be not talking about a stronger tornado compared to stuff that we had, just a few minutes ago. So we take a look at that. We see correlation coefficient still has a low correlation coefficient in general. We can take a look at ZDR. If ZDR around the area is gray, which there is a little bit of that, but we can go even to the previous scan before that, go to the correlation coefficient. You can see that right there. If ZDR is gray, you know that it is a tornado today. And that is indeed gray, which means we did indeed have a tornado. So, welcome to Radar Analysis with Nate Snyder. True facts. And there you go. Because of that, you see the different color of the polygon now. It has changed colors. The tornado warning polygon is now a lot different than what it was before, because before it was red. And now it's dark red. Well, what does that say on the legend up top? According to the legend up top here in a second, you'll see, there it is. A tornado has been confirmed by the National Weather Service. So there you go. Do cows often get thrown by tornadoes, or is that just a meme from Twister? I have seen a cow get thrown by a tornado before in real life, so that definitely is possible, but not too often. It's not too frequent. Anthony Miller with the Weather Watcher, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Welcome back. Welcome back. So, that's just a quick little, tutorial of how to read radar, how to look at a tornado and stuff like that. It does look like this thing is slowly fanning out more and more. That's the good news. The bad news is that this thing is still carrying debris in the sky, as you can see from right here. So, really, all right, if you're in the areas that I called out for, like Siena and Arcola Junction, don't go outside. All right, I really wouldn't go outside during this situation because there is still debris in the sky, and of course, flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. They say that all the time in this tornado warning here. Look at this. Flying debris will be dangerous to those caught without shelter. If you can imagine a 2x4 hitting you on the side of the noggin, you're definitely not getting up after that one. At least not anytime soon. So you really need to just get indoors. You need to stay away from windows. Once again, this is a tornado warning with a confirmed tornado here in the southern portions of Houston. This is out near Arcola and Siena and Duke, south of Trammell. So if you're over in these areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. If you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. How do you do that? Get in the lowest, innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows. So you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation or even tornado as possible. If you have a basement, get into it. That's a better spot. But other than that, please get into the lowest innermost part of your building, specifically a sturdy building if you have one. So Siena, Arcola, Duke. This is going to pass over the Siena Parkway right now. And it's about to get near the Arcola Junction near Farm to Market Road 521, which I believe they don't actually call it anything, I don't believe. They just call it Farm to Market Road 521. It's about to cross over the Alvin Sugarland Road here in a second. So if you know anyone who lives in Arcola, they need to get in their safe space. Further on beyond this, we also have to talk about areas near 288. The intersection of 288 and 6, you guys aren't going to get directly hit by the tornado, all right? But areas north of that can. So the Pomona area, the Fresno area, potentially even Broadway Street, the Sedona Lakes area. You guys need to watch out for this, and then maybe even, if this thing continues to sustain, maybe even areas near the Pearl and general vicinity and Hobby Airport. So I would have you guys be on alert. I would have you guys just continue to watch out for this development as this continues to move on through. But for right now, the people in immediate danger right now would be the guys near Arcola, Texas. If you're near Arcola, Texas, within the, about 2 to 3 miles, north, south, east, west, you guys need to get into your safe space, as we do have what appears to be a tornado in progress, or the leftovers of a tornado still here. If you guys know anyone who lives within these areas, please be sure to share this information. Either send them a text message and say, hey, get into your safe space right now, or send a link to this live stream. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, or via text message. So that way we may be able to continue to spread the information to more and more people. It would also help on YouTube. We can spread our outreach to more and more people on YouTube by hitting that thumbs up button down below. So if you haven't already, please be sure to do so, as that would be greatly appreciated. It seems the debris signature is starting to alleviate more and more and more. We still have some debris in the sky here. So, geez, scared the crap out of me. Thanks for... Scared the crap out of me. Alright, well, anyways, back to the subject at hand. We have a lot of rotation here still. To the north of this, but this isn't producing a tornado. We also still have some debris in the sky, so that's all the more reason why you need to stay indoors. Alright, I don't care if the tornado is not on the ground right now. I don't care if it's lifted. Alright, debris can still hit people. Alright, this storm has kicked up debris into the sky, and who knows what that debris actually could be. So if you know anyone who lives in these areas, you need to tell them to just get indoors. Stay indoors until these storms pass. You can get outside afterwards. But as of right now, alright, as long as there's still debris in the sky, it's not recommended that you go outside. It's not recommended. Yeah, Ashlyn. Weather is so weird like that because tornadoes come from hurricanes, they come from snowstorms, they come from, just random severe weather setups like this. Weather is whack, but it's fun whack because every single day is different. Every single day with severe weather, it's different. You don't know what you're going to get, and it's really interesting to track, being able to try and identify these things. And then figuring out what could happen next is always kind of like watching a show, like a reality show. Except it is reality. It's more than reality. It's actually live. I'm doing good, Doom. Doing well, actually. Doing relatively well. Got some fries. Eat these fries as my my snack. So I apologize. It's insensitive to some people, but I am hungry. I am relatively hungry. The good news also, the tornado warning has now been canceled. So there's no more debris in the sky, at least according to the National Weather Service. I mean, there definitely still could be, but it's not to the potential of people getting impacted. And there's no more tornado on the ground, which is good. There's definitely the shot for more of those to occur, at least downstream. So I would still watch out for that. But as of right now, it's still all right. We're all right. Food review stream. I love McDonald's fries. I like fries in general, but McDonald's fries is pretty good too. So that is what I am eating. This is not a food review stream. But yes, the tornado is done and over with. It is definitely not here anymore. It looks like Houston's starting to get some thunderstorms, but the good news for Houston, and I said this to someone earlier last night. She was asking me in my Discord DMs if she could get some stuff in Houston, and I really thought that Houston was a little too far north. That could very well be the case here because the main lines of showers and thunderstorms are moving on through. And it seems like that is the case. It looks like downtown Houston's getting a lot of what I was saying earlier, anvil precipitation. Ventilation, if you will. You guys remember me talking about ventilation. So the storm generates a lot of its rain. It's shot up into the sky from the updraft. And then the strong winds pushes it out ahead of the storm. This is what I think is kind of happening right now. Because if we look at ZDR, this right here is picking up a lot of very large raindrops. And then we see these smaller values over here, which can indicate more circular objects. That is more just general small raindrops. And I think that's more or less because of the ventilation from these storms. So I don't think Houston, as of right now, at least downtown Houston, anywhere inside the beltway of 610, I don't think you guys are really getting too much here with this. But I think if you're south of that, if you're along 45 and between Houston and Galveston, I think you guys definitely still have a shot at getting some big stuff. So I wouldn't be too, you know, I guess what I should say is, I wouldn't be too worried if I was in Houston. After I'm done streaming, can we have a chat? We definitely can. I don't know when I'm going to be done with streaming, though. So there's only one severe thunderstorm warning. There's only one. Houston's technically in the 10 sig. Yeah, they are. That is pretty funny. I don't know why they are, but I mean, okay. But I remember telling them they might be a little bit too far north. And I really do think that is the case. Yeah. I just saw your tweet, Sean, and I actually kind of agree with that. It's really just anyone who lives along that coastline of Louisiana. They're really getting all those storms that could be coming off from the Gulf, let alone the storms that'll be along the line as embedded supercells. So listen, all right? Here's something funny. You ready? So, I'm making a giant map, right? Of cameras. Giant map for myself. I know someone else has already done it, but I want to do it. And I think I can do it better. So it's fine. All right. I'm making a giant map of cameras and different icons and stuff like that. So if you want to help and stuff like that, feel free to send me those cameras if you know that, I might not have one. Like, for instance, I need a lot more Houston cameras and Galveston cameras. I actually worked on Texas dot last night. You can see it's a different icon. It's actually a camera icon. But I did that. I put that in. I'm not sure how I'm going to get Texas dot done in Houston or Dallas, but I just did that because, the thought of something happening over there was just like too real to me. So I was just like, yeah, do that. But if you have any cameras in like Arkansas, like Sky Cameras, Mississippi, Louisiana, Alabama, Georgia, Florida, anywhere really, Oklahoma, all those spots. And then I'm also thinking, if you do contribute, or if you're a member on the channel, you get access to this map. Like, you can view it. You can touch the icons and you can go to the links. And, like, we can go to any random link here. Like, for instance, we can click this here in South Dakota. And bing, bang, boom, we get a camera. Look at that. Pretty nice camera, right? But there's all sorts of cameras here. And the colors actually mean stuff. They actually are looking at specific directions. So if you're looking north, the color will be one thing. If you're looking west, the color will be another. South will be one color, and then east will be one color. There are also other colors. So like these black question marks, these are cameras that I put up, but I don't know where they're looking from because I just was too lazy to do it. I was just trying to get as many cameras up as possible. All sorts of cool stuff like that. And believe it or not, all right, so within the live weather cameras, we have about 660 of them, give or take. And then with the actual traffic cameras, the still picture traffic cameras, like Texas dot and Illinois dot. Someone decided to start Illinois dot for whatever reason, I don't know. But we actually have, I believe, over 50 of those. So, long story short, if you have cameras, give them to me so I can put them on that so I can have them for record. Have them on record. That is a new tornado warning for what?
Tornado warning for North Central Brazoria County in southeastern Texas, southeastern Harris County in southeastern Texas.
Excuse me? Confirmed. Emergency management. All right, well, we got another tornado. Another one that's currently on the ground right now. And this is the area that I said probably could potentially do it. This is in between Houston and Galveston along 45. We got some really interesting rotation with this too. Let me actually take storm motion. There we go. You can see green's moving towards, red's moving away, so we clearly have rotation within this. If you're in Pearland, Friendswood, Webster, and areas along 45, you need to get in your safe space right now. It is highly recommended that you get into your safe space as well, because this is definitely a storm that can produce a tornado. It may not be overly strong, but it definitely can do damage. So yeah, I'm still praying for you, Anthony. I'll still do it. What time are we looking for the fun around Tallahassee? Tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning. I'll tell you guys what. I'm actually really curious. If I go to southeastern Houston, all right. So there's Pearland. Image unavailable. This game is trash. These cameras are trash. These cameras are very helpful. Very helpful. I'm trying to look over down here. It's not helping. That might be helpful sooner or later. Vince is on that tornado right now? Is he? Let's see. Oh, my ears. My ears. I'm gonna turn down radar omega. There we go. 0. That way no one can hear it. Haha. Because I want to see it on the side. But yeah, there definitely is what appears to be a tornado here in Pearland. Once again, if you're in Friendswood, Pearland, Webster, need to get in your safe space right now, as a tornado has been reported by emergency management. Emergency management believes that there is a tornado here. You can see this is where the rotation would be, right in there. This is heading towards the Memorial Hermann Southeast Hospital, the intersection of 45 and 8. So if you guys live near Beltway 8 and 45, you need to get in your safe space. This will eventually head over towards the pecan plantation areas. Once again, Sam Houston Parkway, over towards the Fairmont Parkway and the Red Bluff Road areas. And then potentially even, I would even go as far as saying LaPorte could potentially be even in this. I think LaPorte could actually be in the crosshairs of this. Pearland, perfect. Pearland. So once again, if you guys live over near LaPorte, Pearland, this would be also near the Ellington Airport, as well as Golden Acres and Pasadena, south of Pasadena, along the Sam Houston Parkway and the intersection of that parkway and 45. You need to get in your safe space. Need to get into your safe space if you're over there. Vince is definitely having fun, isn't he? Oof. That's not good. This thing is definitely, wow. Yeah, that's not good. This one definitely appears to be on the ground. At least it looks like it. From spectrum width, we do have that turbulence drop right there. It's going over the parkway. It's going right over the parkway. So if you're in South Houston and Pasadena, you need to get in your safe space. Possible twin tornadoes? I don't think so. Oh, you know what we could do, though? On the forehead. Yeah, it does look like possible twin tornadoes. Maybe a recycle, actually. I'd even go as far as saying it's recycled. Yeah, I think it actually just straight up recycled. But yeah, I mean, that definitely had some strong rotation, and then the new area of rotation starting to develop over there. Yeah, that's a debris signature. This thing is definitely on the ground. Once again, if you're in South Houston or Pasadena, anywhere near the anyone near the Sam Houston Parkway, need to get in your safe space right now. This is in South Houston. Need to get into your safe space right now. Lowest innermost part of your building. Lowest innermost part of your building if you can. Yeah, this thing definitely has a debris signature. $3D it? Unfortunately, I can't 3D it. It's not like we wouldn't be able to pick it up this close. Oh, that is a big debris signature. Holy, my goodness. Yeah, that's quite a hefty debris signature. Ugh. I don't know why this is not updating. This is... Radar Omega just refuses to function for me at the most opportune times. Yeah, if you're near Genoa, if you're near Golden Acres, Pasadena, here in Texas, this is South Houston, and this is areas east of South Houston. You need to get in your area. You need to get in your safe space. There you go. It finally updates. Yeah, Beltway 8, the Sam Houston Parkway. If you're in these areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. Because this thing is definitely producing a tornado. And you can clearly see the velocity signature right here. We got a lot of reds moving away from the radar, a lot of greens moving towards right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. So, folks at home, all said and done, all right, if you live in this area, all right, a lot of people live in this area, need to get in your safe space right now. Yeah, there you go. Just update it again. Whew. That's a very strong velocity signature. My goodness. This thing just continues to move on through and truck on through. Looks like it's a PDS now. It is indeed a PDS. Particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for South Houston. So once again, if you know anyone who lives within these areas, please tell them to get in their safe space. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you help me spread this out with more and more people on YouTube. So please be sure to do that if you haven't already. That is a PDS tornado warning. You guys can see it right here. There's a large population within this. 139,000 people that live within this PDS tornado warning. So once again, this is near the South Houston, the Pasadena area, Deer Park, and south of that. It is crossing over the highway right now. It's crossing over the highway as we speak. Here's the latest update. There's the big debris signature. And there's the highway right here. It's hard to tell, but that is the orange highway to which this storm it is crossing over. And that's Beltway 8. That's Beltway 8 right there. Someone asked if there's any cameras over there. There is not. Traffic is stopped across the board, though. Yeah, traffic is 100% stopped across the board. Is there any sky cameras in LaPorte? That's the real question. Let's go to the debris signature, because now since there is a debris signature, we don't need velocity anymore. And there it is. So it is now crossing the Red Bluff Road area, or about to cross the Red Bluff Road area. If you're near the Red Bluff General Hospital, you need to get in your safe space right now. The LaPorte Freeway, all right, over on 225, areas near the Fred Hartman Bridge, anywhere along that area, you need to get in your safe space. As a matter of fact, if I were to, say anything, I would say if you are about to get on the Fred Hartman Bridge, okay, you have a little bit of time. If you're trying to move east. If you're moving west, don't move west. All right?
Tornado warning for northwestern Chambers County in southeastern Texas, south central Liberty County in
Tornado
southeastern
emergency.
Texas, southeastern Harris County in southeastern Texas.
Tornado emergency has been issued. I am very surprised. And that is a strong tornado, too. But tornado emergency for Texas. Tornado emergency for Houston. Folks, if you're just tuning in here right now, this is a tornado emergency here for southern Houston. This includes Deer Park and Baytown. And this is definitely a strong tornado. Let's say what the National Weather Service is saying. This is a tornado emergency for Chambers, Liberty, and Harris County until 3 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 2:23, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was observed over northwestern Pasadena, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. Tornado emergency for parts of southeastern Texas. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You are in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. Once again, a tornado emergency has been issued for Chambers, Liberty, and Harris County. That will be in effect until 3 p.m. to the top of the hour. Once again, guys, you really need to seek shelter now, as this is, once again, a very serious situation. You can clearly see the polygon here that we indicate for tornado emergencies is clearly here. We'll play the loop here for you all so that you can see how this thing has progressed. And this thing has just intensified rather rapidly as of the past few minutes. And, you know, we can even go over to the correlation coefficient, which is an indicator as to whether or not this thing is kicking up debris. It is. This thing is definitely lofting debris into the atmosphere. Homes, trees, cars, whatever stuff that is in the path of this tornado. It is indeed right here. So tornado emergency, once again, this is for southeastern Houston now. And if you live along these areas near the LaForte Parkway, or the, not LaForte Parkway, the LaPorte Freeway, I should say. I got the P and the F mixed up because always clutch Nate. The LaPorte Freeway, Deer Park areas, Wooster, Brownwood, Lynchburg, Decker Drive, as well as the East Freeway of I-10. All right, if you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. Lowest, innermost part of your building, if you can. All right, this is a serious situation that is ongoing right now. And we are once again observing a tornado that is going over a major populous area. This is a situation where you need to take this very, very seriously. All right. Once again, this is Deer Park. This is Baytown. This is Brownwood. This is Lynchburg. This is Eldon. This is Gilbert Landing. If you're in these areas, you need to get into your safe space right now. A tornado emergency has been issued. So this is once again for Chambers, Liberty, and Harris County in Texas until 3 p.m. Tornado emergency is ongoing as we have our large tornado that is starting to cross over 225 right now. The LaPorte Freeway. This is where the tornado is, this big blue ball of debris. And you can see that this line right here, this is 225. That's the LaPorte Freeway. It is crossing over the LaPorte Freeway, and it is now about to get near the State Highway 134 area. So if you live near 134, this would be the Independence Parkway. Independence Parkway, the areas near the USS Texas, eventually towards Lynchburg, and then Decker Drive, as well as Wooster, Brownwood, Coady, as well as I-10 and McNair. You need to get into your safe space right now. This is a destructive tornado that is currently ongoing at this moment. Let us see. This is going to be approaching the Houston Methodist San Jacinto Hospital, that area over there near Cedar Bayou. So essentially, if you're anywhere near Baytown, all right, Baytown, Texas, if you're near Baytown, Texas by any stretch, you need to get into your safe space. I mean, we can take a look at Baytown, we can take a look at Deer Park, and then we can take a look at Lynchburg. All these areas are relatively populous as of right now, you know, in the near future of where this thing is going. Deer Park, you need to stay in your safe space. Baytown, need to go now. All right, lowest innermost part of your building. I want you to get into your safe space by getting, you know, if you were to try and figure out where the innermost part of your building, if you have all sorts of rooms and stuff like that, and then you have like a closet or a bathroom that's right in the middle of your house, get into that, get pillows. You know, if you're in Lynchburg or Baytown, you don't have time, so just get into that spot. If you're in a small building, all right, find the innermost part. If you have like a bunch of apartments stacked next to each other like this, and you have, you know, the different apartment complexes that are split up into 4 different spots, go towards the area of your apartment to where it is the furthest innermost part of that entire complex. So if you're in this apartment building over here, go over here. Go towards this wall over here. If you're over here on the furthest left one, you got to go all the way over towards the middle. You know what I mean? You see what I mean here? You got to get in the innermost parts of your building if you can. And get helmets, get pots, get pans, get any sort of protective gear while you're getting over towards that area. Put on your shoes just on the off chance that there is debris near your area. You don't want to be walking through and cutting yourself and stuff like that. All right, all those things are the types of things that you got to start thinking about here as we get closer and closer towards this thing getting near you. All right, we don't want to say that this thing is going to completely, you know, be the worst case scenario. I mean, we've gotten far beyond that at this point. This is a tornado emergency that has been reported with a large tornado that crossed over the interstate. Brad Arnold even said that a large tornado just crossed the highway with damage to structures. All right. At this stage here right now, you just need to take the National Weather Service's word for it, and you just need to get into your safe space. All right. There's no time for, you know, any sort of, you know, second guessing. Just get to your spot. If you haven't already, please be sure to share this information with as many people as possible. Copy the link to the live stream, put it on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. That way we may be able to get this out to more and more people on social media. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out with more and more people on YouTube. All right, a lot of people could be tuning onto YouTube to try and figure out what's going on. That's what we're there for. All right, we're trying to spread this out with more and more people. So please be sure to hit that thumbs up button down below, or, you know, even do any way you can to interact with the channel by, you know, commenting in chat, subscribing. You can unsubscribe later and stuff like that. But you get what I mean. Just trying to, you know, get the information out the best we possibly can is what we can do. Fortunately, as of right now, we are starting to get to the point to where it is starting to encounter less and less debris, which means that this thing isn't going to show up with as large of a debris signature as we saw before, but still, it's got debris, it's slinging it around. We got to continue to monitor it. Let's see. I'm trying to view here. Not too much with this. But yeah, once again, we still have a large tornado that is ongoing right now. It is actually starting to go over the water. It's starting to turn into a water spout. And here in a bit, this thing more than likely will turn back into a tornado as it goes right next to Baytown. This is about to pass near the McNair and the Baytown areas here. And if you know anyone that lives over there, they need to get into their safe space. All right, Baytown, McNair, Texas. If that sounds familiar, to anyone who is on this stream, whether you live there or whether you have a friend, tell them that a large and extremely dangerous tornado, a large and destructive tornado, is heading towards that area. So this is a tornado emergency for southeastern Harris and western Chambers County. If you're in Baytown, this thing's going to impact you in about, I would say even now, but this thing says at 2:40 it'll impact you. Barrett, this thing is going to impact you at 2:45. So if you're in Barrett, you need to get in your safe space right now. Cove at 2:50. You guys have about 15 minutes. I would say you guys need to go ahead and just start getting pillows, get mattresses, get any sort of way to put as many walls between yourself and the tornado as possible. Go do that. Mont Bellevue at 2:55, it's going to get near your area. Same thing. Go get any sort of things that you may be able to put as many walls in between yourself and the tornado. Old River Winfrey at about 3. You guys have the most amount of time. I would be on high alert with this. If you guys want to go ahead and get stuff and go ahead and get ready, you can, but you have about 25 minutes until the storm gets literally on top of you. So in about 10 to 15 minutes, I would continue to monitor this. If this thing is still on the ground, I would head into my safe space too. But all of these areas over here, and I will pull it up here with Radar Omega so that we can be able to show you guys here. All these areas need to get into their safe space right now, as there is a significant situation ongoing over here into portions of Texas. And as I said, this is in Houston. This is in South Houston. It's actually more southeast Houston now. Tornado emergency has been issued by the National Weather Service. Just for reference, I can just zoom out and show you guys where we're at specifically. This is now East Houston. So Houston's right there, and this is where the tornado is. It is now getting near the Baytown area. It is also getting very close towards the McNair and the Cove area. So if you're in those areas, once again, get into your safe space now. I'm going to change the title so that way we can continue to inform people who might be tuning into the stream right now. This is in East Houston, and this is a tornado emergency that is ongoing at this time. All right, it does look like it's over the water. As of right now, it looks like it's over the water right now, so it's not slinging up debris. Unfortunately, we're going to be able to determine if this thing is still a water spout and or a tornado here within the next frame. All right, so once again, we got to hope that the people over here who live near Lynchburg, sorry, the worst time to have hiccups. Lynchburg, Cody, McNair, and Baytown, if you're over in these areas, I got to continue to emphasize this over and over and over again. There's a large tornado that is right in that area. There's a reason why they've issued a tornado emergency. You need to get in your safe space right now, all right? If you're in LaPorte or in Deer Park, you guys are starting to get out of the tornado risk. The tornado is actually already past you, but don't go outside quite yet. Wait for the rain to stop, all right? Wait for the rain to stop, because we don't want you guys to get hit by anything else, all right? Usually when it's still a lot of heavy rain, we still got some stormy conditions outside. That's not safe for you, all right? We need you guys to stay indoors until the storms officially pass. So once again, this is still a tornado emergency that is ongoing. Baytown, Cody, McNair, and Lynchburg. If you're in these areas, you need to get in your safe space, and there it is. There's the debris signature. It is still ongoing at this time. So this is still a tornado in progress. This is still 100% a tornado in progress. And it is officially crossed. It has crossed the little channel here. So this is still an ongoing situation for Cody and McNair, as we still have a tornado in progress. Once again, large tornado, large and extremely dangerous tornado that is ongoing right now. They just updated it. And yes, this is located over northwestern Baytown. So they say northwestern Baytown, still a tornado in progress. And this is still a tornado, or actually, this is not a tornado emergency anymore. This is now a PDS tornado warning. This is now just a PDS. We still have, I'm still going to treat this as if it's still a tornado emergency right now. It's just a PDS, but still, this is a large and extremely dangerous tornado. Large and extremely dangerous tornado that is still ongoing. If you're in Cedar Bayou, or if you're in, along I-10, just to the east of Lynchburg, if you're over near the Mont Bellevue areas, as well as the Old River Winfrey area, the Old River Community, as well as the Esperson areas, and then areas along the North Highway 146, the intersection of 146 and 10, as well as 99 and 10. If you're over there, you need to get in your safe space. If I call out any of your roads, you guys need to get in your safe space as well. John Martin Road. This is Garth Road. This is Wallaceville Road, as well as North Main Street. Areas near the Ferris Airport, the Crosby Barbers Hill area, Cedar Bayou, Lynchburg Road, anywhere near the Cuban Cafe, as well as the Walmart over there near the Ross S. Sterling High School. If you're near the Ross S. Sterling High School, there is definitely the potential of the tornado still being there. So if you're there, or if you're north of the high school near I-10, you need to get in your safe space as of this moment. Because this thing is still going, and it looks like the velocities have actually weakened it. Or it has temporarily weakened here, which might be the good news here. And yeah, there is no more debris signature. It actually had a brief tornado. So I wonder actually if this thing briefly weakened over the water. I wonder if this thing did weaken over the water. That is something really... That is very, very interesting. Latest scan. Yeah, once again, no more debris signature here. There is still some pretty strong rotation that is about to cross over I-10. So it is now north of that high school. It is about to cross over I-10 near Cody and McNair. And it'll potentially even head off towards the Mount Bellevue area, even to the west of Mount Bellevue. So need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. This is now a PDS tornado warning, even though this was previously a tornado emergency. We still have quite a lot of indications here that could tell us that, hey, you know, maybe this thing could still be trying to produce a tornado. And it very well could. Oh, that's debris fallout, I believe. Oh, what in the... I've never seen that before. Go with that. It went down again. Wow. Very interesting. They just updated it. And it is no longer... They say it's no longer on the ground. It just says a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. So fortunately, it is updated to the point to where it is not on the ground right now. That's the good news. There is still some rotation with it, though. If you guys see anything on Twitter, please be sure.
Parts you've got to seek shelter.
Oh, wow. Real quickly, I'll show this to you guys here on Twitter. If you guys have any pictures, any videos and stuff like that, please send it to me.
New from the Weather Service, a confirmed large and destructive tornado was observed over northwestern Pasadena, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is a tornado emergency for parts of South Harris County. If you are in the path of this circulation, you have got to seek shelter. This is a confirmed large and dangerous tornado. And based on what we're seeing now, you can definitely see the circulation has gotten stronger and it's gotten larger. This is working. This has just been through northwestern Pasadena. They're saying moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. The circulation is working its way towards Deer Park. Okay, so Morgan's Point, San Jacinto State Park, near you around 2:30, Baytown, Highlands, and Channelview around 2:35.
It's a wall cloud right there. That's the edge of it right there. I'm also curious to see what camera this is. But that right there.
On Bellevue and Cove, new from the Weather Service, a confirmed large and destructive.
Very interesting. Yeah, once again, if you guys find anything, I'm going to search up Deer Park here in a second. But if you guys do find anything, please be sure to let me know. So once again, this is a tornado warning now. It was a tornado emergency. It had produced a large and extremely dangerous tornado near Deer Park. Tornado damage. Let me see. Oh, that's apparently some significant damage. There's some video. It's from Laney D. Tilt your guys' heads to the side. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to see it correctly. This is tilted. You can see the power pole completely bent right there. Lot of trees down. Yeah, that looks like it. Watch Reed's stream. So I can't show Reed's stream, but I definitely can watch it on the side screen. If you guys would like to watch... Oh, that is a lot of damage from Reed Timmer. Jeez. If you guys would like to watch Reed Timmer, that's his. That's the link to his channel. He's a storm chaser. Hmm. You know, honestly, I think this thing could very well be trying to recycle. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, there's a lot of debris over there on Reed's stream, so if you want to go take a look, feel free. But I think this storm is trying to recycle. I think it is trying to recycle again. Fortunately, where it's going, it's very much so less populated, but if you live near Liberty and Devers, as well as, of course, Mount Bellevue, do not be surprised if you got some more activity here. I'm also going to be retweeting all the stuff that I see on Twitter. Look at the N-Rod as it went over Deer Park. It's probably absolutely insane. Hmm. 62 on top of 92. Yeah, that is very strong. 64 on top of 102. Yeah, that'll do it. Man, oh man. Is it possible for a tornado to turn into a hurricane? Nope. Hurricanes are an entirely separate thing. So, believe it or not, hurricanes want everything to be moist. And I mean everything. Everything needs to be warm and moist. Tornadoes can form whether it's warm, whether it's cold, whether it's dry. Although, they prefer it not to be dry. And hurricanes can also form tornadoes inside of them. Yeah, I think this thing is trying to reproduce. I really do believe that this thing is really trying. And if that's the case, then we really need to continue to get the information. Excuse me. Is that debris fallout? No, it's not. Impossible. Impossibile. It is not debris fallout. I have no idea what that is, though. Speaking of which, how high did the debris go? Let's actually do some calculations, shall we? Shall we do some calculations? Who's up for some calculations? You ready? Ready to have some fun? It's actually not fun whatsoever, but it's very interesting, I'll tell you what. You guys ready for some quick funs? All right, everyone's ready for some calculations. Right here is the Samuel Emerson tornado intensity guidance. Intensity prediction, intensity. So, we just had a significant tornado that just went through for people who are trying to figure that out. Very strong tornado once again. Very strong tornado. So, how strong was this thing, though? Alright, it was strong, but how strong was it? Well, let's see if this thing can calculate it. V inbound, negative 56.3. So this would be 56.3. Maximum outbound. 89.4. Rotational velocity 72.8. And height of debris using correlation coefficient, shall we? Well, let's go back over here and let's take a look at our the debris height together. 0.9, 1.3, 1.8, 2.4, 3.1. Actually, you know what we could do? We could just slice it. See, that's easy. Boom. From what I can tell, it looks like this right here is where the main debris is. Right there. So I would say about 12,000 feet. I would say about 12,000 feet. Does that sound about right? And while we're at it, the tornado warning has been canceled, by the way, because the velocities just straight up died. So that's a thing, fortunately enough. I would say 12,000 feet, no? More like 10? Meet halfway and say 11, I guess? What do you guys think? Was that 10 or 10, 11, or 12? And be realistic. 11? Everyone says 11? All right, let's go to 11. Survey says 132.7. That would make it, according to this calculation, and this is, of course, experimental, so this does not mean that it's exactly this. All right. But according to this calculation, this was an EF3. Now, of course, we'd have to verify it with the damage that we'd probably see here in a bit, because there's going to be a bunch of pictures coming in. We already know this. But that's what the calculations say. And the intensity probability, believe it or not, 36% of the time this thing is an EF2, and 47% of the time this thing is an EF3. So this looks like a low-end strong tornado, but I mean, obviously a strong tornado is a strong tornado. High-end EF2, low-end EF3. But still a strong tornado. I mean, you know, when you get to EF2 and above, I mean, they all do damage. And speaking of them all doing damage, unfortunately, it looks like we've got another one. Unfortunately, it looks like we've got another one. Yeah, if I had to say here specifically, this one is a new one, by the way, a new rotation that just formed here near Cove, and it's gonna probably produce a tornado. So if you know anyone who lives near Hankhammer, oh, interesting. But as I said, I really do believe that this thing might be trying to produce another tornado. Cove, Hankhammer. Let's see if we can actually look through. Oh, look, it's Brad Arnold. Wow. His thing is actually on for once on Omega, so that's nice to see. It's not like we can see. Yeah, Wallaceville, Abashir Settlement, Hankhammer, Shiloh. I really do believe that we probably could get another one here in a second. His promise with the 10, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. 91,000 customers without power throughout the Houston area. Sheesh. Yeah, that's a tornado that just went across I-10. There we go. So that's another one, another tornado here. Hankhammer. I wonder if he sees the tornado. I'm not sure if he does. But Eminence. Yeah, there's the debris signature right there. And Moss Bluff, Shiloh, Abshir Settlement. All of you guys need to get in your safe space right now.
Tornado warning for North Central Chambers County in southeastern Texas, southeastern Liberty County in southeastern Texas.
Yeah, so there's the new tornado warning. Once again, another debris signature. Still ongoing. So it's another tornado. Fortunately, as I said, not as many people live over here. All right, but the main areas that we got to watch would definitely have to be Devers and Shiloh. If you're over near Shiloh and Devers, you need to get in your safe space. Because this thing is heading off towards your area. Just updated. Once again, some more stuff. Here's some pictures here. This is Spencer Highway, a mile east of Beltway 8. Look at this. Yeah, interesting stuff there. That's from Jacob Hale, J Hale WX. There's the confirmation. That is indeed on the ground. So once again, Shiloh and Devers in Texas need to get in your safe space. Shiloh and Devers need to get in your safe space. And yeah, debris signature is starting to get a little bit larger as the velocity signature starts to get weaker. So looks like this thing also might be kind of dying out a little bit too. It kind of pulsed a little bit. Produced a tornado, and then just kind of weakened a little bit. Trying to see if there's any other pictures. I don't see any more. Once again, if you guys find anything, please be sure to share it with me. CC looks like a multi-vortex. Probably what it was before. Let's turn it off, configure polling, and let's go back to 12 volumes. Yeah, velocities have completely deteriorated on that. So that's good. I'm trying to look across to see if there's any more storms. Maybe this one that's north of San Leon. Check read stream. He's looking at his drone. Although I can't see his drone live because it's not actively live. Let's go back up. Yeah, once again, debris signature, it's still there. It's just fanning. So there's a lot of debris in the air, which means that if you know anyone who lives near Shiloh, as I've mentioned, which is the next town that's up, right along Moss Bluff Road, you need to get in your safe space. This one definitely seems like the one to probably try to continue to sustain. I want to go back. I want to go back to... whack. That's all I gotta say. I also want to go back in time with this, too. Because this was when it first started, and then it recycled. Interesting. That's a giant bow echo, so I don't anticipate too much with that then. Jeez. Yeah, it definitely did deteriorate. I'm just looking at Twitter and I'm trying to see what all people are saying, and I mean it's just absolutely insane. There's some more pictures. Let's actually before I show you guys, well, I'm going to show you guys the pictures now actually. That's a house near Pasadena. Let's police scanner. Was that still a part of Galveston County where it went over? Nah, it looks like Harris County still. South Houston fire. Should be South Houston.
Heard of Uline? You know.
I don't care about your ads. Go away.
$5,000 business products in stock in our own warehouses, with customer service reps on the line to get you what you need when you need it.
Yeah, these storms are
every single time. Maybe you heard it here first.
absolutely insane.
Visit uline.com. ULINE.
At least the ones that are along the warm front. So we have that. East Side Division. We also have that too. Everyone else is listening to that. All right.
18 Frank 32, show you going code 2 major crash. 18 Frank 30, 231 through Fountain View Drive. The ambulance is telling you to approach from Augusta to Burgoyne because there's high water in the area. Silver Lexino Walmart minivan.
There we go. Also, watch out for the potential of sudden tornadic. Jeez.
Minor accident. It's on I-45 southbound, just under, I believe it's the Main Street. Yeah, Main Street Bridge, just to the south of that. They're standing out there in the lane with traffic flying by them.
Don't be surprised if this produces a water spout over here near Smith's Point.
48, we got it out of the way. You can clear this information. That's what you need. 18 frame 31, that's what sounds wrong. They're blowing up. He's only got 2 on my box.
Hmm.
Diesel times 2 moves up station for AM. Street Bridge, just south of Pat Street. Traffic's flying by pretty good, and I'm northbound. I'm not turning on it.
The patient in rehab hospital was brought to location for mental health services a few days ago, and it's not clear to leave. Wants you to come get him from location to go home, and I have no information on the patient. Michael called it in.
This is another video. Viewers' discretion is advised, whether it's because of language or because of graphic showing.
Yes, sir.
There's a lot of RVs that are. That building's collapsed on the left. Seemed like too much damage there on the right. Very interesting.
700 South Victory. It's going to be in North Shepherd's area.
Adam 24, I show you in route to that code 2 crash, north 45 outbound in Main Street. It's going to be an Impala versus an unknown vehicle. Y'all cover the address 10411 North Freeway, yeah, Walmart.
Is that another cell merger? Possibly.
219, we're shut down Kimo Drive at 1300.
Jeez, a big gust front right here that's approaching Galveston. Like a huge gust front.
Keeping up preemptive also that one sending another high water call. It's going to be 700 South Victory. It's in North Shepherd area. Quick.
72-7 boy.
Camera's not doing anything for me. Wow.
Beach now at 15:30. I'll see the crow. I crashed into a crow. Handicap. It's pretty close there with no transport, no change.
So I have no sky camera over there. That's great.
2205 Galveston.
1 Adam 57.
Big severe thunderstorm warning for Galveston just got issued.
Go ahead.
57 is clear. I show you preempted and in route to that
Huge
code.
one actually. There's a big bow echo right here.
On the side of the street, it's going to be a father and son fighting. White male, late 50s, white shirt, and a white male with a blue shirt.
Are you holding a major north post
Lamau?
There's no major in that area right now.
401 dispatch, all those calls that are
flooded roadway. You can look for one of my numbers. The water was getting added already.
1724.
81 Y30.
81
Of
Y30.
course.
Ma'am, I'm not able to do the call back, but that one that you're holding there, exit 47.
Yes, Infinity Girl.
The areas
Yes,
within
Sam.
downtown that I checked on the camera, the freeways were clear. That could be over in 12 and 10 speed area. Yeah, check that 1724 for tornado control for
Yes, there is. There is a tornado threat for Georgia tomorrow, but it's a small one. It's a small one, and it's in southwestern Georgia.
172-4, wait for your backup, please.
Roger on him.
We got a high water up on North Main.
Stay by which switch?
That is a good question. Real question is, will I still be able to stream by then?
States, your patient was transported to Ventab for ambulance 68.
Frank 29 evenings.
Frank 180.
Sometimes still load up.
Am I gonna be live tomorrow? Unlikely. Very unlikely. Ooh, that main tornado threat now is gone off the side of things. Still have a pretty big violent tornado parameter threat there, though.
Is your clear?
Look at that. Notice how the 3 Cape and Vorticity align perfectly within this area. You see this? You see that? You see that? That right there is the recipe for tornadoes. True facts. There is absolutely no surface-based cape whatsoever. There is absolutely none.
Suspect still on location in 11 Henry Twain.
Number for the 1300 Kingwood Drive. No more.
Car's blocking moving lanes. The Florida Mercedes black. School's
Trying to figure out.
27 boy. She was getting flagged down at the Dix in Marlin Plaza. This is 700 Marlin Plaza.
Yeah, there's that 3 Cape with the bulk shear again. Yeah, 3 Cape is the way to figure out what's going on.
I need another unit that can be route to this code 1 home invasion in progress.
17 today, and we're still waiting on the shop.
Alright.
It's unsurprising.
Something like that. He transferred that to Public Works, and I'm not sure what we'll do about that. Come from Pippies also.
Oh, sir. I'm trying to get all the calls.
Who got hit? It was Eastern Houston.
Signing in.
What do I think about the Louisiana, Mississippi portions? I think Louisiana is definitely going to get it. But Mississippi, I don't see too much with that.
They're confirming is 11H13. There's going to be 2205 Galveston.
24C21, man. Can you show me getting flagged down on call slip 6894? And can I get a record of my location, please?
I don't hear anything from the scanners, so they're not telling me too much, honestly. Or at least I'm thinking they're not telling me a whole lot. Still trying to scan through to try and see if there's any more pictures. Oh, that could be it. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I'm not retweeting it quite yet. Still got big severe thunderstorm warning here for Galveston. I honestly think Gilchrist could probably get more of the impacts. I think they're probably going to get more of the activity than Galveston could. But it is over. There is no more tornado threat for Houston. Houston's fine. Yeah, Galveston does have a camera on the beach. We might as well, shall we? You know how it is. It's the Galveston beach. Can I see hail? Only small amounts of hail on radar. Not large ones. It's getting pretty close to familiar territory here soon. Well, but I'm pretty sure that the tornado that went through East Houston, I'm pretty sure it was in the 10% SIG regardless. All right, that's a supercell. So that storm that's over near Galveston right now, that's a supercell. Which is very interesting. That's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northwestern
Beaumont.
Jefferson County in southeastern Texas, southeastern Hardin County in southeastern Texas, northwestern Orange County in southeastern Texas.
Yeah, that is Beaumont. That is a new tornado warning for Beaumont. Looks like the storm, it'll take a little bit to get to Beaumont, but yeah, in about a half an hour, it'll get next to Beaumont. Curiosity killed the cat, honestly. I am going to organize my radars. I had my radar in Lake Charles for a while, and then it just... Yeah. So I'm going to organize my radars. But yeah, I do believe... Yeah, there you go. Nome. China, Beaumont. I'm curious. I'm very curious. Go away, Galveston. Lumberton. And this is why I have that sky camera map. Alright, well, we have a camera ready. It's in Lumberton. We also have another camera in Beaumont, I believe, but it's looking off to the east. So, we're just gonna have to do something like that. Bayou. That makes sense. Bayou. But if you're in Nome, if you're in China, and if, well, China, Texas, not actual China. Graysburg, Bevel Oaks, US Highway 90, you need to get in your safe space. Software am I running that gives me the audio warning? That would be GR Earth. GR Earth updates it. Can we get a link to the cams? No, this is my private one. I'd be giving the access to my I'd probably give access to my my members and stuff like that. Oh, that could be a CC drop. You know, that very well could be a tornado on the ground. Once again, if you live in Nome, you should be in your safe space right now. Nome, Texas, followed by China, Bevel Oaks, Rose Hill Acres, and Beaumont. Let's just read it out. It should be in Nome at about now. Sour Lake in about 3:35. China at around 3:40. Bevel Oaks at 3:45. Beaumont at 3:55. And then Vidor, Rose City, Pine Forest, and Lakeview at around 4. So if you're in those areas, you need to get into your safe space. That's a tornado warning until 4 p.m. Central Standard Time. If they mean the link to the sky cameras, possibly. I probably can. This is... Oh, that's not what I wanted. This is the link that I'm using right now for the one camera in Lumberton. It's not in Lumberton yet, so obviously we can't use the camera. Because Lumberton's right here. The rotation's right here in Nome, and it's still got a while to travel. But once again, if you're in Graysburg, Sour Lake, or Grayburg, Sour Lake, Nome, China, Bevel Oaks, you need to get in your safe space. And yeah, it looks like there was indeed a tornado. I notice how I say was. Yeah, I think there was a tornado. I don't think it's on the ground right now. Definitely a brief one. But, yeah. Yeah. Definitely was a brief tornado. But if you're in Nome or in China, in Texas, you need to get in your safe space. Interesting. Shell Deer Park Chemicals is saying that they're experiencing an incident due to severe weather. And they said there is no threat to the community. That's really interesting. Really? That's kind of crazy. I didn't know that. That's kind of crazy. Front's now moving in. Oh yeah, Galveston's getting slapped. A lot of strong damaging winds with that. I'm actually kind of surprised that they, well, maybe not. There is some rotation with this. Very strong damaging winds approaching Galveston right now, honestly. Very strong damaging winds. So if you're in Galveston, still, get indoors, stay away from windows. Any confirmed tornadoes? Yeah, we had a tornado emergency in Houston. You would have to send it to me on Twitter and not on YouTube. Ooh. This is some damage from Reed from his drone. Look at this. Roof's ripped off on that one. Even the exterior wall here. Or actually, no, that's just the deck. That's just the deck right there to get to the buildings. There's a wall broken off. So that definitely looks like EF2 damage. If I had to guess. There's no way that's true. There's no way that's real. Bruh. That's amazing. I'm not gonna lie. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. What time? What, about an hour ago? Something like that? Yeah, about an hour ago. I'm still trying to find out what the damage was over there. I mean, there's still some damage. So far, I've seen EF2 stuff. This is a video here from Mount Bellevue. Sometimes I'm relatively happy when I follow Ella. True facts. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm always happy. But this is when the storm passed through there with a tornado warning. I mean, look at those winds. Pretty crazy, isn't it? Sonia, did you take these pictures yourself? Parktown townhouses. If you did take these pictures yourself, I'm gonna at the National Weather Service. I'm gonna show these to the National Weather Service so that way they can figure out the intensity of that storm. Oh, your sister who lives in those townhomes. Okay. Okay. Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm going to at the National Weather Service in Houston. There you go. I'm also going to look up where this is here real quickly so that way everyone can kind of get an idea as to where this damage was. So the Parktown townhomes in Deer Park. So for reference here, guys, okay, this is where those townhomes are right here. And this is east of the Burnett Junior High School. So this is definitely on the eastern side. This is east of Highway 8. And it's not at the Pasadena Freeway quite yet. But this is what they saw here. And definitely some light damage over there. The bricks fell. You can see big dent to the car right there. Huge dent to the car. Definitely some sort of debris. But this is where stuff really gets crazy. Look at these look at the damage to the roofs here. And then look at that. The roof right here completely ripped off. Roof ripped off. Door blown open. That right there definitely looks like... And this looks like a well-built building, too. This definitely looks like that high-end EF2 to maybe even low-end EF3 type damage that we tried to look at with the Sam Emerson. Red Adair's on that storm. It's kind of interesting. That's over near China. I do believe the storm that's south of I-10 near Stowell and Winnie are approaching that. Could potentially try to produce a tornado here soon. The good news is, and the only reason why I know this because I've covered this area before near Taylor's Landing. Once you get past Winnie, there really isn't a whole lot until you get to Sabine Pass and Port Arthur. So really it's just Winnie and Stowell, as well as, of course, High Island. If this pass is in between the two, then it isn't really as big of a threat. But Still, Winnie Stowell, if you're over there in Texas, I would highly recommend you get into your safe space, as there is a storm that definitely could be tornadic right within there. Come in. I think my suspicions are coming true. I think the storm that's approaching Winnie and Stowell is going to try and produce a tornado. So, if you guys live over there, you need to get in your safe space if you haven't already. Once again, lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. And I do believe this is going to be tornado warned here relatively soon. So this will be heading off into the eastern portions of Chambers County, into the western portions of Jefferson County. Actually, it's the southwestern portions of Jefferson County. Nice to see you, security guard. Nice to see you. We could also be talking about some water spouts here in a bit, but it's not like we really care about the water spouts too much now since it's going over the water. So really all we have to worry about is Beaumont and Sabine Pass. There is a couple of cameras that are over in Sabine Pass, so we might be able to see some stuff potentially, but... Yeah, Winnie and Stowell. I had kind of figured as much that would be the case. It does look like Winnie and Stowell. That is the place to be looking for. There's also still some rotation near China. But we kind of knew this for a while now. I'm waiting for another frame before I say that thing could potentially be producing a tornado. But I do believe, as I said, southwest of Stowell and southwest of Winnie, approaching Stowell and Winnie here in Texas, you need to get in your safe space. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet with no windows, so you can put as many walls between yourself and the tornadic rotation as possible. What kind of season are we expecting for severe weather? Plains. At least I hope, plains. Will I track it when it's over, when it heads to Alabama? It might be too late for that, but we'll see, we'll see. I'm definitely tracking it into Louisiana, even though it's going to be very difficult to do so. I definitely will. No debris signature on that yet. Yeah, maybe. That storm that's east of China could potentially try to continue to intensify. I definitely think it is a possibility. Where was this at, Bucky? Out of curiosity. I can still show the video. But I'm wondering where that is. Oh, that was Galveston. Okay, perfect, perfect, perfect. Let me send this off to the National Weather Service in Houston as well. At least if they saw anything. That does look pretty intense, though. At least in the beginning. A lot of rain. Very heavy rain. I'll show the chat the one that is a shorter video. But there you go. Lot of heavy rain. Lot of heavy rain. And of course, you know, if you haven't heard the saying, you're going to hear it now. Turn around, don't drown. All right? If you find a flooded roadway, don't drive into it because it could actually be a lot deeper than it actually appears to be. The thing of it is when you drive and you see a flooded area, it looks a lot shallower than it actually is. And that's how people get stuck because they're just, you know, they don't pay attention. That's pretty funny. Whack. Don't see debris signature with that southern one. Northern one that's approaching Beaumont. It's still trying. Both of these still have rotation, to be fair. They're just not doing too much. Alright, let's take a look at Lake Charles, because we're starting to get to that point to where some of these storms that are out in front are going to start to try and surge inland. And obviously, we don't really want to be caught red-handed here, so to be completely honest with you, alright? From now on, alright? From now until I'd say time I decide to end the stream, okay? Anywhere along the Louisiana coastline, if you live over there, expect the unexpected, alright? I wouldn't, you know, be paranoid. I wouldn't be paranoid, but I'd have a plan of action on the off chance that something does happen. All right? Because a lot of these storms that are moving from the Gulf inland, they could potentially try and produce tornadoes. So, once again, if you live along the Louisiana coastline, the southern portions of Louisiana, whether that's Cameron Parish, Vermilion Parish, Iberia Parish, St. Mary Parish, Terrebonne, Lafourche, Jefferson, Plaquemines, you gotta watch out. You're watching out. Because I do believe that it is now that time. It is now that time. There's someone showing CC in China. Are they? Are they though? Yeah, good catch. A brief tornado. Good catch. Brief tornado in China. Yeah, very good catch. Old Dobby High School. Where is that? Where is Old Dobby? Oh, that's on the southern side of Beltway 10. That's on the southern side of Beltway 10. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for West Central Jefferson County in southeastern Texas.
Well, oh, why is this not loading? This is great. You know, maybe if Houston could, load, that'd be great. Did Houston's radar have an outage? Anyone know? That's still a new tornado warning, though. And it went over Winnie and Fayette. Yeah, there's the new tornado warning. So we definitely let you guys know about that one. Definitely kind of knew about that. Yeah, I think Houston's radar down? Tornado risk will increase this evening across southern Louisiana, and a tornado watch will be likely needed in the next hour or two. That was the latest mesoscale discussion that they had over there. Yeah, I would say it's out. Which means we probably have to use Lake Charles's radar now. It's not impossible. It is not impossible. These storms are approaching Lake Charles, so that actually makes life just a tiny smidge easier. But I definitely would like to have Houston's radar as like a second perspective, like a second set of eyes. And what I mean by that is when we have these storms that are in the middle of a radar like this, you can have your radar when it's out in front of it. Sure, the storms are moving closer and closer to it, but it's also got to look through a lot of rain to get to where the rotation is. Whereas if it was on the backside and we're looking at the rotation on the backside, there's not really a whole lot of rain back there to kind of, interfere with true data. So but regardless, tornado warnings here. If you're in Beaumont, Nederland, Taylor Landing, Jefferson County. KHOU channel in Houston is up. You mean THOU? Let's see. Yeah, but it doesn't reach. Fortunately. Oh, it just updated. It legitimately just updated. All right, well, there we go. Made life so much easier. Yeah, it full on had a power outage for about 10 minutes. So now it's back up. Good stuff, good stuff. Just seen another tornado watch in Friendswood. Friendswood. Friendswood, Texas is all right as of right now, and they just barely, I would go actually check to see how they're doing over there, because a tornado passed just barely north of them. So I would go check to see how they're doing. Unless if you live over there. Then how are you doing? You okay over there? You okay? Hope you are. That tornado warning for Beaumont has now been canceled. That's some good news. It's on your local news 5 minutes ago. Yeah, there is definitely a tornado watch for Friendswood. Or at least I think it's close. I would say you guys are right on the border of it. The good news as of right now, according to this, I'll go back to this view right here. Harris County's out of the tornado watch. So if you're in Harris County, you're good. All right, there's nothing more that you need to worry about, if anything. Brazoria County, you guys are good. You guys are done. Practically anyone west of that, you're done. All right. There's no more stuff that you can really anticipate. It's stuff that's from Beaumont and east. That really is what you can see. That might be a tornado warning. They might have another tornado warning here soon for Taylor Landing. There's a little bit of rotation right here. I wouldn't be surprised if something... Yeah, there is definitely some new rotation within that, and that is starting to intensify. So, Taylor Landing, all right? I know there's not a whole lot over here except for north of it. But Taylor Landing, That area over there, and then eventually towards Port Arthur, Nederland, and Groves. Don't be surprised if there's some stuff over there. Slight damage in Pasadena, Texas only. All warnings canceled. Thank goodness for that. So here's what I'm talking about here real quickly. Let's see if I can pull this up. Yeah, we're definitely not using base velocity. All right, so here's storm relative velocity. And from a velocity perspective, yes, this thing is definitely definitely rotating. You see the reds moving away, the greens moving towards, right in the middle. Definitely some tornadic rotation. Normalized rotation indicates it too. No debris signature quite yet. No spectrum with spike with it yet. So I don't think it's on the ground quite yet. It definitely could be here relatively soon, but I'd watch out for it. What about Lake Charles? You guys could definitely see some activity. I would be watching out for it, honestly. There's also a water spout right now. That is definitely a water spout, if I do say so myself. Anything for Tampa, Florida tomorrow night? Not really. I think you should be fine. Once again, I really do appreciate all your guys' support so far to the stream. Thank you so much. We're at 441 likes. Yeah, you always hear me say, hey, the higher the amount of likes we can get, the more we can get this out to more and more people. I mean, we're going to be covering this for still quite some time. But Brentwood equals Friendswood. Oh, okay. That's pretty cool down the trail. You seem to be familiar with southeastern Pennsylvania. God, I am definitely living in Pennsylvania, all right. I am a Pennsylvanian, and that is true for people who think that I'm actually joking. You must really know southeastern Texas trivia. One can only assume you live there. One can only assume. But yeah, as I said, I do believe that this thing probably... Sheesh. He's right next to it. How did he catch up that quickly? Brad Arnold is having a day, I'll tell you what. Have a day, Brad Arnold. For being able to chase. But yeah, there is definitely some rotation. 100%. Oh, that's pretty cool. Alright, yeah, after further review, this thing is now probably going to be on the ground. Yeah, after further review... And honestly, I could possibly go as far as saying this one could probably be a strong tornado as well. Let's actually see. First off, what are the vertical wind profile photograph for Lake Charles? Very loopy, so that's nice. Mesoanalysis. Please update, thank you. It is not updated yet. It probably should update here in a second. That's the forecast. And it did just update. Yeah, it just updated. There's a lot of 3 Cape over there with vorticity, so I wouldn't be surprised if this thing does go. I do think this thing has a shot. And yeah, that's a debris signature. It is crossing the road right now. It is crossing the road. And that is a confirmed tornado, and that is a big debris signature. Whack. That is a debris signature. Brad Arnold's gonna get hit by a tornado. I'm sorry, Brad Arnold is being hit by a tornado. Whack. Yeah, he definitely just got hit by a tornado. That's crazy. Anyways, back to the subject at hand. Tornado on the ground right now, Taylor Landing. If you live in these areas here, all right, I'm a little slightly familiar because I've covered this area before. All right, if you're near Nederland, I think it's Nederland. Oh yeah, that was a large tornado that I just saw. I can't believe that. Holy. Yeah, he did just straight up cover that. That was a large tornado. Brad is having a day. Wow. Yeah, tornadoes are slightly more unpredictable. Houston is down again. Houston's not doing anything. I'm just gonna go back to Lake Charles and just hope for the best. But yeah, it's still a debris signature. Yeah, Brad Arnold legitimately got hit by a tornado. I have no clue if he's alright or not. No clue. But listen. The video that he had, that was pretty bonkers. Sheesh. Well, the immediate threat is now Nederland. Thanks. I like this hoodie too. Brad's fine? Okay, perfect. Yeah, I mean, the tornado just went right over him. So... I guess the good news about this tornado, at least, is that if it did hit anything, which it looks like it barely missed this residential area right here. Although that's not... It's turning into that little area right now. What is that? Well, anyways, it doesn't look like it hit a real large populous area, which is the good news. That's LaBelle and Taylor Landing. Interesting. Hmm. Sheesh. Netherland? Yeah, that was a heck of a shot from Brad. As I said, he's having a day. He all he sees is red. Red of tornadoes. Oh, what?
Tornado warning for southwestern Beauregard Parish in southwestern Louisiana, southwestern Newton County in southeastern Texas, southeastern Jasper County in southeastern Texas.
Oh, what in the world? What? That thing is elevated as all get out. And even then, the thing has some strong elevator rotation. Holy. 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 Yeah, I think it's some strong elevator rotation. I'd definitely watch out for that. But yeah, it's a new tornado warning. That'd be Newton and Jasper counties here in Texas, as well as Beauregard Parish here in Louisiana. If you live in those areas, you need to get into your safe space. There's also an area here near DeQuincy and Perkins. I actually wonder if this thing could potentially be tornadic as well. I'm genuinely curious. Yeah, it does look like it has a mesocyclone. So I'd say yes. Go back down south. Yeah, it doesn't look like there's as much debris right now, fortunately. And yeah, it doesn't look like it's on the ground anymore. Yeah, radar indicated a TDS. Makes sense. Yeah, that definitely looks like some strong rotation, at least at the 1.3 tilt. That's what, just shy of 7,000 feet above radar level. So definitely some sort of elevator rotation there. I still think the storm near DeQuincy and Perkins should be something we should watch. And of course we'll watch it a little bit later on. Alright, that is updated. So there's still some rotation near Netherland. Although other people are saying Nederland. Nina with the 5, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Thank you so much. Here's some pictures here of some damage in Houston from Pasadena. Very interesting. Doesn't look super significant from that photo, but I mean, there still could be more stuff. That's another tornado warning extension for Netherlands.
East Central Jefferson County in southeastern Texas, South Central Orange County in southeastern Texas.
Yeah, that is an extension. By the way, this is the picture that Brad Arnold had. This is absolutely intense picture. Obviously not showing the video, because, you know, that man's gotta get paid. But I mean, that thing was as up close and personal as you can get it. All right. Pulled that up. That's fine. Yeah, something really just tells me DeQuincy and Perkins just really needs to watch out. Hackberry and then areas near Lake Charles. That's going to be an area to watch. As a matter of fact, hold up. Before I do this, Netherlands. So is it Nederland? It's probably Netherlands. I'm very curious right now, chat, so give me a second. I'm gonna see if these cameras here from Lake Charles are online or not. Please be online. Dang. South Lake Charles. Let's go. It's still online. What about Westlake? Westlake's not online. Okay, well, it is what it is. We've got one camera in Lake Charles online, and that's all we need. That's all we need. There's something wrong with me. Just make sure you say onion right. Okay, yeah. Clearly. Clearly, I'm not capable of saying onion correctly. I really do believe that DeQuincy cell. I really do believe that is one that we need to watch. You know, just saying. We've also got a bunch of cells off the coast that are certainly interesting as well. Nederland, like Nederland. Yeah, I would just take it slow. It's you know, just take it slow. Try to think through it clearly. I know it's a little tough, Andrew. I know it's a little tough. Truff? Jeez. I cannot speak. Tough. Is Port Arthur good? I would say stay indoors still. If you're in Port Arthur, I'd still stay indoors for another 10 minutes. Once 10 minutes is up, you guys are good. My curiosity is immense. Yeah, there is still a bit of vorticity, and there is still a bit of energy over there. Yeah, Houston's radar is just not going to function. So I'll tell you what. I'm just going to delete Houston's radars. I'm going to keep one on THOU just on the off chance that, you know, maybe another radar can actually function correctly. But with all due respect, no. It is now Lake Charles' time to shine. It's pronounced Ned like the man's name. Netherland. Netherland. Good stuff. Netherland. People keep saying knee all the time. It's officially Netherland. That's what y'all are gonna say. New tornado warning. What?
Tornado warning for West Central Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana, southwestern Newton County in southeastern Texas, northern Orange County in southeastern Texas.
They're really just gonna issue every single warning in the book because yes. That's how it's gonna be then. So I-10, a little bit of rotation over there. You get a tornado warning. Mauriceville, Little Cypress. If you are in those areas, you need to get into your safe space. Deweyville, and then eventually Starks in Louisiana. I really do believe that the sound near DeQuincy. I keep saying it over and over again. But if this thing continues on its own little journey, it's starting to become fuller. I would say it's even about to become a right mover. But what do I know? What do I know? Yeah, Calcasieu Parish. Sounds good down the trail. Thanks for coming out. Really do appreciate it. I'll catch you around. Yeah, Calcasieu Parish here, which is what? The main portion of Lake Charles. Actually, I think that's just nothing but Lake Charles, no? With, you know, some others around. Let me go over to the, Alright, I was looking at the Sabine Parish camera. Or not Sabine Parish, Sabine Pass camera. I don't see much. Could just be me being a forehead, though. I think we should get our camera in Lake Charles ready. I think we should. It can't see anything. There's a giant storm that's right on top of it. Here. So you see? Here's South Lake Charles. Look at all that rain. Now look at all that rain. There's a lot. Is this the same storm that's going to drop some snow on us in the Great Lakes region? Probably, but not like actually here. Like these storms are kind of flip-flopped. So you have rain on the south side, snow on the north side. Makes sense. So you're going to get the northern portion of this setup. Yeah, you can barely see the bridge. This is a bridge, by the way. I can't tell if that's it either. But anyways, that's a bridge. So we definitely have our camera ready. Just in case something sus happens. Excuse me. Alright, that's slightly concerning. Just a little bit. It looks like we could potentially be talking about another tornado here. Fortunately, this is north of Port Arthur. This is near Orange, though. There's a camera in Orange. Even though it's looking east, it's fine. There's a camera in Orange. I have no idea if they're going to turn the camera around or anything like that. But still, this does look like this thing could probably... This thing could probably try to produce a tornado. So if you're in Little Cypress and Orange and Pinehurst here in Texas... Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This thing just absolutely evolved over the past couple of minutes. And that might even be a debris signature. This thing has absolutely evolved. As you can see on the normalized rotation, we got some strong rotation with it. Usually when you see the reds. I mean, reds and pinks. There's the new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
And that is
West
confirmed.
Central Calcasieu Parish in southwestern
PDS.
Louisiana, northeastern Orange County in southeastern Texas.
PDS. Alright, well, we've got a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued here. This is Calcasieu Parish and Orange County, right on the border of Texas and Louisiana. That'll be in effect until 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 4:31 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located over Orangefield or near Bridge City, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. If you're in West Orange and Pinehurst, you're going to be impacted at 4:45, Orange and Forest Heights at 4:50, and Toomey at 4:55. So if you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space now, and that is a humongous debris signature. That is a humongous debris signature. That is a humongous debris signature. So, intersection of I-10 and 62. All right. If you know anyone who lives over there, near US Highway 90, Bancroft, Pavito, Tulane, anywhere from Orangefield Road and north into the Pinehurst area, you need to get in your safe space right now, because this is a significant tornado, more than likely. As I said, this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued. Big debris signature. And yeah, that velocity signature is quite scary too. Jeez. So once again, Pinehurst, Orange. Let's see. Is Orange... This is the Orange sky camera right now. This is the sky camera in Orange. We probably won't be able to pick up on the tornado. Although they are rotating it. They are rotating the camera to try and figure out what's going on. They better rotate it some more, Chief. I'll continue to update you guys on what they're doing with the camera. I'll have that on the side view. But this is a particularly dangerous situation, tornado warning. Looks like the velocity's just elongated itself. Still got a big debris signature, though. So Pinehurst, Little Cypress, Orange, Pavito, Canada States. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. Once again, underground. Although I doubt that they got underground facilities. I want you in your lowest, innermost part of your building. Someone said check Vince's thing. Let me check Vince's thing on the side screen, so that way I can at least... There's Vince and Brandon. Brandon's camera is dying, so we're gonna go with Vince. Oh, there's debris. Oh, there's debris. The tornado's going right next to Vince. I think Vince is actually in the tornado. Yeah, Vince Whaley is definitely in the tornado. The semi just stopped. Vince is still driving. He's still driving, though. Those are some bent power poles, though. My goodness, those power poles are bent. Bent. There's debris along the road. A lot of debris along the road. Not like extraordinary amounts of debris, but just like a lot of shingles and stuff like that. Yeah, those power poles are bent. Maybe even snapped. Sheesh. That dude might have a flat tire. Yeah, those power poles are really bent. They are like bent. Yeah, Vince Whaley is streaming. Of course, I can't show you all. I can only just kind of narrate what I'm seeing here on his stream. Once again, this is a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning that has been issued for Little Cypress, Pinehurst, and Orange. And if you guys live in these areas, this is specifically near Calcasieu Parish in Louisiana and Orange County in Texas. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space right now. That is some more debris right there. I have no idea what that would be from. That is definitely some whack amounts of debris that's kind of... It's in the interstate, but it's right in the middle. Like it got caught by the median. More debris on the road. Looks like potential mobile home pieces. There's definitely a lot of roof shingles that have been blown. A lot of debris over there. And when I say a lot of debris, I don't mean like, you know, everything is flattened. You know, when if it's that bad enough, you'll see on my face and you'll hear from the words that I say, you know, of like, you know, extraordinary amounts of debris or stuff like that. Like I'll use big words. Big boy words, but this is I mean, this is definitely just, you know, debris that's been scattered. That is a semi that got in an accident on the opposite lane. That is a new tornado warning as well. Extension.
Tornado warning for southwestern Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana, southeastern Orange County in southeastern Texas.
Yeah, that semi got in an accident. It looks like the tornado has lifted, but there is still debris in the sky. There is still debris in the sky, which means if you live near Little Cypress, you still need to be indoors. You still need to be indoors. Same thing for Echo, Niblett Bluff, Morgan Bluff. Yeah, if you guys live over there, you need to get in your safe space. Still definitely some rotation from the storm. It looks like the old tornado is still there. There's also another area of rotation south of Orange. I wonder, you know what? I wonder. I really do. You know what I wonder, chat? I wonder if we can see anything from the Orange camera now, because it's looking east. This is Orange, Texas. And we've got a new area of rotation that is developing south of Orange, and it's going to move to the eastern side of Orange here in a second. So I wonder. Camera is shaking. The trees are not, at least not from what I can tell. It is starting to move to the east of Orange. It's just not overly strong, but it is going to be appearing in our view here in a second. That cell near Little Cypress is still going, by the way. I still believe that this thing could potentially continue to be impactful. Let's go back to the radar feed. Once again, we have two areas of rotation here in southeastern Texas. Here is Orange. We were looking at that live camera there in downtown Orange, looking off to the east. We're looking at this little area of rotation right here. How we can tell it's rotation is because all of these colors indicate as to whether or not there are winds moving towards the radar or away from the radar. And we've got our radar over here in Lake Charles, Louisiana, all the way over there. So we've got reds moving away and greens moving towards. Right in the middle would be some rotation. There's also another one just in the north near Little Cypress. This one actually produced a large tornado just a few minutes ago that a storm chaser actually got impacted by and drove through it. We also saw a semi also get impacted by that. We also had that large tornado in Pasadena, in Texas. That would be the eastern side of Houston. And I mean, look at that. UPS truck got flipped. More debris. This one might be the interesting one, though. Parts of the roof being ripped off. Stuff like that. And I know this may not seem like a whole lot, but I mean, this definitely... These buildings seem like somewhat well-constructed buildings. It's not like we're in the middle of Mississippi or Alabama here. Yeah, it looks like that cell that's moving into Little Cypress, or moving out of Little Cypress, is starting to go back again. This one probably can still try to produce a tornado. This thing still has a little shot. It looks like the cell that was over near Orange doesn't look all too likely anymore, but it still is going to hang around. We're going to watch out for that. But that cell that's northeast of Little Cypress still has some good rotation on it. This thing is not going away. And I don't think it will go away. I think it'll continue to linger around. Trying to monitor what's on the Twitter and the new reports. Yeah, I do believe this thing is probably producing another tornado. Once again, if you're just tuning in here right now, we are looking at a live radar view of the storms that are over in southeastern Louisiana now. They have officially passed through. They were in Texas, and we had a tornado emergency over there into portions of Houston, specifically eastern Houston. Now those same lines of storms have continued to linger on through, and they are now into southeastern, or southwestern, I should say, Louisiana. This is Lake Charles and the surrounding areas over in Calcasieu Parish. So if you know anyone who lives near Lake Charles, whether it's north, south, east, or west, I would let them know that these storms that have had a history of producing strong tornadoes are now starting to march into this general area. And yeah, I would say this thing is probably going to have a shot here in a second. If we see a new update, it won't be this one. It'll be probably within the next 30 seconds. We're probably going to get a new update. Curiosity has killed the cat, and I am genuinely curious. I'm going to go back to this tornado warning that was over near Taylor Landing, right? And how high was the debris on that thing? Actually, can't really tell too much. Probably going to want to do the tornado that was over here for Little Cypress now. Believe it or not, the debris didn't actually go that high. That is a tornado. That is a tornado in progress. Yeah, and that is a tornado on the ground. That is indeed a tornado on the ground. So, we are now in Louisiana. This is Louisiana Highway 109. That looks to be a another strong tornado possible. And we can clearly see this here too. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away, right in the middle where that tornado vortex signature would be. And then, of course, underneath that, we can see this green ball right here. This is going to turn to blue here in the next scan. All right, I'm 100% confident that it will. And because of that, we will officially have another confirmation of another tornado. But it looks like another tornado has formed here. Your friend's boyfriend in Deer Park's house got flooded? Sheesh. Now you bring up a good point. How much rain has fallen over in that area? The answer is a lot. Actually, it may not be on the ground. It may have been briefly on the ground, but it just didn't completely go. Anyways, yeah, the answer is a lot of rain. In some areas over here near Sealy, we have 5 inches. In Houston, it's about 1.5 to 2 inches. So yeah, there's been a lot of rain that's fallen, especially on the northern side of Houston. And then, of course, down south, over here near Pasadena, almost 3 inches of rain has fallen over in these areas. Wow. You have a friend at LSU? Well, it'll take a while before it actually, these storms actually get there. But I will be live whenever it does get to the general vicinity. So, if you want to come back or if you want to continue to watch this, either or, feel free. I'll let you know what's going on. At least as soon as it gets there. That is confirmed. They have said that this is a tornado on the ground. Although I believe it... Actually, you know what? I think it is on the ground. And I think there's 2 areas of rotation. I think there's 2. There's that one, and then there's that one. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I think it's the smaller area of rotation right here, but I don't think it matters in the long run. Tornado is still a tornado. Fortunately, the direction it's heading is not very populated. Until you get to DeQuincy. So that is the good news. Of course my screen doesn't do anything. My screen's just going to continue to not do stuff. Yeah, so this right here, even though it looks displaced, I definitely think it's a part of it. Because I think it's actually this rotation over here that was originally right there. So, you see, I think it's actually this rotation that had the tornado instead of that one. Although, we still have the debris signature. It could have easily went north, too. But, there's something that was brief, at least. Something that was brief. Not a whole lot of lightning with these storms. Alright, these other storms that are over here along the coastline are definitely, you know what? I'm going to take storm motion with this. and let this be easier for me. Alright, that is definitely not easier for me. But you know what? Oh well. What would I rate it? What, the tornado in Pasadena? I think the Samuel Emerson rating is actually pretty fair. I think a high NEF2, low NEF3. It's possible. Which is better, Radar Scope or Radar Omega for iPhone? Honestly, it depends upon what you want out of it. Do you want a lot of different options and stuff like that for you to mess around with? Or do you actually want, to, are you a weather nerd, I should say, that wants to go into detail of what you're looking at? If you want to be a little bit more of a nerd, I go with scope. And that is definitely a debris signature. That is definitely a debris signature. Yep. True facts. I think this thing actually got pulled in. But anyways. Also, watch out for this casual storm over here along the southern end of Cameron Parish. As I said, expect the unexpected. We knew that these storms that are coming off of the coast, these ones are probably going to be the ones to try and do stuff. A lot of strong rotation with this one near Creole. Very interesting to see. I actually am very curious. Because these ones have very strong rotation. I actually wonder what could happen with this storm. With this supercell. Because it's got a very good ZDR arc. I actually wouldn't be surprised if this thing was actually producing a water spout. I'm not gonna lie. It's a new tornado warning, and they issued a tornado warning for it. Look at that!
Tornado warning for South Central
Whack.
Beauregard Parish in southwestern Louisiana, northwestern Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
Another one? Oh, extension.
Tornado warning for Cameron Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
There we go. That's not a debris signature, by the way. This is not a debris signature, so we can circle this area. If it has a low reflectivity, it's air. Boom, it's air. So, that's not a debris signature. We're looking for the thing that's over here, which very well could be on the ground, but I kind of doubt it, honestly. I think it might be more of a water spout, so it might be on the water, and it might turn into a tornado as it gets on land. But besides that, I think that's a new rotation that's developing over here near Edgarly. Edgarly, Buller, Sulphur, they might have to watch out. I think there might be a new area of rotation if this old area of rotation dies, and it looks like it did. At least temporarily. Jeez, that is a heck of a storm, though. Woo! Look at that reflectivity. That's an interesting, very interesting look of what we're getting. You know what? I've got an idea. Corpus Christi 19Z value has 4,000 joules per kilogram at Cape. Corpus Christi's all the way down there. Ain't no one's gonna go after Corpus Christi. Yeah, there ain't nothing over there. They're done. There's nothing more that we can do for them. Because the event's over for them. It's Jover. But you know what I can do? I think I can do this. Oh, it's a baby cell. Still. That's a heck of an inflow notch, I'll tell you what. What in the world is this updraft, too? The updraft is very, 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 very weak. That's a heck of a storm, though, I'll tell you what. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Storm motion fixes all. Life could be a dream. I also will say, I think this could potentially be side lobe contamination. We could have some side lobe contamination. For people who don't know what baby cell means, it's a old old Nate Snyder reference on the channel. Very, very old reference. I really do think Buller or Bueller, probably Buller. I think Buller could actually get some stuff here in a second. They might get some rotation. And honestly, I would say yes. I actually would say, yeah, this thing probably... Because look, it's relatively tight in the upper levels. Yeah, I think Buller could probably produce a tornado here soon. And if that's the case, they need to be on high alert. Yeah, that velocity couplet's tight. Cell near Creole did kind of die out a little bit. To me, it definitely doesn't look like it's producing a tornado quite yet. Realistically, honestly, this cell over here near Creole doesn't look like it's ready to produce. Yeah, it's south of DeQuincy. It's a Buhler. Buller. Huh. I wonder. Lamau? So this thing actually does have an updraft, which is whack. Hmm. Yeah, Baby Cell was definitely like late summer of 2019? Or is it the summer of 2020? I think it's actually the summer of 2020. Yeah, as I said, Buller definitely gonna produce a tornado. Just kind of knew it. Might be your Siggy again. Another one. Another one, unfortunately. So Perkins, Buller, Ragley, Gillis. If you're over there, you need to get in your safe space. What's up, Cody? Nice to see you. Even though, you know, this isn't really your neck of the woods, still nice to see people drop in. That might also be a water spout. No, but that is a storm that could potentially try to produce a tornado here. I'd watch out. I'm in Lake Charles. Monitor that. There's a little area of rotation here that is approaching the Carleys area. New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Calcasieu Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
Wow! Who knew? You'll see it here in a second. But it's Lake Charles. It is Lake Charles. They have issued a tornado warning for Lake Charles. And that's not too surprising either, especially since I saw it too. So, but that is a new tornado warning. So, if you're in... I actually wonder... Hold up. Once again, Carleys, Prion, Westlake, Lake Charles, Sulphur, Gooseport. If you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. Yeah, I can take a look at the cameras, which is what I'm going to do here in a bit. First off, be greatly appreciated if you guys would help me spread this information with more and more people. Copy the link to the live stream, put on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way we can get this out to more and more people. And hit that thumbs up button down below to help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube. That's how YouTube's algorithm works. Even subscribe if you want. You can unsubscribe after the stream. But it helps me get the information out to more and more people. Yeah, I do think that Buller Cell is probably going to produce here in a bit. It's got some big amounts of turbulence with it. Yeah. I don't think it's unrealistic to say that that thing might produce a tornado. This one near Carleys, it's harder to say. Number one, we're so close to the radar, so I mean, it's a little bit more difficult to depict how well organized this thing is due to just a lot of weird stuff happens this close. I mean, you can see here, get a lot of missing data values and stuff like that. Tornado here soon. No, go away, me. I don't want to hear me talk. You heard it here first, folks. Nate does not approve of Nate talking. He doesn't want it. You don't want to hear it. Get them out. Oh, what is that normalized rotation? What in the world? Is normalized rotation just going to be whack all day today? By the way, for the people who were at my, the voice chat the one time, you guys remember what I said about how if you see an S in normalized rotation, you need to run? This is an S, Chief. This is as S of an S as you can get. So this thing probably... There it is. Yeah, Chief. Yeah, Chief. I'm going. Goodbye. That's a tornado on the ground. That is another one on the ground. Yeah. Let's get this over here and let's start putting out. If you're in Terps, Gaytine, Kernan, Ragley, Fulton, Gordon, Geekop, and Edith, or anywhere along US Highway 171, you need to get in your safe space right now. You need to get in your safe space right now. You need to get in your safe space right now. What? Ow. 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 That's another SIG. That's another significant tornado. And as I said, whenever you have an S, you know to run. All right, you know to run. I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen normalized rotation maxed out on stream before here, or if I've ever shown it before, but look at that. The top of the normalized rotation is white, and this is white. The highest normalized rotation value we have is 3.3, which is well above what we need. 3.3. That is a
Tornado
PDS.
warning for southeastern Beauregard Parish in southwestern Louisiana,
Yes.
southwestern Allen Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
They have issued a PDS. Yeah, that is a large tornado. That is a large tornado. And that is a strong tornado. Excuse me. How is that a lower normalized rotation? That is a big debris ball, though. Jeez. Tanya with the 9, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. Ow. Yeah, that is a PDS. Fortunately, from the looks of it, there's only 6,000 people that live in this entire warning box, but I mean, still. If you live near Kernan, Fulton, Edith, Bell, Reeves, Dry Creek, Cherry Grove, Mitty, Simon Settlement, a particularly dangerous situation tornado warning has been issued for you. This is Beauregard and Allen Parish in Louisiana. This will be in effect until 5:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. At 5:10 p.m. Central Standard Time, a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Gillis or near Ragley, moving northeast at 60 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Take cover now. You're in a life-threatening situation. Flying debris may be deadly to those caught without shelter. Mobile homes will be destroyed. Considerable damage to homes, businesses, and vehicles is likely, and complete destruction is possible. If you're in Ragley, it's going to be impacting you right now. So you got to get in your safe space. All right, Ragley, get into your safe space right now, underground or lowest innermost part of your building. Reeves, if you're in Reeves, you have a little bit of time, about 10 minutes in total, which means if you know where pillows are, if you know where helmets are, if you are a former, sports player and you had any sort of protective gear, like pads and stuff like that, get that, get pots, get mattresses, anything that you can put yourself next to. And once again, get in the lowest innermost part of your building. All right, that would be a bathroom or a closet in the innermost part of it. Because this storm definitely appears, and this definitely is producing a strong tornado. This is definitely a very strong system. So Ragley, you need to get in your safe space. Even if it's going to go just barely south of you, you need to get into your safe space right now. Let me take a look at the cell that's over near Lake Charles. Doesn't look to be doing too much, which is the good news. Can't see anything out of the Lake Charles camera, so enough of that. Yeah, that's still going. Still very strong rotation here. And once again, Gaytine, Fulton, and Edith, as well as Ragley. If you live next to any of these areas over here in Louisiana, north of Lake Charles, Fulton, Edith, Bell, Reeves, Gaytine, Terps, State Route 113, U.S. Highway 190, Simon Settlement, Harmony, as well as Dry Creek, Cherry Grove, and Mitty. You need to get in your safe space right now. Underground or lowest innermost part of your building. So once again, if you know anyone who lives in those areas, you need to tell them to get in their safe space. If you live in that area, get in your safe space. Please feel free to help me out by continuing to spread this information with more and more people. All right, you don't even have to share the live stream, although I really do appreciate it if you would. So that way, it's just that extra card to be able to kind of persuade people that stuff is currently happening. All right, copy the link to the live stream, though. Put it on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That way, we may be able to get this out to more and more people on YouTube and social media. By hitting that thumbs up button down below, you actually help me get this out to more and more people on YouTube, believe it or not. Whether you like it, subscribe, or even comment in the chat and stuff like that. That all helps. All right, and we're only 10 shy of 500 likes here. So if we can continue to get it higher and higher, we will be able to get this out to more and more people. 8,000. You know what? I'm very interested. That's... How high do you say the debris is on this one here, chat? How tall is the debris? 15? 17? Maybe 20 if you go to the top of the pixel? 17? 17,000 feet? Does that sound about right? Because this white line right here is 20,000 feet. This is 10,000 feet right here, this white line. So if you cut that in half, right? 14. $18,000 feet. 18,000 feet. According to this, it says 18. So we're going to go with 18. All right. Once again, still significant tornado ongoing right now near Ragley, Louisiana. If you're over there, you need to get in your safe space. We're going to do some calculations here real quickly, just so that we can try and, quantify a little bit, even though, it's probably not the best thing in the world to do. We're still going to do it anyways. That way people can just kind of get a grip on what's going on. Yeah, there we go. All right, we're going to do some calculations. V-rod of 79.2. According to this here, from Sam Emerson's tornado intensity guidance, we've got a mid to high end EF3 if this thing did hit anything, which is definitely possible if it did. A lot of strong tornadoes today. A lot of strong tornadoes. Very, very interesting. That's our calculation here today. Now, what we also could do is we could also make things a lot easier by just doing this. So 95.2. $63.1. I don't think it matters all too much, honestly, Lamau. But anyways, $159.2. Really interesting. So another potential strong tornado that just occurred, which is the reason why they pulled the PDS tornado warning from that. If I'm off by like 5 miles per hour, it's not the worst thing in the world. Oh, that was... I thought that was the... Are we sure he got it all? He said 11.3. That's the reason why it's a lot lower. I'm not sure if it was 11.3, though. I really kind of doubt it's 11.3. Because that's debris. That's debris. That's still debris. That's debris. And that's debris. I still say that's higher than a 11.3. I think that's higher than that. Definitely think went up to 18. New tornado watch just got issued. Not all too surprising. Yeah, I guess we do have to do the guessing game. That is true. That is indeed true. But yeah, they did issue the new tornado watch. It just got an update on my thing. It includes the entirety of Louisiana on the southern side. So essentially, everywhere from Beauregard Parish all the way over to Washington, if you were to like cut it in half. And it also does include Avila's. That's what the new tornado watch got. Yeah, there probably was 2 tornadoes within that. That's a good point. Sheesh. These storms just won't die. They won't die. Alright. Everyone have their guess in? Everyone have their guess in? Survey says... Ready? 60-50. 60-50 is the probs. So unironically, it's higher than it was over when it was against Houston. That's pretty funny. So it is the entire southern portion of Louisiana. See here. Yeah, kind of interesting, isn't it? They upgraded the SIGTOR parameter, or not parameter, potential by 10%. Very interesting. It's also very interesting that there's not going to be any good radars for us to cover with this once it passes Lake Charles. It's going to be... bleh. Can we take a look at East Baton Rouge? You guys have a lot of scatter showers and thunderstorms, but later on tonight, you're going to get what Lake Charles has been getting, which is a bunch of strong storms. Bunch of pretty strong storms. You know, we've had a bunch of significant tornadoes today, so I can't even rule out that a significant tornado is possible near your area. I'm not saying it's over Baton Rouge. I'm just saying, you know, the potential for it to be around the area, somewhere near there, could be possible. But it'll take a lot of time. It'll take a lot of time for that stuff to get there. Probably another 2 hours. I'd say 2 hours. Maybe 2.5 hours. Something like that. When does this tornado watch expire? 1 a.m. this morning. That's gonna be whack. Still a lot of vorticity there. I'm actually curious. Hold up. Interesting. Very interesting. How long will I be live? As long as YouTube allows me to. So this is when I'm actually going to be off right here, sometime around 11 Central. Because I started streaming, believe it or not, 6 hours ago. So sometime shortly after 11 is when I'll be off. And then there's another wave, believe it or not, in Florida coming tonight. Really late tonight. But that one's not going to be as big of a wave, fortunately. What about tomorrow? Yeah, it's kind of there, but it's not expected to do too much. So that's the good news. I'm also going to move this radar over to I'm actually going to move to Capo, and then I'm going to have another radar. I'm going to get another radar. Will I be on tomorrow morning? It is very unlikely that I will. I'm going to be at work. I wonder if we can get any more supercells that can ride the line. My guess is this one near Cameron. My guess is this one near Cameron's probably going to be the next one for us to talk about. Hey, New Orleans has been crazy over the past year for tornadoes. Kind of surprised a little bit. Although New Orleans is not exactly the best place to live in weather-wise anyways. You get hit by hurricanes and it floods a lot. So... It's now radar indicated up there. Nothing's on the ground as of this moment. They just updated it. I wonder if they're going to issue a new severe thunderstorm warning. They probably will. What is that by Houston? That was a report. There's a report actually a half an hour ago. It says, from the tornado earlier on today, from the tornado emergency, extensive damage to roofs, walls, fences of residential structures, several commercial structures completely destroyed. Along Center Street, trees in diameter of 5 to 10 inches snapped in half. Some landing on residential, or not 5, yeah, 5 to 10 inches. Some landing on residential structures and some landing on cars. Deer Park PD reports 2 locomotives derailed near Highway 225 and Underwood. Damage span mainly between Center Street and East Boulevard. Multiple power lines / poles down. Mass casualty evacuation bus is on scene treating minor to moderate injuries. PD also reports multiple natural gas leaks at several different locations. So that was from Spotter Network from Alex Rederer. It's also a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for northeastern Cameron Parish in southwestern Louisiana,
Lake Arthur,
southeastern Jefferson Davis Parish in southwestern Louisiana, southwestern Acadia Parish in southwestern Louisiana, northwestern Vermilion Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
Yeah, that's a new tornado warning for Lake Arthur. It's just precautionary, really. This storm has just been kind of building up, a lot more rotation over time. And now, since it's kind of curled around, it's starting to ingest a lot of that inflow. The National Weather Service has decided to issue this tornado warning once again for Cameron, Jefferson Davis, Acadia, and Vermilion parishes here in Louisiana until the top of the hour, until 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. So yeah, once again, this is in Louisiana, Lake Arthur, Louisiana. If you know anyone who lives in this general area, whether it's Jennings or east of Jennings near Mermentau, as well as Estherwood, Growley, and Morse, you need to get in your safe space. There's also this cell over here near Welsh. You know what? I'm just going to look in the upper levels, try and see if I can find anything. That one. That one. The one that's right behind it looks really interesting. In the upper levels, at least. Yeah, there's been a lot of tornadic activity. It's just happens over and over and over and over again. Doesn't stop. It really doesn't stop. Oh, interesting. Yeah, so this is from Radar Omega right here. Well, actually, no. I can't show it regardless because it's for Brad. But Trying to see what I can do here. Yeah, Brad Arnold showed a video. No. I don't want to hear audio. I just want to share his video here with the chat so everyone can watch it. If you want to watch Brad Arnold's catch, the tornado that he got, go to that link. All right. The tornado is going to cross the interstate. So go watch that. Absolutely insane footage of what he got. Sheesh. Oof. Watch some more videos here of some of the damage from Pasadena. Sheesh. Pasadena is essentially Houston for the people who are just tuning in for the first time. Here's some more damage. Deer Park, same area. That's on Phyllis Street. Oh, look at that house. That thing got ripped up. So, give me a second, chat. Trying to figure this one out. Still just a lot of damage here regardless. I mean, man. Another area of rotation right there that's developing east of Grand Chenier. There's that small one, and then there's that one. That's another area of rotation. That might merge with the line, honestly. Might not pose that much of a threat. Yeah, there's so many people that just live in Houston in general. And to have a tornado go through a populous area like that, I mean. Sheesh. Oof. Look at Twitter. Yep, for sure. Yeah, here's some more stuff. Really interesting. It's not significant damage. It's just stuff that's kind of just. When I saw Caleb put it up, I was just like, huh, this one's interesting. This is a pool at a hotel, and the walls have been ripped off its hinges. They've collapsed. That's a fire in the distance. I don't know what fire that is, but it is a fire. And we also see the broken light pole here, or telephone pole right in front of you. Down power lines across the board. Debris scattered. Light debris. You can also see these palm trees. They're all just flattened and depressed. Some interesting tree damage. And then this is also on 13th Street. You can see damage to the cars. As a large tree took down that power line. More damage to cars because of debris. Pretty whack, pretty whack. That was taken by the storm chasing guy. John the Storm guy on Twitter. Here's some pictures of damage. This is also from Houston. More pictures. This right here, this is a weak structure. I'm thinking that's like a barn of some sort. I look over here and I see maybe a little shack. See roof damage over here, but really I look at this right here. I think this is a part of a school. Or, no, not a school. It kind of does look like it could be like an office. An office of some sort or a school. And the reason why I say that is because you got a chalkboard right here. Right? Usually those style of doors, you know, you see those in either workplaces or schools. But I mean, you can clearly see the wall is caved in here on this side. Yeah, maybe like a daycare, as someone said in chat. Maybe. And once again, I'm retweeting all the stuff that I show here on stream on my Twitter. So if you want to look over all the stuff that I've shown, as I said, I've told you all who actually is showing us the stuff. Yeah, if you want to go through and look at it for yourself, feel free to go do so. What app am I using? What I'm using for this is GR2 Analyst. Now this is pretty expensive, so I highly recommend either using Radar Scope or Radar Omega as good alternates. They only cost $10, so whereas GR2 costs like $250. It's only a one-time purchase though, so I mean it's not like you're getting a constant subscription and stuff like that. I'm very stiff. I'm very stiff and tired. I don't know why I have to be like this. That's hilarious. Say that's probably EF3 damage. Yeah, I would say high end EF2, to low end EF3. Probably low end EF3. It depends upon how sturdy the structure is. I'm not going any higher than that though. I haven't seen any damage that really has told me like EF4 or EF5. Could be a community college, but you know, I would think those buildings would be a lot larger, especially for a place like Houston, Texas. You know what I mean? Warning just updated again. I don't see too much on Twitter. Ooh, and Brett Adair showed some video on YouTube. He had some stuff over there. Yeah, there really isn't too much to talk about at the moment, which is kind of a good thing. Let's see if we can try and pull up a camera here. Um, let's do Louisiana dot. Louisiana traffic cameras. We got nothing near Jennings, unfortunately. Nor Crowley. Which that totally helps. Absolutely amazing. Love the placement of some of these cameras. That might be a new tornado warning down there, by the way. They might issue another one near Gaiden. I wouldn't be too surprised. Alright, which way are we looking? It looks eastbound. That's eastbound as well? Doesn't look like it. Alright, well, let's show the live camera here. This is at Dewson. So this is just prior to Lafayette. Yeah, I really do think there's a new area of rotation that's developing. Might even be two. Might even be two. we go back to the full screen, 2 right there. It's possible. We have any timestamps for the tornadoes for radar? We were covering a tornado emergency live. Start at 3 hours and 48 minutes. 3 hours and 48 minutes. And then if you really want to move far ahead, or not 3 hours and 48 minutes, what the... Sorry, it's not 3 hours 48 minutes ago. Or it is 3 hours and 48 minutes ago. So at the bottom left-hand side, because for whatever reason YouTube is like that, there's a time that I have for every single, for what I'm doing it live. And it's right above my logo at the bottom left-hand side. Go to 15:25. Or even a little bit earlier than that. 15:20 is fine too. 15:20. And there was a that was the beginning of the tornado emergency in Houston. Franklinton, Louisiana. What in the world is going on over there? It's stuck on 16. YouTube's frickin' stupid sometimes. Franklinton's gonna get it later on tonight. A lot later on tonight. Like midnight tonight. Yeah, if you guys find any traffic cameras or stuff like that. Well, I mean, I know the Louisiana traffic cams, but if you guys find any sky cameras, any additional sky cameras that I can use, and stuff like that, send it to me on either Discord, which would be this account name right here, or send it to me on Twitter, which would be this account right here. I need to stand up and I need to just, stretch. True facts. New severe thunderstorm warning for Crowley and Dustin. They really might issue a tornado warning. I really do believe that they might for Gaydon. If that's the case, it will head to Dustin. It will. So maybe our camera actually will be useful after all. I've also retweeted all the stuff that I've seen on Twitter. So if you want to see that, feel free. Yeah, we are starting to get pretty far away from the radar, which kind of sucks. We're not able to see what's happening at the surface now since we're getting further and further away. This is the long stretch that I was talking about. I should go get some water. I have water right here. I'm just like really tired. I've been tired all day. I've been very, very tired as of late. Might be an interesting picture here. I'm not sure if this is true or not. I'm not sure. But Mont Bellevue, the tornado that we had earlier, that was over on I-10 near the cove and the hand camera area. So I think it is the second tornado of that. Well, not the second tornado, probably the third one. Anyways, interesting picture. I'm not sure. Someone verify that. I retweeted it anyways, but how much longer will I stream for? Probably until midnight Eastern, 11 o'clock Central. Which sucks, because I am tired and I am dead. I'm very dead. But we must mush for it, further. We must continue to push. Tornado Watch 27 has been canceled, so Lake Charles is now out of the risk. Reverse image search? That is possible. I could try and reverse image search it. Or actually, someone else can do that. No offense. But I kind of want to continue to watch this. Keep an eye out. Interesting storm near Vial Platte and Point Blue. Might be something interesting to note. That's pretty funny. Is Hattiesburg, Mississippi good? They should be fine for the most part. At least I think they should. Oh, my legs. Oh, my legs. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna tilt my camera up. Right? And I'm gonna stand up. Oh, jeez. My legs. They're dead. Alright, coolio. You can see me. Am I alive? The answer is probably yes. I'm going to move my mic up so that way you guys can still see me. And I will stand here and I will do this. Now, eventually I'll have a plan to where I'll have my green screen up back over there. And maybe I'll actually be able to buy, you know, a graphics card for this computer so I could set up all sorts of cool stuff for this room. But you know what? Yeah, one of these days, it'll happen. Need a lot more money to do that, though. I've already got the green screen, I've already got the stand, and I've already got the draw screen. I've also already got a camera. I've got a mid tripod, so I'm probably gonna need a new tripod. But what I really need is I need a new graphics card. Or maybe even 2 graphics cards. And they need to be better than 2060s. That way I can at least be able to connect my my computer to it. So, but here, let me tilt my screen because I know I can tilt, and then put that back up there. Boom. There we go. So we have tilted one screen. We're going to tilt another screen. There we go. We have tilted a bunch of screens. It's not like it's impacting you all too much. It's kind of fine. All right. I still believe that this cell over here, I still believe that this one probably still has the opportunity to try and produce. At least it briefly had a shot to produce. Briefly. I am definitely not tall. I'm definitely not tall. I'm 5'10". I'm 5'10". And that is all she wrote. That is all she wrote. It is just mere perspective. Because it's just casual. The camera is, what, about 4 foot tall. 4 foot above the ground. That's really it. Yeah, now I'm actually awake now. I can actually do stuff. A couple areas of rotation down to the south, too. That's great. Wow. Magic. It's above average. I still am kind of insecure about it, to be honest with you. Especially since, you know, for the most part, okay, my family somewhat taller than this, at least to an extent. And but playing as a ice hockey player, I really liked playing forward, but I was put on defense for practically the majority of my teenage years. And, I really loved playing forward. I really did. And in order to be a defenseman, I mean, you can get away with being, skilled, but being small on the ice compared to everyone else who's like 6'2", 6'5", it's kind of just like, what else am I supposed to do? Guys are gonna clearly out body me. They're bigger. And, a lot of my friends that I know are taller than me. And I get for, the women in the chat. I get, like, oh, you're 5'10", that's tall, compared to me. I the thing of it is that, granted, 5'10" might be above average height. It's only above average height by like a couple of inches. So I'm essentially average. And number two, I'm pretty sure. I think women are supposed to be smaller than men, like height-wise. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure that is the case, though. But regardless of that fact, all right. I mean, that's the only thing I would probably be like slightly insecure about myself. I don't really care about my physique. I'm a skinny dude, but I don't really care. I'm gonna go bald by probably 25 or something like that, especially if I keep wearing hats. Great idea, Nate. Great idea. I met Matt in early December. You guys remember his cameo on the video that we had? And he, by the way, if you don't know who Matt is, he's a storm chaser that we have. He's not here today. He's working, but my guy's like 6'3", 6'2", 6'3", and I'm like, bro, this man is towering over me. He is straight up towering over me. And I'm just like, bleh. Bruh. I think that's human nature, though, to notice things that you don't like more than you like. Like when you eat something and you enjoy it, you don't pay too much mind to it. Unless if it's like something that's really good. But if it's something that you don't like, you tend to remember that, hey, I don't like this specific thing and I may not want to eat it again. You know what I mean? It's kind of the same thing as noticing, with different experience, hey, this person is taller than me. At least for me. This person is taller than me. This person's bigger than me. I mean, I'm not saying it's like overly intimidating, because honestly, it really isn't. As a hockey player, I mean, I still know how to hold myself if that ever got to that situation. But I mean, it's still, kind of slightly upsetting. Like, man, this guy's bigger than me. I mean, he might be able to get better position than me whenever I do my stuff. Might be a little bit more athletic than me. Because he's just naturally gifted. Naturally that way or something like that. And it's just like, whack. Whack. Great. But yeah. And I'm definitely not growing anymore. I mean, I'm going to be 21 in 3 months. 3.5 months. Something like that. It's going to be a storm that's going to come off of the shore here pretty soon into Vermilion Parish. So Intracoastal City might be something to watch, as well as Abbeville and New Iberia. Not sure if that storm's going to continue to sustain too much. It does look like the prefrontals and the actual line has merged together. So it'll be kind of interesting. I've met women who are taller than me. And it's kind of weird seeing that too. Now, it's not like it's unattractive. It's not unattractive at all. All right. But it's just like the same thing once again. Like, God, this person's taller than me. Now I have to just like, you know, think about this person being taller than me. What else am I supposed to do about it? You know, if they play sports, you know, unless if they're not super committed, they're going to body me every single time. It's a new tornado warning. Lafayette.
Tornado warning for West Central Lafayette Parish in South Central Louisiana, Southeastern Acadia Parish in Southwestern Louisiana, Northwestern Vermilion Parish in Southwestern Louisiana.
Yes, Pats fan, there's been multiple tornadoes, including a couple large tornadoes that have occurred over near Beaumont. Not specifically in Beaumont. There was one near Orange. There was another one that was northeast of that. And then there was another one that was southwest of that. So it's just all from the same thunderstorm, really, from those. There's been a couple other thunderstorms that have been tornadic and stuff. But those have been the main storms of notice, if you want to talk about tornadoes that have occurred today. Once again, this is a tornado warning here in southern Louisiana. This is for Lafayette, Acadia, and Vermilion parishes. That'll be in effect until 6:45 p.m. Central Standard Time. We were talking about how there was the potential for a warning to be issued for this general area earlier. And, you know, I originally thought it was another rotation that was going to get it, but instead it was just this new one that has developed here as of recent. Now, I'm genuinely curious as to why they issued this one instead of the other ones. As I look up in height, yeah, there's a good reason. You can see we got some higher values of velocities here. Specifically, these are, 57 mile per hour outbound velocities here in this red. So it's not entirely surprising as to why they issued this warning. But there was a couple of other storms that had something similar to that. But regardless, this is Gaydon, Andrew, areas over here as well. This would be State Highway 13 in Louisiana, as well as U.S. Highway 90 and I-10 over here from Crowley all the way over to areas near Lafayette. So if you guys live over there, I'd watch out for that. This will be at Lions Point at about 6:30. Indian Bayou at 6:35. Rain and Ridge at 6:40. And then, of course, Lafayette, Scott, and Dewson at 6:45. How close are we to Biloxi? We're still quite a ways away. Biloxi is probably going to get this stuff well after midnight. We're all the way over near Lafayette at the moment. As I said, Lafayette, Louisiana. Yeah, I wish these storms stopped rotating too. That would be good, right? That would be great. Bunch of flash flood warnings too behind this. A lot of rain has fallen. I'm actually kind of curious as to how much rain has fallen. And yeah, I mean, it's, from the looks of it, about 4 inches of rain across the board on these flash flood warnings. So I'd watch out for that. Yeah, if you're in Lafayette, I mean, obviously you still have a little bit of time here. But I would get indoors and I would get into some form of shelter. Underground, well, actually, they don't have an underground facility over there. Get into your lowest, innermost part of your building, like a bathroom or a closet. Take a look with Omega here. Couple storm chasers that are kind of lagging behind the line here. Why are my hands just like not functioning correctly right now? I don't know why. Let's go over to the velocity signature here. And the rotation in itself, it appears to be right here. That's where it appears to be. I'm actually going to sit back down because my hand just can't take me standing up anymore. I don't know why, but it really can't. The struggle. Real struggle with like my fingers. I don't know why. I really don't know why it's being like that, but oh well. Not too much of a concern. But right there's the rotation. Greens are moving towards the radar. Reds are moving away. Counterclockwise spin is evident here with the Doppler velocities. So if you live within these areas, I would highly recommend, just getting indoors, as I mentioned. Lions Point, Lelix, Crossonade, Indian Bayou, Ebenezer, Rain, Dewson, Roberts Cove, and Judas, as well as the areas of Western Lafayette. If you're over there, you need to get into your safe space as quickly as possible. There's also some more storms down the line further south. That could be something to watch out for areas along U.S. Highway 90 near Youngsville and Abbeville. That might be something that we can watch out for. The tornado warning has been updated according to this. And it is now over Lions Point. Rotation doesn't seem as strong as it once was. It was there. It definitely was there. Now it's just not as there. But I am serious that there are a couple more storms. I'm looking over here in southwestern portions of Vermilion Parish. And if we just assume that their trajectory is somewhat similar to that of its counterpart to the north, Lafayette definitely could be looking at this storm here in about a half an hour. And then there's more storms and stuff like that further along the line. I need to get up and walk around. I actually might do that, honestly. Hurricane emergency. What the? That's whack. Yeah, that is whack. Yeah, if I were to walk around, now would probably be the time. So I'm going to just do that real quickly. I might actually go to the bathroom as well. I I will be back here in a couple of minutes. Might even be less than that. I just popped my knee. Alright, I'm going to walk around some more in this room, but I'm going to also say some stuff. Because I can. First off, first thing that I'm saying is that it really does feel like the top part of my lower leg, so right below my knee, it really does feel like I can feel that bone straight up, which I don't think is a great thing. I'm not sure that's healthy. I'm trying to like see because it feels like I can pop it, but I don't think I can. But I can definitely feel it. It definitely feels like, you know, it's frozen, which is kind of funny. Like, that's the best way I can describe it. Or stiff. I mean, it's kind of stiff, but it definitely feels very, very solid, as if a bone isn't solid. The second thing I want to say, alright, is, I don't know what else I want to say. I just wanted to say my leg was frozen. My leg is still frozen, that's all I can think about. I was going to say something else, and then I completely forgot about it because my leg was just like, oh, hey, you were walking. That's very nice. You know, maybe you should complain about it because you're just going to be sitting down for some more in a long time. Great stuff. And, you know, seems how I've been, you know, using my legs a lot in work as of recent. I've just been like, man. But, alright, I think my knee is fine. I think it's good enough to at least want to die. Alright. We are back. My legs are still gonna just go kaput, but it's okay. It'll happen. It'll happen. Speaking of it'll happen, there's this storm that's going to potentially head over towards the Forked Island area here in a bit. I don't know. Let's see. How long is it going to take? About a half an hour to maybe even less than a half an hour. Yeah. That's whack. Yeah, I'll look at the Euro in a bit. New velocity scan. Not really too impressive. I do think this storm that's about to move inland, this possibly could go tornado warning, but we'll see. The rotation that was in this tornado warning definitely doesn't exist anymore. I'll tell you what. It really doesn't. Oh, yo! That's kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. Here you go, chat. An astronaut aboard the International Space Station spotted an exotic type of upside-down lightning called a blue jet, which was zipping up from a thundercloud into the stratosphere. That almost looks fake. About an hour out away from Baton Rouge. Hour and a half. Probably an hour and a half. Yeah, that almost looks fake. Like, it really does. But, you know, knowing my luck, it's not going to be. I'm not sure if that's the moon shadow. I really don't know what that is. Yeah, I did retweet it. I did retweet it. People are also saying that it's an alien spaceship. Or Goku, which is kind of funny. For the anime nerds out there, such as myself. Although, believe it or not, even though I call myself an anime nerd, or at least I used to be extensively, never watched Dragon Ball. Not gonna watch 5,000 episodes. Just not gonna do it. Oh my! That's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing. That's amazing. For those of you who know, you know. That game's great. That game is great. Yeah, someone did say it could be Mars. It's not Mars. But that still is pretty legendary. That's kind of funny. I know it's saying power up when I see it. Yeah, cool. How does this differ from a sprite? It's outside of my expertise. Lightning, especially very high up in the sky, is just, it's not my expertise. Yeah, everyone keeps saying it's Goku for a power up. Yeah, that could be the Halo ring right there. The shadow, that could be the Halo ring. True, true, true. It is definitely not Thor. Thor needs to go away. Someone said it was Thor using the Bifrost. Gosh. Halos are same kind of group as sprites and jets. Oh, interesting. Yeah, even someone says fake. Listen, this thing is weird. Alright, so whether it's fake or real, I don't know. But I still think that thing looks cool. I think it does. Ow. Yeah, that hurts. What I just saw. Um, maybe it's a pick not from today. I really have no clue. I really don't. One thing I do see is that this area of rotation down here is starting to intensify, and then we'll head to Lafayette eventually. So that could be something. You know, I wonder. I'm gonna go back in time. Sell those over here near Cameron. It deteriorated. Probably because the line in front of it did nothing. So I wonder what happens now if when the confluence band actually merges with this stuff. What the? What in the world? Can you guys give me a second? I gotta see this. I really do. Never mind. I'm not seeing anything. There's a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Lafayette Parish in south-central Louisiana, southeastern Acadia Parish in southwestern Louisiana, north-central Vermilion Parish in southwestern Louisiana, west-central St. Martin Parish in south-central Louisiana.
Ha ha! That's amazing. Yo, that's funny. I'm not gonna lie. I All right, I'm gonna be reading this later on, because this sounds like some funny stuff, some classic weather Twitter drama. The orange camera from earlier. Oh yeah, it was. I don't see too much with it, unfortunately, but yeah. See, my web cameras, I do have good ideas. I do have good ideas. Must have missed the joke. Yeah, bunch of weather Twitter drama. Let's put it this way, okay? People are so sensitive in this community that it really is just it's insane. It really is insane to the point to where they will start drama over legitimately nothing. Legitimately nothing. And it's just listen, all right? I know this is not a great thing to do, all right? But I love just sitting back and watching. Because, no offense, but if you're starting an argument over something about clouds, Unless if you actually have statistical data, you're being an idiot. I love meteorology as much as anyone else would. But it's just, it's very stupid. And I know I'm not going to join in that argument. All right. Last thing I want to do is to risk my future careers just by getting in an argument with someone and looking like I'm immature or not professional. But at the same time, I'm allowed to watch the fire burn. I know it's not good to watch the fire burn, but I'm going to watch the fire burn anyways. It's so funny. There's been so many things that I've seen on my Twitter feed today of either, someone doing something wrong or someone making fun of something or someone just having fun talking about the event and just, being sarcastic and stuff like that. And I'm just like, listen. If people can't take jokes anymore, why don't you just take them away? And then I realized, wait a second, that's just called being human. So essentially, people are being mad at other people for being human. This is big brain stuff right here that we clearly are we are beyond our time. We are beyond our time clearly in making jokes and or talking about the weather. It's big brain stuff. People clearly have... I just don't know anymore. I really don't. It's very funny though, I will say. If you want a quick laugh at weather Twitter, just look at Twitter all day, follow not Twitter all day, I should say, but follow every single weather person on Twitter, especially the ones who are teenagers or the ones who recently got into college or people who are in college right now, as well as every single, TV meteorologist or people who talk about meteorology or stuff like that, all that stuff. And then during a severe weather event, look at your Twitter and you'll be able to find someone getting in a fight with someone else. Whether it's about, tornadoes, whether it's about YouTube and people not using, or people not giving credit to people on YouTube and stuff like that with their content or whatever. That's a new tornado warning. Sell down south.
Tornado warning for northwestern Iberia Parish in south-central Louisiana, southeastern Lafayette Parish in south-central Louisiana, eastern Vermilion Parish in southwestern Louisiana.
CC drop on Tor, very brief. I need to see... The thing of it is I'm not sure if that one actually is. Alright, I look at ZDR and I look at CC, and then I pair it with my Spectrum with here, and I'm not really convinced. I think that might be, some wind that picked up some thing, but I definitely don't think it was from a tornado. At least I don't think it is. I find it a little unlikely. We're breaking Nate? No, it's funny. It's just, listen, all right? I'll tell you what. I may not be super professional at times, but man, I'm going to try and be as relatable as I possibly can, okay? I am going to put out a personality that not many can either A, match up with, or B, people can understand. And so, I'm sure I'll go on rambles about weird stuff. You know, I'll be weird. I mean, it's weird enough that I created a YouTube channel for the weather, but you know, here we are. And so I'm going to talk about these weird things, and I'm going to talk about what happens in the weather community. And, you know, I'll make my opinions known. Unless if, you know, they're messed up opinions, and I'm going to keep them to myself. Because, you know, last thing I want to do is to try and hurt people. That's the last thing I want to do. But if I can make an opinion that, you know, it's not really going to have a lot of impact, then I'm going to make that opinion. I'm going to make that opinion. Unless if it's about the weather, then I'm just going to straight up talk about what I think, because I need to start doing that more often. Like, I really need to start, you know, saying what comes to mind a lot more often. Yeah, I like winter weather, but I think severe weather is so much better. I think severe weather offers a lot more data for me to dissect. And although winter weather is still something nice to look at, I can't really look at winter weather all too much unless if I'm looking at, I would say, freezing rain and or hail. Or freezing rain. Grapple. Stuff that's ice balls. Stuff like that. Do you think there's a chance by the time storms get to New Orleans, I might die down? I actually do believe that will be the case as soon as they get to the eastern side of not New Orleans, Louisiana. I do think it'll start to calm down just for a brief bit before ramping back up, probably a few hours later in Florida with some of these same, you know, storms coming off of the coast and moving inland. But that's really it. I need like a 5-hour energy. I've never had a 5-hour energy before, believe it or not. I've always thought that I've had some good energy, or I've provided some good energy. At least when I talk. You can tell that I have no energy when I don't talk. I think I've actually had not a whole lot of energy sometimes today. I mean, just lately I've been very, like, gassed. I've been very worn out. And I really don't know why. I really don't. But, I'm not too worried. Not yet, at least. We also have this storm that's over near Vermilion Parish towards Forked Island and Intracoastal City. I mentioned this earlier. I mentioned that Forked Island and Intracoastal City could probably get some stuff. And I would have to continue to stand by that statement that this one's probably going to try and produce a tornado here relatively soon. Now, the thing of it is that it's not really going to hit a whole lot. As you can see here, according to the satellite view, once you cross the southern portion of Louisiana, which is just, I don't know, the swamp. Is it technically a swamp? Something like that. When you cross that, it's just still swamp. It's a lot of swamp. And when I mean it's a lot of swamp, I mean it's a lot of swamp. Like, there's a lot of swamp. But it really isn't until you get a lot further north to, like, Forked Island is when you actually get into some actual ground. Like, you can actually walk without, you know, losing your foot in the ground and covering it in a bunch of, you know, mud. So, but I do believe that this storm here in Forked Island, this one probably could try to produce a tornado here relatively soon. Meanwhile, in Lafayette, the storm has definitely decided it is not going to try and produce a tornado at this moment. I think it's probably because of how much rain is in the area and how much rain-cooled air there is. There also is a couple things here with spectrum width that I just don't exactly agree with. So, I don't see too much with that. Currently 55 degrees in Hattiesburg. Is there still a tornado potential? I mean, yes, but I think you guys are a little too far north. I'm going to quickly show you guys the tornadic potential map here. The probabilities of tornadoes. If you're in the yellow, obviously that is a 10% chance for tornadoes. Brown is a 5% chance, and green is a 2%. I'm not too worried about the green. All right, it's more the brown and the yellow. We've had a lot of tornadoes in those areas. So Hattiesburg, there definitely is a shot, but I have a feeling that you guys might be just a little bit too far north. I really do, but I guess we will have to see. What's up, Jamie? Hello, hello. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. By the way, I also gotta say this. I'm in a winter weather advisory, so I might actually get a little bit of stuff. 1 to 3 inches and ice accumulations of a light glaze from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. on Wednesday. So that's going to be fun. But yeah, just a little bit of winter stuff. A lot of winter stuff, by the way, in general, just for much of, much of the United States. You got people in St. Louis, Indianapolis, Detroit, Fayetteville, and Tulsa. Even Cincinnati to an extent, and Dayton. You guys are getting some winter weather. There's the potential for some winter weather in State College and Williamsport in Pennsylvania. They could potentially get some stuff. 4 to 6 inches of snow and ice accumulations of a light glaze. Late tonight into Wednesday evening. And then, of course, the winter storm warnings in northeastern portions of the United States. So essentially, the Northeast. I didn't know that there was a camera over here. I'm going to actually have to put that up on my sky camera things. Oh, there's another one over here in Oklahoma City. That's Norman. Is that one usually on? I'm not sure. These other cameras usually on? I'm trying to figure this out now. I clearly don't need to, but you know how I am. I do not see a debris signature at this time. We are, once again, getting further and further away from radar. So this is just going to be one of those things. What's going on in Louisiana right now? We just got a bunch of storms that are just spinning in general. We haven't seen anything that has put down a tornado since Lake Charles. It's been a while. Well, there's going to be snow coming in Cincinnati. Hold up. Time out. You guys are in a winter storm warning. Look at this. Winter storm warning. Cincinnati. From midnight to 1 p.m. Wednesday. 4 to 6 inches. Look at this. You get some snow. By the way, I do not like your Bengals. Your Bengals are... Don't like it. As a Ravens fan, go away. Laughing at the GFS showing that half of the country would freeze over, only for the other models to line up. Listen, all right, I really could have skated out on a lake, and my ice rink in the backyard didn't exactly work the best because I didn't put enough water in time. But listen. I don't know. I thought there was something else that's coming up here soon. Maybe a nice little cold wave. I'm not sure. I'm genuinely curious, though, because I thought I heard and or saw it on the models the other day. I guess we will have to see here, shall we? Yeah, there's a cold wave here on Friday morning. At least from my area. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Sunday. On Sunday, we got some cold air coming down. It doesn't travel all the way through, though. It doesn't carry. More cold air. Be the beginning of February. Oh, yeah. The beginning of February could be cold. And honestly, that could be a really interesting time for me to be able to skate on the ice outside. You know me. I like my cold. It'll be single digits, so that'll be cool. It'll be 41 in New Orleans at this time, if that is true. Which, I don't think that'll be true. It's not that drastic. I know this was issued a while ago, but I'm going to read it anyways. This was about an hour ago. They issued this mesoscale discussion here. It says, tornado threat will spread across eastern, or east. My goodness, I can't read right now. I am just... Tornado threat will spread east across southern Louisiana into extreme southwest Mississippi this evening. Wow. Great job, Nate. He can read. He can read. I know it's a little surprising, but he can read. All right, Lafayette's currently getting the storms. Nothing really tornadic, to be completely honest with you, so that's kind of the good news. Not on the ground near Forked Island. That's the good news as well. Nothing that's on the ground. I'm curious. All right, hold up. So I need to see New Orleans real quickly. Now, what I'm going to do, all right, is I'm going to try and figure out at what stage should I switch over to New Orleans radar. And how I can do that is I can try and figure out how high we're looking up. So, it's 9,000, 8,000, 7,000, 6,000. So this is 10,000. 10,000. 11,000. 10,000. Okay. Now, we're going to go back over to Lake Charles. And we're going to see how far away. 13,000 is Baton Rouge, so we're definitely going to be using New Orleans as soon as we get to Baton Rouge. I would say we're getting pretty close. We're getting pretty close to switch radars. Now, I also heard way back when. I know, right, Dustin? I heard way back when. I'm not sure if this is true, but just as like a little rumor, I heard that they were thinking about moving New Orleans radar, their radar from Slidell, over to like Baton Rouge or Hammond, somewhere over here. And I was just thinking of how useful that can actually be. Because, hear me out, all right? If we go back over to New Orleans, do that real quickly. Or if they just put a new radar in Baton Rouge. If they do that, that'll be even better. You don't even need to move the Slidell radar. You can just put a new Baton Rouge radar over there. But hear me out, okay? Here is Lake Charles's radar, and right there is Mobile, all right? In the middle is New Orleans, right there. There's also an airport radar right there, but that doesn't really matter, doesn't really matter. Unless if you're right next to the city, then, maybe. Now, if you move this radar here of New Orleans to Baton Rouge, which is right about here, and you erase that, that's a little bit more in the middle, don't you think? You can equally cover both and have the others be able to cover for it. Now, it would still be pretty cool. It would still be pretty cool if you still had the radar over here in Slidell, and then you put the other radar over here in like West Baton Rouge, right? So that way you have a radar right there, a radar right there, a radar right there, and a radar right there, and it covers everything equally. Which, to me, personally, I think is all the more useful and beneficial. Especially during hurricanes, because I'm going to be completely honest with you, Louisiana, for whatever reason, attracts them. There has to be a hurricane that hits Louisiana every single year. I can't remember I can't remember the last time that wasn't the case. Whether it's a weak hurricane or a strong hurricane, it still is a hurricane. So, is Aveille's parish good now? Aveille's. Let me take a look. Because I'm still not quite familiar with parishes quite yet. The answer. Oh, it's that parish. Yeah, you guys are fine. You guys can go to bed. You guys are good. Look at the wind chills on the GFS and look at Quebec. It's -70. The people in Canada, they have fun. 2022? What do you mean 2022? Do you not remember what happened last year? Do you not remember what happened last year? There was a hurricane that hit Louisiana last year. Would you like a reminder as to what that name was? Or at least I thought there was one last year. That was Florida? There was one in Florida. I know that. That was Ian. Where's the other one? You know what? I think you're actually right. I think a hurricane hit every other spot besides Louisiana. Lamau, you're right. That was Ida. Ida was 2021. But still, Louisiana gets it. They get it. They get it. They get put down every single time. I am thinking of 2021. Yeah, Ian was last year. Ida was 2021. Once again, another I name. But the thing of it is, all right, is Louisiana always gets the short straw. It always does. So if you put numerous radars on southern Louisiana, you expand your coverage immensely for a state that gets a lot of weather. All right. And sure, I understand. You can easily say, well, the population over here doesn't support having 4 radars right next to it, you know, let alone 3. And I get that. But, I mean, at the same time, there's still major population centers that are surrounded by a major interstate network that cuts across the southern portion of the state. Cough, cough, I-10. You know, it really is such a large thing. Now, honestly, if you just want to move the radar north of Baton Rouge, I'm fine with that too. Like Opelousas, Lafayette, even Lafayette, something like that. Put another radar over there. All right, you will at least be able to cover 2 population areas. But well, yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't really. I mean, let me ask a serious question for the people who live in Louisiana. All right, a serious question. All right, because I don't know. Obviously, I don't live there. But I still want to ask a serious question. All right. When people go to Louisiana, do they usually stay or they leave? Or I should say, and we should include this, when I talk about people, we are including the people that live in Louisiana. So do people stay in Louisiana or do they leave Louisiana? And this includes people that come in and go out. So essentially, are you losing more people than you are getting to stay in the state? Or are you getting more people than you are losing? Like for instance, all right, I've got a really interesting concept. I'm gonna go to Lafayette. Lafayette population. All right. So Lafayette obviously has a population of 121, almost 122,000, or 122,000. 100,000. So originally, Lafayette had 127,000 people that lived there. That was in 2016. 127,000 people. And then it dropped off significantly, and it's still dropping, although albeit just slightly. Lake Charles is steadily increasing, but I think that's just because that's on the western portion of the state. Baton Rouge, all right, 2011, 228,000 people. And then we talk about now, 222,000 people. If you're born in Louisiana, you usually stay. Yeah. Big flood in 2016. Yeah, people did leave there. That was 2,000. 2,000 people. Now, what about New Orleans? New Orleans population. What the actual... that was 2005 and 2006 because of Katrina. All right, so let's go from 2018 here. 2016. 392,000. 391. And now we're at 376. So people are once again leaving. So that's my question is, are people staying here? Or are people progressively, over time leaving? Or, like, are they staying? Are they leaving? Or is there more people coming here? Because if there are more people that are leaving the state, then obviously more money needs to go, from a political perspective. I can see why they would want more people to come and stay, and they would put it all into tourism. But you can even look at Jefferson Parish. It hasn't really increased too much. It's maintained. It actually went from 436 in 2016, and now we're at 433, although it has increased by about 1,000 between 2020 and 2021. So Jefferson Parish might actually increase more over time too. Moving to more rural areas as technology catches up. And that could very well be true, honestly. Because let's be honest here, it's a lot cheaper to live in the suburbs or areas just barely outside the suburbs than living in the city. People might want to be more cost efficient. St. Tammany Parish. That's Slidell. So since the dawn of time, things have obviously been increasing. Yeah, it looks like St. Tammany Parish might be that suburb that people are steadily going to. Because, I mean, that is an exponential growth up there. What's that parish next to St. Tammany? We could either go Tangipahoa, or we can go Livingston. Tangipahoa might honestly be the way to go. Because Hammond. Let's go Tangipahoa. Yeah, so over time, even this has been increasing. And it actually exponentially increased because of Katrina. Which obviously makes sense because it's, not exactly along the Gulf Coast. And it has been increasing a lot over time, too. Now, not exactly, like, exponentially. I'll do Livingston, not county, Livingston Parish here. Just the last one. Livingston Parish. Yeah, and that's been steadily increasing too. So, from what I'm getting from this, is that people are moving away from the cities to settle for suburbs. And you have an equal amount of people leaving as you do people coming to live into the state. If that's the case, then I mean, still I would understand politically why you would want to try and put your money into tourism, because you would just want to, you would want people to come stay after looking at the place. Like, I know when I went to Seattle this past summer, similar to my father, I loved Seattle. Seattle was an amazing place to go to. And I'm even considering living there at some stage in my life, or having like a, summer home. But You know, I know I wouldn't want to live over here in the East Coast. I mean, the East Coast is nice and all. It's nice, but I've been here my entire life, and I would definitely like to go somewhere else. I wouldn't mind coming back, honestly. I actually wouldn't mind coming back to, just, messing around and whatnot. But, anyways, for the people who are upset for me not covering weather, there hasn't been much going on. A bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings. Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Because of the crime, leaving the cities. Okay. And I think that's the one thing that I've learned about the most. At least I'm not sure if it's a trend. But a lot of cities are starting to progressively become, not as not as lively as they once were because of the crime. But then they settle for suburbs, which suburbs is relatively nicer anyways. And it's relatively cheaper, compared to living directly in the city. No, I'm not moving to Huntsville, Alabama. No. Morgan and I have decided that we are more than likely going to move to Minneapolis. We're going to live up there. But I do believe that I should, at some stage in my life, I really do think that I should try and either rent a summer home or buy a summer home over in Seattle or somewhere over there in Washington. I mean, that place looked so amazing when I stayed over there. Besides, the interstate with a bunch of homeless encampments on the side. I wish that, obviously they weren't homeless. But unfortunately, that's just kind of the reality of some things. But I definitely, at some stage, would like to have like a summer home up there. That'd be pretty cool. Is that what they call it? They call it Tent City? They seriously call that Tent City? They call it Tent City. That's... I feel so bad for laughing. I really do. Because it's not funny. But, like, no one could come up with a better name. I guess you have to hit the nail on the head. I guess you have to. I flew over Montana. Eventually, I want to go to every single state in the United States. True facts. I've been to Minneapolis before. So I've been to Minnesota. I even went to the Mall of America, too. And to Target Field. But I flew out of Wisconsin. And I flew out of Kansas City. I've actually never explored outside of those areas. Those were actually my flights that I had to board to get back home. Flying back to and from Minneapolis. But can I find anything worth the money? Nothing but trash. That's from what I've heard. Their infrastructure as well. Someone said in the chat that their roads are bad. I'm pretty sure the housing over there is not the greatest either. Nate on tour. That would be kind of funny. If I went to certain places and just decided to eat out with everyone. Speaking of houses that are not in the best shape. This is Pasadena earlier today. That tornado, the tornado emergency through Houston. That kind of looks like EF2 damage right there. Like, the walls are not completely caved in, but you have like one or two that's been blown out. And I also understand that these are brick, you know, brick structures. Probably are well constructed in some fashion. So, I mean, maybe it's not overly as bad. Lives in North Dakota, and everybody that is from there is so depressed. Really? I do gotta say, what is there in North Dakota that people actually want to do over there besides farming? Like, I know North Dakota has hockey. North Dakota State University. I think everywhere north, like in the upper Midwest to the Northern Plains, has hockey. Everything else. Like a mesoanalysis, it's increasing. It's been about the same, honestly. 3 Cape with vorticity. Really, your stuff's going to be on the southern side of Louisiana. Love me some 3 Cape. But I don't really care about surface-based Cape, honestly. I think it's overrated. You got to go with 3 Cape. 3 Cape is great. 3 Cape and vorticity. Photograph maps are still honestly okay. That's the one thing I have seen, though. So, hear me out, okay? Hear me out, guys. South Dakota, all right? Obviously, you know, not much there. I would like to visit Pierre. I would like to visit Pierre, South Dakota. All right? And the main reason for that is if this was during the day. Look at that, guys. Look at this view. Is that fireworks? What the heck is that? The aliens? Could also be a tower. Could be the tower right next to the, you know, to this one. Something like that. I don't know. I really don't know. But anyways, look at this view. This view is amazing. What is New Orleans expected to have tonight? Strong damaging winds, maybe a tornado or two. Yeah, it very well could be a UFO. But I mean, really, look at this view. Look at the mountains in the background. Or, I'm not even sure. These aren't really mountains, actually. I'm not sure what to call them. But it just looks cool to me. It looks really cool. So, that's my hear me out of the day. Even though I have a bunch of hear me outs that I say every single stream. You always have to hear me out. Arabi. Actually, I thought someone said it was Arab. A rabbi. Or Arabi. Something like that. I can't remember. Someone told me about it before when we were covering it. I can't remember it to save the life of me. Yeah, third time would be catastrophic, though. Southern New Orleans and eastern New Orleans, they've had enough with their tornadic impacts. What do I think Mobile could see? Not too much, honestly. I think they could probably see some strong damaging winds. maybe even the chance for a tornado or two. But I mean, at this stage of the stream, I honestly think this line, the main significant tornado risk, I really do think is not as strong. Arabi. I was gonna say, Julie, you could just refresh the page. Because, yes. Highlander, nice to see ya. Thank you so much for the 5. Really does mean a lot to me. Yep, we're working on it. Have I ever been to North Carolina? Yes, I have. Yes, I have. I've been to South Carolina, too. I live in Pennsylvania. I used to live in eastern West Virginia for most of my life. But I've traveled to Maryland and Virginia a lot. Arabi. There you go. Arabi. I'll tell you what. We really have had a really nice conversation over the past how long? I told you guys I would start speaking my mind a little bit more. But I genuinely was curious if more people were coming or leaving or staying in general, like an equal leaving and living in Louisiana. Do I speak Pennsylvanian Dutch? No, I do not. No. I may look Amish, but I'm not Amish. I may look native, but I'm not native. I am not. No. Is it like living in Appalachia? I mean, where I lived, it wasn't very mountainous. And where I still live, it's not very mountainous. So I'm kind of fortunate to say that I didn't live in mountain country, but I visited there often. Or actually not entirely often, but I visited there. I visited that place enough to have it fresh in my mind. And I even stayed where my mother grew up in West Virginia. She actually came from Florida before she moved up to West Virginia. But I went to where she grew up, and I remember how mountainous it was. So I'll tell you what, all right, because I lived over here in Martinsburg, and you can see how flat Martinsburg relatively is because we have a lot of farms and stuff like that. And then we have a lot of mountains on the side. So we have a mountain here, and then we have a mountain here in Harper's Ferry, which that should sound familiar to some of you all who know your Civil War history. A lot of Civil War history over here, by the way, like Martinsburg, Antietam, Harper's Ferry. Really just all these areas here along the Potomac River. A lot of history. But, when I went over, or I should say, let's put it this way. I drove a lot to Charleston, which is the state capital of West Virginia. A lot of stuff that I've done over there, whether I played state and tennis over there, or I went to play hockey games over there, or I just went with my father because my dad was a cop at the time, and he had to go to Charleston to get some stuff. I went over there couple times. I went to Morgantown a couple of times as well, and of course, Morgantown in itself is the home to West Virginia University. But the actual university in itself is built on a mountain. Like, it is sideways. It is very sideways. And it's just kind of a weird place to live. It's a very weird place to live and stuff like that. But I mean, honestly, it's not too terrible. If you guys like to go to parties and stuff like that, that's the place. Apparently, they're party college over there. Big party college. And I'm going to Wheeling this weekend. Wheeling, West Virginia, which is also built on a mountain. Or at least it's built next to the Ohio River. Wheeling this weekend, actually. So I've talked about how I'm a head coach for hockey. I coach a middle school hockey team for West Virginia because I used to play for that team. And it's a developmental group, so that way they can continue to get better at their craft and stuff like that. And we're playing against other middle school teams for the state championship this weekend. So we compete one game in the playoffs, and then we'll see, depending upon what happens in the other game, as to if we have to play another game before we get to the championship. If things go our way, we could just go immediately straight to the championship. If not, we have to play one more game than we want to. But we can just plow through any team. We'll be fine. I've got confidence in my group. I've got confidence in my group for us to win it this year. But yeah, West Virginia is really interesting. It's a really interesting place to live in. I don't think it's as they call it the mountain state, right? And of course, there's a lot of mountainous terrain and hilly terrain and stuff like that across the board. But I really don't think it's as, big and mountainous as people believe it to be. It's just got a lot of hills and maybe some mountains. Is this a QLCS? Quasi-linear convective system? I would say so. Let's see for certain. Storms are now approaching Baton Rouge, by the way, just outside of a severe thunderstorm warning. So if you're over there, I would just make a note. That stuff could be near you. Storm south of New Iberia. Yeah, to an extent. Once again, we're at that stage of the coverage to where the radars are not exactly the best. There is one near Intercoastal City. That one could be interesting. It's a perfect Yeah, no problem, Mike Matt. Yeah, radar is not having fun. That's not supposed to be... I never said that radar was going to be the greatest thing in the world. But... pretty fun. Alright, I think I'm going to go back to New Orleans' radar. I can't handle it anymore. I really can't. I think the cell that's over here north of Baton Rouge near St. Francisville, I think this one probably could be the next one to watch, honestly. If they were to issue a new tornado warning, it probably would be that one. What's my favorite tornado that I've covered? Like power-wise, or just, you know... me messing around. I think my favorite tornado power-wise, probably... Actually, you know what? My favorite tornado of all time. All right. I've got two of them that I've covered. I like the Salado tornado. Salado tornado. That was earlier on this past year. Actually, there's two tornadoes that I liked this past year. And then the one that's near the Toma area in Wisconsin. Salado, Texas, and then Toma. That's a new tornado warning that they just issued. And then Toma, Wisconsin.
Tornado warning for Northern Iberia Parish in south-central Louisiana, northwestern St. Mary Parish in south-central Louisiana, south-central St. Martin Parish in south-central Louisiana.
Well, there you go. There's a tornado warning. Right on time, right on schedule. And if you live over here, south of New Iberia, this would be along the U.S. Highway 90 area, as well as the State Highway 182 area here near Ginret, or Gineret, probably Gineret. Baldwin, Franklin, Garden City, Charenton, areas near 318, 668, 87, and 182. You guys need to go ahead and get into your safe space, underground or lowest innermost part of your building, particularly a bathroom or a closet. Yeah, those two tornadoes I predicted like hours before. And being able to predict a tornado like that hours before is just, pretty insane. How are the clouds in the sky in the winter if it's too cold for the water to stay vapor? It's pretty warm down here. It's like 60 degrees, upper 60s actually. Now, the thing of it is, all right, is that this event has got a double-edged sword. So you have the severe weather down here, and then you have the winter weather up north. So it's cold up here, which is what you're implying, and it is indeed. It's warm down here, and we get severe weather down there. So it's just kind of hits with two different punches. Andover was really crazy too. Being able to see that thing, absolutely insane. Get that there. So once again, still have a tornado warning here. Just got issued over the past couple of minutes. Iberia, St. Mary, and St. Martin parishes. And that'll be in effect until 8:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. And eventually, and I just realized this, we are starting to get closer and closer to New Orleans. It'll take about an hour, give or take, before we can really tell as to which places in New Orleans could potentially be impacted before another hour moves by. But yeah, New Orleans is starting to get into the crosshairs of the system. And I think as soon as this does pass New Orleans, we probably are gonna go to sleep because I really need to get some rest. Did that just get updated? I think so. It did just get updated. That was weird. Anyways, I'm gonna take my hat off for right now. I'm gonna take my hat off. I know my hair is a little weird, but I'm just gonna take it off for right now. I love how my hat also knocked off my headphones temporarily. Still looks like Baton Rouge is continuing to see some more severe weather. I'm gonna go put my radar back over to New Orleans. And yeah, it is starting to approach Baton Rouge. Give it about 15 minutes before the main line starts to really push on through. And we definitely could be talking about something. It looks like the storm actually is a little bit of a bookend vortice. Because we have a little bit of a bow echo right here within the line, like a little kink. And then the rain just kind of wraps around just like that. So you get a little counterclockwise spinning motion on the northern side, which not too uncommon. It happens actually quite frequently with these types of storms. So I think that's the main reason why they issued the warning. They definitely got some form of rotation here. Either that or it's a embedded supercell. Kind of looks unlikely for that to be the case, though. But yeah, if you're near Ginneret, as well as Charenton, Baldwin, Franklin, and Garden City here in Louisiana, in my opinion, you got to get indoors and stay away from windows. Because this storm, regardless if it does produce a tornado or not, it's going to bring a lot of strong damaging winds with it. So careful with that. Zachary, Slaughter, Ethel, East Feliciana, as well as St. Helena Parish, and northern portions of East Baton Rouge Parish. You guys are seeing a lot of strong damaging winds at the moment. I think we got potentially a little bit of a bow echo right there. Right in there. No purpose. That is so funny. Yeah, Lake Charles is not the play for Baton Rouge and northern Baton Rouge. Not in my opinion, at least. Definitely is not having fun at this stage. So Martin, probably. Coppock is in Baton Rouge? Huh. Or Copic. Yeah, he is in Baton Rouge. Vince. And Brad. Brad Adair has been lagging behind all day today. That's unusual for him. He's usually the one that gets all the tornadoes. Trust me when I say he's probably one of the best storm chasers out there. So it's kind of a little strange, but oh well. I don't know what I just watched, but sheesh. What? Something about a ask what is a doomsday clock? It's a design that warns the public about how close we are to destroying the world. Really? So, huh. Apparently, we are really close to the doomsday clock. I don't know what that is. Really don't. Someone just sent me that. They're like, oh, we were 90 seconds away to midnight with the doomsday clock. I'm like, what does that mean? What does it mean? What is it? Should I know? Should I know? So we're 90 seconds to midnight. Next thing I know, we're going to be 1 second to midnight. How's the Nader watch going? It's fine. It's calmed down a lot since earlier on today. It's not as strong as it once was, but oh, that sucks, Thomas. South of where I-10 and I-12 meet? Really? Huh. Oh, it's over there, I think. Good to know. That way, if something bad happens, I know what to call out for. I probably should look at some of these areas, honestly. Shouldn't I? Probably. Oh, those are medical centers, Lamau. No. Whack. What's up, Chris? Hello, hello. From what the Storm Prediction Center said, after New Orleans, the action should pick up. Really? Is that what they said, though? Doesn't make any sense if that's the case. Let's go back and let's see. Damaging winds and a few tornadoes still appear likely tonight. Strong tornado remains possible. Pivot northeastward. Surface-based thunderstorm potential should remain south of the warm front. Embedded within this have a history of producing tornadoes, yeah. So they say a strong tornado is possible with those storms that move ashore into Alabama and Florida as well, but I kind of doubt it. I kind of do doubt it. They are heading south. Why are these guys heading south? I do not know. Oh no, I know. They're heading to New Orleans. That makes sense. I don't know why Brett Adair is sitting still. What is he doing over there? He's driving through the rain, so he's left behind. Poor Brett. Where did these storms come from? These random pop-ups out in front. These confluence bands? Question mark. Another band of showers and thunderstorms that are forming out in front of it. Let the moment take you, lose control tonight. Let the music make you. I should probably move my microphone back down, shouldn't I? Probably should. Prefrontal confluence? Yeah, it's just basically a convergence band of moisture. You see how these lines are all parallel to each other, just like this? Those are confluence bands. Just essentially a bunch of convergence. And really, that's all that is. Excuse me. Yawn, man. Yeah, they are in the middle of the swamp. I was just given pineapple. I don't know why, but I now have pineapple for whatever reason. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. Wow, these storms are just relatively bleh. How do you think things are going to look? How do I think things are going to look for New Orleans when that line comes through? I think it's really going to be a lot of strong, damaging winds. Now, even if there is a tornado, I don't think it'll be super, super strong, but, you know, I've been wrong before. I this line, all right, I get why there is the chance for there to be significant tornadoes, but I don't really see it as likely. I mean, Cape and the vorticity is a little displaced. It might start to pick back up here in about 15 minutes, though, because it looks like a new band of Cape formed out in front. It does look like that's the case. So, real answer, I think storms might intensify upon the approach. How much more after that, I don't know. But I think they got a shot at being stronger than they are right now. Now let's see. What? Whack. Yeah, clearly makes sense. Tingly feeling in your tongue afterwards? You sure that's not because you have an inflamed taste bud? Take the words out of your own mouth, expect the unexpected. Listen. I tell everyone else to expect the unexpected because I don't think everyone else is going to be expecting this. Do I tell me to expect the unexpected? No. Why? Because I at least have a general idea as to what's going on. So I tell people to expect the unexpected because it saves a lot of time. Saves a lot of time explaining things. And if I can do that, then I'm doing my job correctly. So, how's school going? It's going all right. We're trucking along. We're surviving. So far, at least. New semester. Whack stuff. Well, even as a college student, you know, or not even as a college student, you can still, all right, know what's going on and not be a college student. You can just study meteorology and stuff like that and not even be a professional meteorologist and understand what's going on. You just gotta have dedication to it. You know what I mean? It's not impossible. There's a lot of resources for people to be better if they put their mind to it. This tornado warning's still gonna last for how long? Another 6 minutes. Nice. By the way, whatever happens in southern Louisiana, it's gonna be really hard for me to figure that one out. Because it's really far away. We're looking at 20,000 feet above radar level. That's whack. That storm still is kind of rotating. And that storm in Clinton, in East Feliciana Parish, is still kind of all right. Let's look at the HODOs again there. I mean, we can. We definitely can. Let's look at the photographs in New Orleans. All right, so it's not bad. It's not bad at all. So you have winds coming from the southeast to the northwest. And then at 1 kilometer, it's moving north 2 kilometers is moving north-northeast. That 3 kilometers is moving northeast. So that's not bad. I really would have liked the 3 kilometer winds to kind of veer a little bit more, but you know, can't have nice things. TWR, let's take a look at New Orleans' airport radar. Winds moving from south to the north, and then they start to move north-northwest, and then they veer off again, due north. So, I mean, it's okay. It's just gotta suffer a lot because it's gonna go through its cold pooling over and over and over again. Essentially, cold pooling is when rain occurs, right? Right? Whenever you're outside during a rainstorm, it gets colder, right? At least temporarily. That's the same thing. That cold, rain-cooled air, the rain-cooled outflow, or the ventilation, can kill other thunderstorms because it's not, it's not warm. What the storm is ingesting is cool air. What's my email? hockeyboy8@gmail.com. There we go. If you have anything important, please contact that one. If it's not as important, contact me on Twitter or Discord, stuff like that. Especially Discord. I'm on Discord like all the time. It's a mad, mad world, gotta make an escape. It's a perfect world when you go all away. The lights, let the music move you. Lose yourself tonight. That's hilarious. No way. Last 3 months it won't let me join. Keep saying unable to join. Really? Huh. Anything you should know prior to getting in your first season in practice for hockey? Yes. Do a lot of squats. I would say do 10 squats a day. Because you're going to use your hamstrings a lot. A lot of people are going to say it's going to come from... Oh, my boss is calling me. That's fun. Give me a second. That was my general manager of my hockey team. Um, Notice how I said my boss. It's actually my general manager. Um, but yeah, just big thing that I can say. Don't worry about being able to shoot the puck. Although, of course, if you have the time, please be sure to get on the ice or be able to try and, stick handle with a ball or something like that. Shoot the puck and stuff like that. But for me, um, as a coach and, as a former player, I value speed more than anything else. And, being able to have a fast hockey player is something that I've always valued pretty highly. So, if you just work on your speed and work on, just being able to work on skating fast, just like trying to push off with the toe of your blade, being able to hockey stop with the heel of your blade, like just push down on your heel and stuff like that. And then just being able to work on turning, tight turns and stuff like that. All sorts of stuff like that. Those are the things that I think you should work on the most. What's it called when the QLCS breaks up and supercells get out on their own? That's when they become discrete supercells. Could also be a broken line QLCS depending upon the formation. Angie, Louisiana. Yeah, let me take a look and see what's going on. Do I think this storm is going to ramp up and hit the Florida Panhandle hard? Not. I mean, I definitely think that. I think it's going to be something similar. I think it's going to be something similar to what's going on right now. I really do. It says tornado watch likely warranted by 3Z. Okay, so that's fun. Probably another hour before a new tornado watch gets issued. Let me search up Angie, Louisiana, real quickly. Angie, you guys still have a lot of time on your hands. Probably about an hour and a half. Yeah, I would say an hour and a half before these storms actually get near you. Maybe even 2 hours. Maybe even 2 hours. So still a lot of time, Jennifer. Still a lot of time. I think you guys are going to get some strong damaging winds. I think stuff that far north probably won't be able to sustain too much. Although that right there near Clinton and Felixville does kind of look pretty ominous, I will admit. But, yeah. Let me read that new mesoscale discussion that they just issued. Tornado watch will be likely issued by 3Z portions of central Gulf Coast, including parts of southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, and extreme western Florida. That's a new severe thunderstorm warning for Baton Rouge and areas east of that, near Gonzales. So there you go. New severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Not really a hailer. Oh, cool. All right, there you go. I pulled that up. Got that to the side. Yeah, I don't see anything really tornadic within these storms coming here. There you go. That's the storm motion that I wanted. Yeah, New Orleans at about an hour and a half. How fast is the storm moving? I think it's 60 miles per hour. No, 50 miles per hour. It's slowing down. Oh, that's pretty crazy. That's crazy, Weather Central. Get my pineapple again. Yeah, I saw the new mesoscale discussion. I gotta say, all right, these type of weather events are not my favorite. You want to know why? I want to know why these weather events are not my favorite. So, these storms, all right, their motion is, I'm going to take storm motion here for us to be able to, emphasize this further. That's storm motion right there, okay? They are moving northeast just like that. But they are not really moving east very quickly. They are not moving east very quickly. Which means that it takes so long for these storms to move east by traveling very far north. And it's just, from a practical side of things, for the people who live over here, I mean, obviously that's a big flood threat. We've had a bunch of flash flood warnings that have been issued across the board. But from a weather watching perspective, this sucks. Because this takes forever, absolutely forever, to move east. Just for us to find out that, that's not going to do anything. $30 miles per hour, yeah. I'd do it, Gabriella. I'm kind of curious myself. I'm eating pineapple. Ooh. Did this used to be the tornado warning? Yes, it was. Give up and join VC. Unfortunately, I can't, my friend. I got a job to do. It's also 5-5 Pittsburgh in Florida. Listen, I can't. I gotta keep going. I gotta go until it passes New Orleans. Once it passes New Orleans, then I'm done. That's all I'm gonna do. Once it passes New Orleans, I'm done. Which will be in 2 hours. I'm not having fun. I'm not having fun. It's Jover. It is Jover. Excuse me. What? Excuse me. What was that? Hold up. Hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Give me a second, chat. Give me a second. Turn that off. Configure polling. 24 frames. Turn that on. Give me a second, chat. If this happened today, hurts? Maybe? Is it not going to download more frames? Oh, it is going to download more frames. Okay, cool. Storms just blowing in Livingston? Yeah, a lot of these storms over here, really they're just severe. They're passing through Baton Rouge right now, and they're approaching the Gonzales area, and even as we get closer to Livingston. I see a lot of strong damaging winds. There could be something that is south of Baton Rouge near Plequemine. But it should be fine, honestly. Thanks so much for staying up with me, Theresa. Have a good one. Be safe. And if you're going back to class tomorrow, have a good class. Next update. Where is it? Did I seriously miss it? Where is 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 it? Don't tell me I missed it. Oh, there it is. I found it. All right. Listen. Listen. This is a radar scan. 23:19. So, hour 23 on the 24th, which is today. All right, we're gonna watch this together. Birds? Tornado warning? Baton Rouge?
Tornado warning for southwestern St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southeastern
Why did
East
they issue
Feliciana
this?
Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northeastern East Baton Rouge Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
Why did they issue this? I genuinely have no idea why they have issued this. But that's a new tornado warning. Brownfields or near Baker. So this thing? Why? Why did they issue this? Maybe that one up north. This one right here. But it's relatively surface-based. Maybe that rotation. It's possible that that one could be the reason why. But I legitimately have no idea why they issued this tornado warning. And that's another tornado warning. All right, that one's realistic.
Warning for northwestern Ascension Parish in southeastern Louisiana, central Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana, southeastern Iberville Parish in southeastern Louisiana, south central East Baton Rouge Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
So this storm right here near White Castle, Bayugula. That one I'm not surprised that they issued a tornado warning for. Although I don't think it's going to do much, but I mean, still, that one I'm not surprised they issued a tornado warning for. This one up here, though, up north, doesn't make too much sense. Yeah, I'm still alive. I'm around. That makes sense. Yeah, believe it or not, these tornado warnings are going around Denham Springs. So it looks like you're fine for right now. Yeah, I still don't have the biggest clue as to why they've done this, but you know. When have I ever been on board with anything? Anyways, back to this. I have no idea what this is, but you clearly see the low correlation coefficient right here. I'm thinking it's birds. All right, smoke doesn't look like that. Smoke doesn't go in bands. I'm thinking that's birds or bugs. Birds or bugs of some sort. I'd have to see ZDR. Might be able to tell me. That's what I'm thinking. Well, anyways, we got 2 tornado warnings right now. If you're north of Baton Rouge, or if you're south of Baton Rouge, or if you're east of Baton Rouge, you probably should be indoors and you should stay away from windows. That would probably be the best advice I could give you. Yeah, it could be bugs and stuff like that. Closer to Walker and Hammond. So, like, legitimately Livingston. There's Walker. Oh, so, like, the eastern side of Denham Springs. So, like, east of 16. Like, east of Range Avenue. Yeah, you guys are in the tornado warning. Why they issued it now? I don't quite understand. Let alone the northern one. I don't know why they issued that one at all. This one in the south, I understand why. Because it actually has rotation. Alright, this one actually has rotation still, and it's had rotation for quite some time. You know, when I was talking about how there was a chance for a tornado, this was this one storm that I was talking about. This one right here. And this one's the one that I've been looking at. As a matter of fact, this one had a tornado warning earlier. If we go back in time, you can take a look and see that is the same rotation right there that caused that tornado warning over near Intracoastal City. So, that's the same storm. Got a lot of heavy KDP values. But I really don't see too much at the moment. Now, I might see something to change here in the next frame. And that's probably when I'll actually make my ultimate decision as to whether or not this thing is actually legit or not. But yeah, it technically isn't southwest Louisiana anymore. Now it's southern Louisiana. It has moved that far. 9 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. Update, please. Yeah, it's gotten a little bit better. Alright, maybe this thing might be something to watch out for. It's gotten a lot better over time. So, Prairieville, Highland Community, Corner View, Port Vincent, LeBlanc, Southwood, Mount Homus, or Humus. I'm pretty sure it's Homus. And Sunshine. If you're in those areas, you need to get indoors. And stay away from windows. Alright? You don't need to do anything super excessive right now. You just need to... You need to get indoors. Don't go outside. Not that you would want to go outside at 8:42 in the morning, or evening, I should say, but, you know. Let's go back to the radar. I had to tell something to someone. Had to do that. What's my career goals? You get the need to work on your Louisiana town name pronunciations. Yeah, I mean, listen. Look. First off, I always want to work on my pronunciations and stuff like that because, you know, I've been on record in saying that if I'm saying a town name wrong, there's a good chance that people probably won't know what I'm talking about unless they actually are paying attention. But we shouldn't get to that point in the first place. We should actually, you know, be able to say it correctly so that people can understand. On the other hand, I don't live down here, so I don't know what's really going on. But it's just having some whack stuff. As for career goals, at some point in my life, I want to be an official meteorologist. Working through college right now to try and get to that point. Trying to get my general education classes done so that way I can just go for meteorology classes later on. With this channel, I want to get to 100,000 subscribers. That way I can get a silver play button. I know, sounds very simple. Sounds very, you know, self-centered, if you will. But as a kid, you know, with all the YouTubers I watched growing up, they always put the YouTube play button as if it was this massive achievement, this massive trophy, as if they just won like the Super Bowl or something like that. Goes from tilt 1 to tilt 10? Really? Now I'm really interested. All right, I'm going to look at that a little bit more a little later on because I haven't seen the actual radar data. All right. But I definitely want to take a look and see what's going on with that reflectivity and correlation coefficient thing. Someone said it would go past tilt 1 to... It went past tilt 1 and went all the way to tilt 10. Once again, I definitely am going to want to see the data for that because I am very interested myself to see what's going on with that. But is the New Orleans radar up? Yes, it's currently functioning right now. All right, so it looks like the storm to the north has formed an entirely new rotation that wasn't warned, and it went into the warning box. So, whack. That one might try to produce a tornado. We'll see. Bluff Creek and Pine Grove in northeastern portions of Baton Rouge definitely needs to watch out. Also, I think this storm, this rotation is going to the northern side of this polygon. Over here. So I think if you're in Gonzales, I think you're fine. At least for right now. There might be a new area of rotation that's developing and it might move on near your area, but for right now, I think Gonzales is fine. Same thing with White Castle. But it's areas over here that's near the intersection of I-10 and I-12, potentially even near the Denham Springs and south of Denham Springs, near Walker. They might need to watch out for this. They might need to watch out for that. What does that mean? So the radar looks at different levels in the atmosphere by tilting its radar. And depending upon the tilt, it can determine as to, you know, where specifically in the storm it's looking at. In this case here, the higher the tilt, it's chaff. I guess that makes sense. I've seen chaff before. Chaff. Interesting. Anyways, back on topic. Yeah, Denham Springs, Walker, they might see something from this storm. Chaff. Military aircraft. You guys not know what chaff is? It's fine if you don't. You guys know what chaff is? Let's see. CHAFF. Anyone know what chaff is? If I looked at any NOAA internships, highly recommend. Your brother did it. His summer internship and Norman had a blast. I mean, I definitely have thought about it. I would just have to go there first to probably take on that internship. Right now, I'm currently just trying to get my gen ed classes done and over with so I can just transfer without any issues. All right, for the people who don't know what chaff is, okay? So, chaff is specifically used against heat-seeking missiles. So, missiles or any sort of targeting, I'll just say targeting in general, that's heat-seeking, infrared. So, what chaff does is chaff essentially confuses radar by mirroring it into different, different areas. So when you have a plane and it's flying and you got a missile that's focused on the plane, if you release chaff, chaff spreads out further than the plane's wingspan. And so the missile isn't targeting the plane anymore. The missile can very well miss the plane, because the chaff would make that, go haywire. Same thing would go for missiles with its own self-defense. If there was missiles trying to take out other missiles, let's say, this is a hypothetical. I'm not saying that this is actually true or that it's actually going to happen. But let's say that North Korea wanted to start a war with the United States. And they fired a nuclear missile towards the United States. And the United States responded by trying to knock out the nuclear missile with another missile, which is what you'd actually do. North Korea could put chaff on the rocket, and they would release the chaff, so that way when the rockets are trying to take out the nuclear missile before it lands and hits the United States, it would confuse the missile to the point to where the missile would not be able to hit the nuclear warhead. So basically, it's similar to flares. It's very similar to flares, except it's spread out more. If you ever seen Top Gun, it's kind of what they used to. There we go. All right, put that up. That was really interesting, just seeing chaff. I was trying to type that into Twitter to see what's popping, stuff like that. That seems legit, Owl. Actually watched neither movies. Top Gun's pretty good. All right, you know, I'm not huge on watching movies like every single day, although I mean, I'm pretty sure I could if I wanted to. You know, I even watch some shows and whatnot. I'm a weird person though. But Top Gun was pretty good. So is Top Gun Maverick. Top Gun Maverick, very good movie. I rarely cry. All right, someone told me before, men don't cry, they weep. All right, I proved that wrong by watching Maverick. So. Call Fox when you launch a missile. Yeah, Fox 1, Fox 1, Fox 2, Fox 2. That's what I should do when I play hockey. All right, when I'm about to shoot a puck, all right, at a goaltender, I'm gonna say Fox 1, Fox 1, and shoot a puck. There's no reason why I should still be here. There is no reason. God. Yep, goodness gracious, great balls of fire for sure. Flares do look pretty cool. I watched a video on Instagram yesterday of a helicopter unleashing chaff and flares as it did a whole loop, and it was pretty cool. Yeah, Lions is trying to figure this out. Listen, I didn't like go out like just sobbing the entire time. Like I didn't scream. I like teared up. I like teared up and stuff like that. I count that as crying. All right, weeping is not, you get no tears. You know what I mean? Yeah, Maverick was a good movie. Where's the circulation now in the southern storm? Not in the warning. South of Denham Springs. I don't know why they haven't issued a new tornado warning because of it, but I mean, whack. Watch it be aliens again. I'm just gonna keep mentioning aliens until Kingdom. Oh, well, yeah, they need to issue a new tornado warning on this. Okay, Walker and Denham Springs. I know I have someone who lives in there, lives in those areas who's in my chat. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning, or yeah, they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. If you're over there, I recommend you get indoors. That's enough Twitter for tonight. No context, humans. That's enough Twitter for tonight. I really just watched someone wash their car with gasoline from a fuel pump. I've had enough. I've had enough. Enough is enough. Rain just picked up? Yeah, it's because the big storm's moving on through that could potentially rotate. That's why you quit Twitter? I mean, I know it's supposed to be a meme, but like, come on, man. Come on, man. It's the same thing as watching weather Twitter, just absolutely. What? Yeah, I mean, these storms are just, you know. Oh, that's pretty cool. Mad, mad world, gonna make an escape. It's a perfect world when you go all the way. Hit the lights, let the music is out tonight. That's a report of a tornado. Observed rotation in the distance that quickly moved over house, lasted 40 to 80 seconds. Recorded on phone. Wind and rain. Direction changed completely in a matter of 15 seconds. Tiny hail. 65 mile per hour recorded by handheld anemometer. Oh my gosh! Sleepy time. That's a new tornado warning, more than likely for Denham Springs, and it is.
Tornado warning for southeastern St. Helena Parish in southeastern Louisiana, northwestern Livingston Parish in southeastern Louisiana, west central Tangipahoa Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
So they said that there's a tornado that had just occurred near Shenandoah. So if you're in that Denham Springs and Walker area, stay indoors. Stay indoors. So they said it was a tornado. Matthew Jumper. Matthew Jumper. Is he on Twitter at all? The answer is no. At least not that I see. Very interesting. Yeah, Denham Springs, Walker. Yep. Think the tornado is going to Mississippi next? It's got a lot of distance to go to Mississippi, but I mean, yeah, it definitely could. These storms are going to have to head to Mississippi. Although some could just skip Mississippi and go straight to Alabama or Florida. But any tornadoes hit Madisonville, Texas? Not that I recall. Not that I recall. Let me double check that. Yeah, no. You guys are fine. A lot of strong winds, probably. Says 6 to 9 inches late tonight and tomorrow, and then light snow, and then 2 to 4 inches Saturday night. Yeah, we're getting, this week is going to be pretty active winter-wise for the Ohio Valley. There's a lot of stuff. How long am I staying up? Until these storms pass New Orleans. And once it does, I'm going to sleep. I gotta go away anyways in 2 hours. Actually, it's 2 hours and 5 minutes, but you know, that's besides the point. Cancel the tornado warning for Greensburg. Train spotter measured 65. Oh my gosh. That's hilarious. Alright, hear me out. Ready for some funny stuff? Are you ready for some funny stuff? All right. So you remember that tornado report from Spotter Network that I just told you all? Well, the National Weather Service has put that in as an official report. However, they cut practically most of it out, and they said it was a thunderstorm wind gust of 65 miles per hour. Oh, way to get absolutely dunked on. They said, oh, you thought it was a tornado? We don't care. We're going to figure that out in the analysis afterwards. If there's any damage, we'll figure it out in the damage survey. I mean, to be fair, 65 mile per hour winds happens quite frequently with strong damaging winds. But I mean, still, it's just like, ouch. Ouch. Have your report just, not even be that main report. I think they issued that warning for Denham Springs too late. I think they issued the warning for this rotation too late in general, but I will say the storm is not as strong as it once was. And you can even see on normalized rotation. Not that, I would use this to be like, definitive as to what's going on, but this kind of quantifies the actual strength of the rotation. Not very well, albeit, but I mean, still, you have it in there, and it was definitely a lot stronger before they issued the warning, or at least they got it at its peak when they issued the warning. But they still issued it, so that's the good news. In general, honestly, if a tornado warning just gets issued for your county, hopefully you just go in anyways, instead of just, standing around, but pineapple's so stringy. Like, I try to bite it so that it comes off clean, and then it just hangs by a thread, literally. Yeah, Houston did get impacted by a crazy tornado. It's a really crazy storm. Pretty crazy. So it is 100% chaff. It is definitely 100% chaff. when I was in another Discord server with a bunch of meteorologists. It was like late 2020, where there was just a bunch of chaff over near the Florida Keys and Fort Myers and stuff like that. Bunch of chaff out there. And I remember asking them, they're like, "Oh, it's chaff." And I'm like, "How can you tell?" And it's like, "Well, I mean, use your knowledge, forehead." And I was like, "Well, I mean, correlation coefficient's low." And they're like, "Yep." Reflectivity is high. And they're like, "Yep." It's non-meteorological. And they're like, "Yep." I wouldn't think it's a bunch of birds. And they're like, "Yep." Because it's not through the different levels of the atmosphere. Not on a bunch of tilts. Like, or I should say it is on a bunch of tilts. Birds usually in the lower levels. So that's why it's chaff? And they're like, "Yep." Because it just floats. It's so light. It legitimately is so light that it just floats all over the place. "9 p.m. Well, it's not at 9 p.m. It was earlier on today, during the day. That's when they were dropping the chaff. But yeah, I didn't know that it existed through the different levels, different tilts. So whack. Is that a new severe thunderstorm warning in Mississippi? Yes, it is. That's for Waltall and Pike counties in Mississippi. So like Tylertown and Pricedale and Darbin. If you're in those areas of Mississippi, I'd get indoors and stay away from windows. Appears to be just 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm gonna do this here real quickly. Huh. Just looked at that. I thought that was really interesting. Just had to look at that. All right, so the tornado warning that was issued south, that was over near the Prairieville area, that has now expired. It's just this tornado warning that's now north of Livingston. God, my allergies are killing me. Everything's killing me, but that's okay. Walthall? Is that what that is? Walthall. That is Walthall. Instead of Walthall. Walthall. Right outside of Denham Springs and Watson. Notice nothing yet? Yeah, that's because the storm is officially past you. So you guys are good. Everyone in Denham Springs and Walker is good. They're actually good for the night. They're done. You guys can go to sleep. CP time. Devil's One? Oh. Ouch. Oh my gosh. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go on to Twitter here real quickly before I talk about this thing near Amite, because that thing just started rotating. That might, be a new tornado warning here soon. But I want to talk about this with this dude over in Pasadena, near Houston, tending to his roof. Watch this. All right, this is what happens. Okay, you never want to try and step on your roof and try to tend to it. Not without the proper equipment. All right, you just standing on it is not going to help. So watch this dude on the left here. He got up on the ladder. He tried to step up, and then he falls through. And then all the other people around are running back inside. Amy. Okay. Good to know. Yeah, not the greatest idea in the world. Not the greatest idea. Not the greatest idea. I hope he's okay, but that's just not smart. A meat. A meat. Yeah, I think there could potentially be a new tornado warning near Amite, heading off towards the Wilmer area on the northern portions of the Tangipahoa Parish general vicinity. I think I'm the only one that saw it? Really? You guys couldn't see it? No, you definitely saw it. It's definitely in the page. But anyways. What's going on in Alabama? Nothing much. Mississippi and Alabama, they're just going to get some strong damaging winds for the most part. Could get a tornado or two, but curiosity actually killed the cat. I know I shouldn't be doing this because there's no reason I should. And it's not helpful whatsoever, but, Tangipahoa. 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 Alright, whack. The more you know. Someone put the reading rainbow thing in the background. Appreciate it, by the way. Tangipahoa. Was it just me, or did I just see nothing? Like, is there just supposed to be nothing? It's all just a squall line now. This clearly makes a lot of sense. FV3, you're a meme. Let's see what you do. Broken line, even though it's been terrible up to this point. Yeah, okay. Coolio. Although, it actually does get some storm motion pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty well. Oh my gosh, my English is dying today. English is not my first language. It is gibberish. That is my first language, clearly. Slightly broken line at 6C, 7C, 8C. Starts to come back alive and then does alright. In the rap we trust. In the rap we trust. That photograph is pretty nice. Not gonna lie. That surface inversion is not. Alright, well, what did I learn? The event will slowly kind of go down from here, which is kind of good. Now, we still get the shot for some severe storms, because that just happens. It's magic. But teen slang. Yeah, for real. Interesting. Well, I mean, these storms will I should say deteriorating for the night. Everything is going downhill for the night. New Orleans is going to get hit here in an hour. Although these storms are just really not, not it, Chief. I'm actually very interested in some of the satellite here that we could be seeing off the coast. What are we seeing? After further review, absolutely nothing. Those storms that are off the coast have deteriorated significantly, and I wonder if we're even going to get any more storms that are going to move ashore that are at least organized. I kind of doubt it. Yeah, it looks like just that southern edge is just kind of died out a little bit. Now, the only saving grace really could be this convection right here. If this thing does sustain and create an outflow boundary on the southern side, maybe some potential initiation could occur, and of course the domino effect, but can't really say that that would really work out. Gotta say, looking at satellite always looks pretty nice. Am I gonna go live tomorrow? I can't. I'm gonna be working. Be at my job. You might have figured out the reason why these storms are struggling to sustain. Shoot. What you got, Chief? Why do you think? Oh, I should move my radar over. Now that I'm not using Birmingham's radar anymore to try and figure out chaff in the sky. Interesting. As sus as that is, the thing south of Gibson actually might have a shot. Even though it's just not, you know. Yeah, this big band of storms over here. Of course, we need to get closer to the radar to be able to see for sure, but... Book from my Choices app? Oh, that's cool. Major lack of divergence in the upper level winds. Not very much forcing ascent. Well, I mean, that is true, because, I mean, this thing was running into its own anvil precipitation, which is what divergence kind of is. But I think there's a little bit more to that. At least for right now. Come on, pineapple. Check Discord DMs and consider the following. Always. What? When is this? February? What is that off the coast of Florida? No. Hold up. What is that? I know we got a severe weather setup over there, but what is that off the coast of Florida? Why is there a full-on tropical system with a warm core off the coast of Florida? And by the way, he only sent me the dew point map. This is the 12Z Euro from today. And this is frame 198, so obviously it's unlikely this is going to happen, but that is a tropical system. Yeah, no. Look at southern Mississippi rotation. This thing? The cold core? Yeah, that is the cold core. The Kokomo cell near Tyler, well, north and east of Tylertown. And the Walthall. This is pretty broad for a rotation, I'll tell you what. we also might be getting to the point to where we need to use Jackson's radar, which is not what I would have thought we would have needed to use today. But, you know, I mean, what else is new? We've seen all sorts of different whack things. Fill in the blanks and substitute words if you need to. The fact of the matter is that today is clearly whack. Clearly. Oh, come on. $4,700. 4,700. So it's looking about the same. Jackson, can you not de-alias for 2 seconds, please? Can you actually get good? It is probably elevated, 100%. Although I will say, it might not be entirely elevated. Possibly. 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 It's a new severe thunderstorm warning. Wait a second. Tornado watch remains. Oh, they issued that new tornado watch, didn't they? Yeah, they just did. They just issued the new tornado watch. All right, time for the guessing game. Here we go. What do we got, chat? What do we got? Slippy, you already know the answer because I'm sure you looked already. What you got? What you got? Totally never saw it? Yeah, congratulations, you cheated. You cheater. Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater. Congratulations. Alright, the answer is 50-30. Not sure if you can see that, but 50-30. Few tornadoes and a couple intense tornadoes possible. Isolated, damaging wind gusts 70 miles per hour possible. So this is definitely the lowest tornado watch we've had. Also, can someone explain to me why this tornado watch is oriented like this? They canceled the tornado watches here for the Baton Rouge counties as well as, Baton Rouge parishes as well as the Feliciana parishes. But they didn't do it for the ones west of it? What is that? Make that make sense. Make that make sense. Because I can't. Speaking of not making sense, thanks for de-aliasing again, Jackson. You are very considerate. Very, very considerate. Alright, well, we'll come back to Jackson when it actually wants to function this time. We'll go over to our severe storms over here that are slowly approaching New Orleans. Very slowly. And this is just as severe as you can get it. I mean, it's not really doing too much. I mean, I'm not expecting it to do too much either, but I mean, it's just kind of what we got. Go away. I do not like Twitter sometimes. Alright, nothing with that. That's not helping. Notches doesn't have a radar? I mean... yeah... I would put it in Macomb, though. I'd honestly put it in Macomb. Instead of Notches. The only reason why I say that is because there seems to be a lot... like, if we were to circle the radars here in the Deep South, alright, so we have DeRidder, Shreveport, Jackson, Mobile, New Orleans, Lake Charles, okay? You can put one in Notches, that's fine, alright, it covers ground. But based off of historical events, you could also put one near Macomb or in between Macomb and Notches, like right here. And then obviously someone should put one right here on the border of Alabama and Mississippi. All right, you need to do that because that's where most significant storms have been as well. And then one in southern Arkansas, or even just make a better one in Monroe. Boom, make a better one, Forehead. They also said, and if we go back to this here, let's go to Lake Charles and make life easier for us, right? We're going to go over to Dallas's radar. We're going to actually go to KFWS to show some rain and snow, just temporarily, though. If I remember correctly, Lightman, one of the Storm Prediction Center forecasters, she said that there was plans for a new radar in Durant, Oklahoma. So what would that look like? Well, we have a radar over here in Norman. We have a radar right here in Dallas-Fort Worth. We have a radar right here in Shreveport. We have a radar right here in Fort Smith. Of course, one in Tulsa, and then we've got one in Little Rock right there. If you want to count Frederick and Abilene, you can. All right. So obviously, this doesn't take out the entire radar hole, because obviously you'd want to put it like somewhere near Idabel or something like that, maybe even a little west of Idabel. But it takes a chunk. All right. So this is where Durant would be, right there. And you can clearly see southern Oklahoma and northern Texas would clearly be taken care of, because Durant would be there. So once again, Durant is in Bryant County. That's Fort Worth. That's Abilene. That's Frederick. That's Norman. That's Fort Smith. That's Shreveport. It doesn't solve all the issues. If you put a radar over here near Texarkana, that would probably fix it. But it does solve some. It solves some. I do think it will weaken Nico. But then I also think once it gets back to the afternoon, it will start to ramp back up again. So. Who? Jeez, every single time I look at that, it's always money, 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 money. Money, 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 money. I'm just like, holy crap. I know it's a business, but jeez. Yazoo City should have a radar. They don't already. Yazoo City's close enough to Jackson. I think they're fine. I just think there needs to be a radar either near Monroe. Probably Monroe, even though I have access to their college radar. Or Greenville. Needs to be a radar near Greenville. If they do that, they'll be up and running. They'll cover that radar hole. At least by a little bit. That's so funny. I had to check that in. I had to see it. I had to look. Yeah, there's still a little bit of rotation with the cell here. Not tornado possible, so. Alright, it is slowly getting there. It is near. It is near. It is getting close to New Orleans, finally. It is taking years off of my life to get here because the storm is moving so dang slow. But, we've got here. The storms are approaching. They are getting near New Orleans, which means, goodness gracious. Nisha with the 20. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Yeah, it's been really rough for Louisiana over the past, 3-4 months? Something like that. Pretty crazy. So hopefully you guys are all right down there. A little bit of rotation, question mark, south of Lutcher, heading towards Edgard and Laplace. Laplace. It's actually probably pronounced Laplace. Actually, that sounds more and more correct the more I say it, but could be placebo. Could also be delusion. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. Laplace. Laplace. Edgard. Yeah, it is Edgard, isn't it? Laplace. Laplace. We've also got these storms over here near Port Sulphur. I wonder if these could potentially try to intensify over time. Because they definitely didn't exist before. I don't know where they popped out from. Yeah, they just fired up. I'm actually going to take a look at a satellite. I haven't blown up. It's not appearing there yet. Laplace. Laplace. Might have saw a power flash. Where is he? Laplace. Oh, wow. Magic. Very interesting. Brent Arnold is having a day. He's still chasing those storms. I really have no idea what Vince and Brandon are doing. To be completely honest with you. But Brad is having a day. I would 100% be chasing someone like that. And you know what? You know what? You know what? We're going to the airport radar. We're going to the airport radar. Do 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 do. It's not quite there yet. There is rotational loft, though. It's just not there yet. But it's getting there. It is getting there. And that is a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern St. Charles Parish in southeastern Louisiana, north central Terrebonne Parish in southeastern Louisiana, north central Lafourche Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
Why? Why? All right, well, if you're in Houma, Raceland, or anywhere near St. Charles, Lafourche, and Terrebonne Parish, near Houma and northeast of Houma along 90, you need to get in your safe space. There's definitely some rotation over there. That's why it's hotter under the water. Applause. Lafourche? Lafourche? Excuse me? Lafourche. Y'all are weird. Y'all are weird. Anyways, Lafourche. I know it's French, but still weird. Yeah, Lafourche, St. Charles Parish, those areas need to watch out. Someone said for me to zoom out. I'm zooming out. There you go. You can see what's going on. Three, two, one. Okay, we're zooming back in. Just for reference, if you didn't see New Orleans, New Orleans is right there. So. Lafourche. I'll Lafourche you. Lafouche, you're gone. Magic. Yeah, after further review, I still have no idea what's happening in Edgard. I can see, though, that Homa is starting to intensify. Why it's intensifying now of all times. Magic. Everything is magic. All right, we're just gonna assume. We're just gonna assume that it's all just there. It's happening. I need to change my sector. There we go. So much better. I will say the vorticity is significantly less. Yeah, there aren't any basements in Louisiana. Ellendale, Homa, Bayou Cane, all those areas near US Highway 90 and north of US Highway 90. Gotta get in your safe space. This is a storm that looks like it's going to continue to intensify. I'd say at least. Paradis. Yeah, that is Paradis. Paradis, Bayou Gouche. Or Bayou Gosh. Actually, yeah, someone said in the chat Bayou Gosh. So yeah, Paradis, Bayou Gosh. Del Alamans. Raceland, Matthews, and Lockport. Gotta watch out for this. The rotation is kind of fluctuating. So before it was relatively decent. You can see we had some pinks and some brighter greens. The scan previous to that, it was not as bright with its red. Still had okay greens. So once again, we'll go forward once, and then we'll go up again. And it lost a lot of its red, and it lost some of its green. So it's kind of just fluctuating between being good and not. It's definitely causing a lot of turbulence. Look at this on the spectrum width. You can clearly see there is a lot of turbulence in that area where the rotation is at. Bayou? Isn't that what I said? Thought I did. Or no, I said Bayou. I said Bayou. Bayou Cane. Bayou. Bayou Gosh. Des Almonds. Des Almonds. That's what you say, apparently. Des Almonds. Lafouche. Bayou. Bayou. Gosh. All right. Yes, we are learning slowly but surely. I might not memorize it here quickly, but we're working on it. All right, we're getting there. Eventually, the next time New Orleans gets hit by these severe storms, I'll be able to know what's actually going on and what towns are which. We're working on it. Slowly but surely. Ah! No! It's 11 o'clock, my dudes. Everyone salute. Put that in. Boom. Good stuff. All right, we are officially an hour and 15 minutes away from me not being able to stream anymore because of YouTube's rules. But it's fine. It's okay. I want to go back to the airport radar. In La Plaza. Or La Plaza. It's actually La Plaza. I'm starting to remember. Slowly but surely. Slowly but surely. It's not perfect. That could very well be a downburst over there, south of Acres. I think we're actually getting closer to water, and we actually are on the water. How is Acres? Is Acres actually a town? It kind of is. It's in the middle of the lake. Doesn't make any sense, but you know. Great idea, Louisiana. What about New Orleans? Well, these storms are getting closer and closer to New Orleans. I will be streaming, hopefully, up until that point. Hopefully, even after it passes. It just really depends upon how fast these storms go. It really is. Selling Homa just... Yeah, it weakened. That's fun. What's up, Benjamin? Yeah, I've been pretty busy with work as of recent. Mangrove Swamp? Well, but isn't it still a part of Pontchartrain? Or no? No, it's not. They split it. It's Lake Marapus on the left, and then Pontchartrain on the right. Weird. It's really weird. It's very weird. It doesn't make sense weird. Yeah, it is that time of night where the weather says Nate cannot sleep. It's called Man Shack? Acres is clearly Man Shack, apparently. Yeah. Magic. I don't know anymore. I don't know. Maurepas. 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 I feel like such an idiot for pronouncing these so poorly. It's like I'm nowhere even near it. And it's really funny. What about Gentilly in New Orleans? Well, hopefully these storms aren't super significant when they get to you. They're moving along, I will say. They'll get in New Orleans in about 45 minutes. So we'll see. Maurepas. A tornado about an hour later. Yeah, weather does weird stuff like that. Let's put it this way. I am fully anticipating that there could be at least 1 or 2 tornadoes after I'm done streaming. All right? But I gotta take care of myself, too. All right, so now since you guys got your zoom out, let's zoom back in with the airport radar. Why is Frenier? Why is there TVS over there? That makes sense. Yeah, I still don't. I mean, kind of, maybe north, but I just no. No. There is still some rotation north of Homa. That'll be still on US Highway 90. See ya, Jan. Have a good night's sleep. Be safe. Very windy in Franklinton. Yeah, the storms are starting to move on through your area. Or at least they're starting to get to your area. I believe if that's the correct area of where Franklinton is. If it isn't, then, you know, what do I know about Louisiana geography? Let's see. Am I correct? Survey says yes. Storms are moving through Franklinton. I knew it. Survey did say ding. Fortunately, they're not severe. So, you should be fine. Anything in North Carolina? In Red Springs? That's a good question. Red Springs for tomorrow. Yeah, there could be some severe weather. It won't be super significant, honestly, but you still have a chance for something. Take a look at tomorrow's outlook, and you can see Fayetteville just barely in the severe threat here. You know, let alone Red Springs. Small tornado risk, honestly. It'll be more of a strong damaging wind maker, so just be aware of some showers and thunderstorms towards the afternoon that could be a little gusty. But I don't think it's going to be too bad. Louisiana geography. That is practically it. Everything is flat. Lamau? Yep, no problem. No problem. There's a camera in Homa, apparently. Traffic cam, Twitter post. Probably Birding Peep. She usually is on that stuff quicker than anyone. Let's see. Survey says, oh yeah, there is definitely some cameras in Homa. You know what? So listen, okay? As I said, I've got a giant map of all sorts of different sky cameras and traffic cameras, and we're working on it. All right, slowly but surely, we are expanding our map. Okay, but I really do think that I should probably do all of Louisiana and all of Mississippi and their traffic cameras, specifically their traffic cameras, so that way you know, it'd be so much helpful to me. Because I know when I was looking on the map service here, I was, you know, hitting all these cameras and I was trying to figure out what stuff I can get, you know, because I clicked on it, I got the link and stuff like that. And by the way, this is my own private one. This is the one that I'm currently building right now. I'm gonna have so many cameras on here eventually. But you know, this is the Texas dot down here. This is just the picture service, right? So I'm going to expand this so much, and I've even got people helping. Um, and maybe even, eventually I can get more and more. Eventually I really do want as many people helping as I possibly can. Of course, though, trust is a big thing. So, I mean, it's not like I can have everyone do it. Although, I'm pretty sure everyone, if I really got like as many people as I possibly could to do this, we really could have this map done in like, a day. Like every single state and their traffic camera system. We could find so many sky cameras across the board. And I could put all the icons for where the traffic cameras are. Because, I get Louisiana Dot has their own thing and it has a map. But this right here is a map of everything. Where it has traffic cameras, it has literal sky cameras. I can just pull up a camera and I can be able to see, all right, well, what's going on here in Harrison, Arkansas? Pull that up, bing, bang, boom, go to Harrison, Arkansas. What do I see? I see snow. Look at that. That's actually pretty cool. Look at that camera. I didn't actually know Harrison, Arkansas was just snowing. I just randomly picked it. But you kind of see what I mean? It's just, I have a whole giant camera. A whole giant website that I'll be able to put together. Yeah, that's fine, Waynesboro. That should be cool. It's a lot of snow across the board over there too. But yeah, I mean, I'm gonna put all sorts of cameras to the point to where it's gonna be nothing but colors. And believe it or not, the colors actually mean the direction in which we're looking, primarily with the camera. So if we're looking west, it's one color. If we're looking north, that camera. South, that camera. West, that color. You know what I mean? So I really am going to be working hard with that. And eventually, it's going to be pretty cool. Autumn with the 20, thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for the generous donation. New mesoscale discussion. Squall line will continue surging east along the central Gulf Coast. Surface dew points are gradually rising along the central Gulf Coast this evening, with mid-60s now evident ahead of the squall line into southeast Louisiana. This air mass should advance inland just ahead of the convection across southern Mississippi, Alabama, western Florida Panhandle. Most robust storms are occurring where greater buoyancy is noted, and this should continue into the early morning hours. Strongly forced squall line will surge east of Weather Watch 28 and into the next hour or so before spreading into the western portions of Weather Watch 29. In addition, isolated showers and supercells continue to develop ahead of this line within the warm advection zone, and this activity will likely continue to generate over the northern Gulf, then spread inland over the next as the overall complex shift east. Jeez. Big brain. Big brain. Big brain. All right, how much longer is it going to take until this line gets over there? Um, 45 minutes. Oh boy. Ah, my neck. My neck has been popped. What in the world? This thing's still going. Yeah, it still has some rotation. Actually has some strong rotation. Might be something to watch for with this storm. Near Mandeville. Mandeville in about 15 minutes. We could potentially see something about, maybe a water spout making landfall. I honestly wouldn't be surprised. I really wouldn't. Des Allemands, Paradis. I think you guys are slowly but surely starting to look all right, but you still have a tornado warning in effect for your area. So I'd still stay indoors. But like from a thunderstorm standpoint, I think you guys are starting to look okay. What in the world? Lamau? I don't know. I don't know anymore. I don't know what I just saw. But this storm right here, it's northeast of Frenier over Pontchartrain. I mean, it looks to me like it has some rotation. It looks to me like it does. Which tells me that this thing could potentially be tornadic later on near Mandeville and Madisonville. And areas near US Highway 190. So I'd watch out for that very, very closely if you could. Yeah, I really do believe this thing could probably be the next one to try and produce. Just in the upper levels, it just looks very good. Curiosity killed the cat. Oh my gosh. Enough is enough. There we go. A lot of strong winds aloft. But it's not reaching down towards the ground, so it's a little bit elevated. What's up, Tio? How do? Flew in from Orlando into Dallas. Lightning with the storm's pretty impressive. Yeah, they've been pretty consistent for a long time, too. Been really consistent. I'm just waiting for this to start to translate towards the ground here. I'm just waiting. I do believe that it has the potential to do that. Tornado Cats, what's up? Low. The world was that? What do I think about Dothan? I think Dothan should be fine, honestly. It'll be tomorrow when Dothan really gets their stuff. But it'll be kind of also tomorrow morning. Um, Early tomorrow morning. Yeah, I saw Baton Rouge had a lot of stuff when I was when we were watching it earlier. A lot of storms. Not really super strong though. A couple tornado warnings. But still something interesting. All right, it's starting to translate. It is starting to translate towards the ground, ladies and gentlemen. It will eventually become a water spout. It probably will become a water spout. Probably. Yeah, this thing is intensifying quite rapidly. We've got a clear ZDR arc. A clear ZDR arc. This is clear as day. That is your KDP foot. And yes, they call it a KDP foot. And that is near perfect streamwise vorticity. Wow. Alright, that's not perfect streamwise vorticity. What would be constituted as the ZDR arc then? It would probably be just this. Probably just that. Yeah, that looks more like a primarily dominant streamwise. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. This thing is producing a water spout, more than likely. Alright, we told you this thing was going to try and do it, and it is now starting to try and do it, because, yes. That's just how weather works. Clearly not, but I mean, still. I mean, this thing has continuously been intensifying more and more over water. There's a good chance that this thing creates a water spout and it makes landfall near Mandeville and Lacombe. So if you know anyone that lives near Mandeville and Lacombe in Louisiana, on the north portions of Pontchartrain, Lake Pontchartrain, so this is well north of New Orleans, you could have a water spout that could make landfall here in about 10 to 15 minutes near Mandeville and Lacombe. It's actually going to cross over the Pontchartrain the Pontchartrain Bridge. Oh my goodness. I'm losing my mind tonight because I clearly have none. Clearly. So if you know anyone who lives in well, let's actually see if we can track it on a specific case. Southeast Louisiana State Hospital. If you live near that, if you live near the hospital, I'd get indoors and stay away from windows, or at least start preparing. That updated. Yeah, we still have that water spout. It's still there. Southeast Louisiana Hospital is closed. Its doors a long time ago. Really? New tornado warning.
Tornado warning for Central St. Charles Parish in southeastern Louisiana, North Central Lafourche Parish in southeastern Louisiana, Northwestern Jefferson Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
Whose idea was this? Who issued this tornado warning? Why was it issued? Maybe the storm that's off near Paradis? Maybe? That's a new tornado warning for western New Orleans. So if you're in western New Orleans, I say you get indoors now. And stay away from windows. Yeah, I really don't know. Yeah, if you're near St. Rose, Lone Star, Mimosa Park, do I remember how to say the Bayou thing? Is it Bayou? I don't think it is. Bayou, 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 Bayou. It's Bayou. Bayou, Bayou Goosh, Mimosa Park, Wagaman, Avondale, Harahan, River Ridge, Kenner. Although I'm not sure if it's actually Kenner. Because knowing the logic of all the town names that I have said before in this area, in Louisiana in general, it's probably not going to be Kenner, is it? It's probably going to be pronounced something else. But regardless, if you're in those areas, you need to get in your safe space. Once again, tornado warning for St. Charles, Lafourche, and Jefferson Parish until 11:15 p.m. Central Standard Time. Kennerbra? That's what it's called? Kennerbra? Better not be Kennerbra. But if you're over in, I think that's probably Boot, and Luling, the storm's gonna be in your area at around 10:40. Amma, St. Rose, and Distrayan at 10:45. Avondale, Jefferson, Harahan, Elmwood, River Ridge, Wagaman, and Bridge City at 10:50. Westwego at 10:55, and Metairie at around 10:55 to 11. No, brah. All right, Kenner. There you go. Harahan. New Orleans International is also going to be impacted by this too. So if you're over near the New Orleans International Airport, you need to get in your safe space. Say booty? Booty. I'm going to check up on the water spout here that's up north. That is definitely producing a water spout. That is actually a water spout in progress. Believe it or not. Or at least it looks like. It's a weak water spout, but it's definitely there. And as I said, if you're in Mandeville or in Lacombe, you still need to be indoors. Because I do believe that that could potentially make landfall and be a brief tornado. Oh, I'm definitely not from there. No. I've only been to New Orleans once. Booty. Still looking likely that this thing is still gonna go. It just updated actually. Very interested to see what the next velocity signature is gonna be on that storm. Green away. Yeah, that thing is definitely a water spout over Pontchartrain. Definitely. No doubt in my mind whatsoever. This thing just became linear again. Why did they issue this tornado warning? They issued it until 11:15 too, so that's going to be beyond my capability of streaming. Which, by the way, we end the stream here in about 33 minutes. So whack, because we've streamed for 11 hours and 21 minutes. Absolutely amazing. Hopefully these storms will actually pass through New Orleans by then, so that actually we can be able to tell what's going on and hopefully give you guys some form of comfort as these storms move through. But, you know, these storms have not really been moving that quickly, so... It looks like these storms will be right on top of New Orleans as we're about to leave. But we'll at least be able to tell you guys as to whether or not these storms will be producing tornadoes. That's the good news. That's the good news. Do I want the files for the tours earlier? What do you mean files? What's up for the northwest side of the lake? Northwest, honestly, is going to be fine. I don't see too much of an issue with them. It's more Mandeville and Mandeville and Lacombe, the northern side of the lake. Oh, it was intensifying significantly. What happened? What happened? Oh. Lamau? Yeah, it's definitely producing a water spout. There's no doubt in my mind it's not. It's definitely producing a water spout. 100%. It's producing a water spout. And it's going to make landfall near Lacombe. So, here, let me place a marker there and see where it's actually going. Directly. Storm motion. Yeah, it's going to head right near Lacombe. So if that's the hospital... Yeah, it's going to be east of the hospital. This thing will more than likely make landfall near Big Branch or east of Big Branch, in between Big Branch and Lacombe. So that would be all the way from Lemieux Boulevard and Blackwell Drive all the way over to Highway 434. Somewhere in between there. Near the intersection of 434 and 190. That is where I see this thing making landfall. I think this thing is more than likely going to make landfall right there. Go back to our tornado warning down south, even though it's not really doing too much. Yeah, it's definitely not doing anything. There's still some rotation there near Mimosa Park. But I mean, it's just meh. This might be something to watch, though, if this thing continues to move north. Maybe some overlapping characteristics over time. But really, my eyes are on the northern side of Pontchartrain. We're waiting for the next scan to come in. New tornado warning. There it is.
Tornado
Lacombe.
warning for Central St. Tammany Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
We knew that was going to be the case. We knew that was going to be the case. St. Tammany Parish, you now have a tornado warning because the water spout's going to make landfall. I've been watching that one for a while, I'll tell you what. How do things look for the Mississippi coast? Honestly, they look pretty much all right. I think there's going to be a lot of strong damaging winds with that one. But other than that, probably nothing too much after that. There could be some brief tornadoes possible. But they would just be really strong damaging winds, if anything. Well, obviously, Nate, all tornadoes are really strong damaging winds. It wouldn't really be like strong tornadoes. Unless if this thing, you know, absolutely blew it out of the water. Hattiesburg should be okay. Tune into Brad Arnold. He's in front of this thing. Really? How the? Oh no, that's Brandon. No, Brad is all the way over in New Orleans. That tornado warning over there, that thing sucks. This one over here, about to make landfall near Big Branch and Lacombe. That one's good. And actually, Vince Whaley is going to go into position to intercept. So good for Vince. Good for Vince. But yeah, Big Branch and the surrounding areas over there. Thanks, Erica. Yeah, thank goodness Lacombe is not as populated as some of the other areas. I mean, still, it's just like, gotta watch out for it anyways. All right, it looks like it has officially made landfall. Whether or not it actually did produce a tornado over there, doesn't really matter. All right. The big thing there is that it has made landfall now. It is producing some strong, damaging winds regardless. So hopefully you guys are indoors, which I think you guys are. Everyone, it's 10:46 at night. 10:46. You'd think everyone would be asleep by then. This other one over here that's approaching New Orleans. This is getting pretty interesting. How much time do I have left to stream? I have a half an hour, and these storms are actually approaching New Orleans a lot quicker than I thought they would. So, you know what? Yeah. These storms are approaching New Orleans a lot quicker than I thought they would. Which means we actually will watch these storms pass New Orleans. Which has been pretty cool. Been having a hard time finding me? Have I been on all day? Yeah, we've been on for 11 hours and 30 minutes. True. That's pretty cool, April. That's pretty cool. Wish the line could pass Hattiesburg. Yeah, it is around near your area, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. Give it about 15 minutes. Maybe a little bit more. Missed your house by a mile? Oh, wow. Close call. Pretty interesting close call. That's an interesting camera. There is a camera over there. CCC Live. Interesting. I'll keep watching that. What's the outlook for Macon, Georgia in the morning? Strong damaging winds, maybe even a tornado, but I think more strong winds than anything. Ooh, yeah, there is a little bit of rotation there south of Wagaman, approaching the Westwego area. Maybe it's not done quite yet. What's it look like in the... Oh, what? Excuse me? Why? Oh, this thing could have definitely produced a brief tornado. But fortunately, it's over the middle of the water, so it's not like it's been that bad. Yeah, I definitely think that is mostly strong damaging winds for Macon tomorrow. Is southern New Orleans okay? Okay. Like Araby? I mean, right now we got a bunch of severe storms moving into your area. All right, so that's number one. Number two, there's a storm that's gonna approach your area here in a little under a half an hour. Actually, it might even go south of you. Yeah, and I know Araby got hit by a lot of stuff in the past. I was covering those stuff here on this channel, believe it or not. They don't need any more stuff to happen to them. I mean, their infrastructure's not the greatest. So... latest scan. Yeah, it looks like the storm near Jean Lafitte. Probably Jean Lafitte. It's actually probably Jean Lafitte. Knowing French stuff, it's Jean Lafitte. Gentilly, you guys are going to get some stuff here in a bit. Probably in about, what? 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Strong damaging winds is the primary threat as of right now. But I'll continue to watch through this as this passes through. We still have another 24 minutes before I have to stop streaming, and these storms are definitely going to pass New Orleans by then, so if you guys want to stay tuned, feel free, because I'll still be watching this. I got you covered. I got you covered in New Orleans, areas around that. Alright, that's just fear-mongering. That really is fear-mongering. Yeah, okay. Fear-mongering. Absolutely. I really have to say that. I really have to say that. That is fear-mongering of what I just saw. Alright, so I know there's conflicting people saying stuff about, or I should say a conflicting person saying stuff about this storm and how there's more activity approaching New Orleans. Let's put it this way. From the looks of it right now, it's not tornadic. There's some general rotation. There's actually more strong damaging winds. But right now, it's fine. You're good. Okay? And no, it's not Twitter. It's someone else. You guys know. You guys know. You guys know who it is by now. Alright? Listen. Okay? The answer is no. The latest scan just proved my theory. Stop it. Stop it right now. Stop it right now. It is not gonna do stuff. Not right now, at least. I need to see a couple more things to happen before this thing does something. No. That is not rotation. That right there, I could even bet. Alright, if we go to spectrum width, look at that, it's contamination. Look at that. Look at it. Look at it. It is contamination until kingdom come. We got some side lobe contamination in this. No. 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 No, sir. This thing is fine for right now. All right. All my people in New Orleans, I got you. All right. I'm spitting facts. I'm spitting facts right now. No. No. You're good. You still are going to want to get indoors and stay away from windows. I mean, it's 10:55. Why would you be outside at night anyways? All right. But still, get indoors and stay away from windows. You do that, you're going to be fine. All right. Regardless if this thing does produce a tornado, you're going to be fine if you stay away from windows. But No fear mongering here, Chief. I got you, brother. Brothers and sisters, I got you. I spit facts only. Yeah, that's just no. 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 Darren Clayton says a low-hanging wall cloud with very rapid rotation just passed over I-12. It's not too surprising, honestly, because that's the same area to where the, or at least that's the same storm where the water spout made landfall. Yeah, and then he's trying to figure out why they're not issuing a tornado warning. I wonder why. I wonder why. I wonder why. I really do wonder why. I really do. All right, you know. I got you, bro. I got you. Do I follow Reed Timmer? Yes, and Reed Timmer follows me back. I love Reed Timmer. I love Reed. Hey, listen, I'm not gonna lie, Henry. It's the whole do as I say, not as I do thing. You know what I mean? Like, you know, me, all right, I'll go outside and I'll take a look and see if it's a tornado, or I'll storm chase and stuff like that. I mean, I've storm chased before and I've seen a tornado, all right? But then I tell other people, hey, don't go chase the tornado, be safe and stuff like that, all right? It's the whole do as I say, not as I do thing, all right? I don't want to say it's hypocritical, but it's hypocritical. So, Gentilly, you guys are fine for right now. Just stay indoors, stay away from windows, but you guys should be good. I don't see too much. Should be all right. What's popping with this? Ventilation. Coolio. Yeah, we should be good. By the way, chat. All right. So for the people who are new here and stuff like this, okay. So I'm going to be completely honest with you. I need more sky cameras in this part of the state. All right, because I'm creating a giant map full of sky cameras, and I'm eventually going to fill it up with the traffic dot stuff as well, like the Louisiana traffic dot. But listen, I need more sky cameras. I need a lot more. I can always use more. So listen, if you guys know any areas that have live traffic cameras online, please tell me. Please tell me. That way I can put it on the map here, and I can get, you know, because you know me, I love my traffic cameras. I will, you know, travel across the world to try and see if I can figure out if there's a sky camera over here in New Orleans, or if there's 5 of them. But if you guys know any sky cameras, all right, please tell me. Helps a lot. And Pointe Coupe Parish. Ooh. This was over near Ventress. John Bailey sent this in. The person who posted this was Steve Caparota, who's a certified meteorologist in Baton Rouge. Flipped mobile home. This is the reason why we say mobile homes are not the place to go to. They're not anchored to the ground. They're not anchored to the ground. which means they can be flipped easily and they can be damaged easily. I've seen 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts tear up mobile homes. And it's true, too. So, that was a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for
They issued it for the different rotation. I knew
Parish
it.
in southeastern Louisiana, Orleans Parish in
Sean
southeastern
Lafitte.
Louisiana, North Central
Jean
Jefferson
Lafitte.
Parish in southeastern Louisiana, Northwestern Plaquemines Parish in southeastern Louisiana.
I knew they would do it for this storm. Jean Lafitte and Lafitte. As well as Gretna and Woodmere. So that's a new tornado warning for New Orleans. I'm not too surprised for that. It's an entirely separate rotation. Entirely separate rotation, but it's near Jean Lafitte and Lafitte. So that's the new tornado warning that they issued for that. There's the update. Oh yeah, that thing is rotating. Look at that. Yeah, Crown Point, Oakville, Cedar Grove. That thing is going. I do not care. I'm going to be completely honest with you. All right. The thing of it is there is a person who said they live in Gentilly. All right. Which is this area over here. So it's passing through your area right now. You're probably getting some strong winds. Listen, some people are saying that's rotating. It is not. Go away. All right. By the way, the storm's already passed through New Orleans. You guys are fine. All right. So if you're in western New Orleans, you guys are good. It's down south near Crown Point and Oakville. Those ones. That thing's rotating. All right. And that one could even try to produce a tornado. I'm not going to lie. I think it really could. Is Kenner good? Yeah, Kenner's good. You guys are safe for tonight. You guys can go to sleep. Have a good evening. Yeah, as I said, Jean Lafitte, Oakville, Stella, Cedar Grove, Concession, Scarsdale, Dalcour, St. Clair, Braithwaite, Timberlane, Woodmere, probably Woodmere, Estelle, and then of course heading towards the Timberlane, Gretna, Chalmette, and Araby, potentially even Violet. I think this might actually be a little bit further south, though. I think these storms could actually go south of Chalmette and Araby. But it'll be heading off into that general area. So this will be a new tornado warning here. And this is until 11:45. So another good time, another long time before this thing passes through. I have another 8 minutes. 8 minutes until I can't stream anymore. Because YouTube, once again, doesn't let me. But the one thing I can say is that the storm near Oakville and Stella definitely could try to produce a tornado. So if you're in Stella, Oakville, Scarsville, St. Clair, Timberlane, southeastern New Orleans, need to get in your safe space. If you're along US Highway 90, you're fine. US Highway 90 is fine. At least in southern New Orleans, you guys are okay. Once you get to US Highway 90 near 510, maybe not. All right, that one, those storms are going to be heading off into that general area. But US 90 and southern New Orleans along the Mississippi, you're fine. So that'd be Gretna, Marrero, and Westwego. You guys are good. All right. There's also another area of rotation. In Picayune. Or Picayune. So if you live near Picayune and Ozuna, as well as McNeil and areas near Interstate 59, north of Nicholson, heading into Pearl River County in Mississippi, I would watch out for that something potentially tornadic moving on through over there as well. Oh, this thing definitely just kind of briefly did something. Yeah, and then it just kind of weakened out a little bit. So that's the good news. Can I have 2 channels so I can switch over? Maybe? I would have to recreate everything, though. And by then, you know, we'd be past where I promised, which is when these storms already passed New Orleans. By the way, if you're near Pearlington and Bay St. Louis, you guys might have to watch out, but other than that, not too much with that. All right, we have another 4.5 minutes until I can't stream anymore, which is pretty whack. But the one thing I can say, all right, is that we still got a lot of strong, damaging winds moving on through. If you know anyone who lives in downtown New Orleans, or western New Orleans, or southern New Orleans, tell them they're fine. They're okay. Just stay indoors. Stay away from windows. Same thing with Araby and Chalmette. If they just stay indoors and stay away from windows, you're good. All right? Honestly, nothing much more than you can do. That is pretty much it. Other than that, other than what's going on right now, there's a lot of these storms that are currently moving inland right now. These things, if they actually mature before they make landfall, could potentially produce water spouts upon impact. So I'd watch out for that. And then, of course, the line here will continue to become tornadic every now and then. Whether or not it actually puts down a tornado, I mean, you know, we'll see. Saw a bunch of tornadoes. We saw a tornado emergency in Houston today. Large tornado over there in Houston. Large tornado south of Beaumont. And north of Beaumont. And around Beaumont. Quite a few tornadoes over there. Quite a few tornadoes today, actually. We'll pull up the actual storm report thing here and show you guys that there are a lot of tornado reports over there in eastern Texas and western Louisiana, which is exactly what I thought was going to happen here today. I 100% knew that once you got east of the original tornado watch that got issued, it wasn't really going to be as much of a tornado threat, more of a damaging wind threat. And that's exactly what happened here today. The big threat was, mainly the stuff in Texas and southwestern Louisiana. Once again, we'll take a look at the tornado warning as the rotation starts to broaden out a little bit. And it's still going. It is still trying. Yeah, it is definitely still trying to do stuff over there, but it's not as successful. So line came through, some outdoor objects were displaced, and a tiny tree branch down. Luckily, nothing major in La Rose. Okay. That's not bad. Alright, a couple more minutes. And yeah, there is, as I said, a little bit of rotation. The one thing I will say, the only areas that really need to watch out for is Scarsdale, because the rotation right now is over Scarsdale. So there it is. Green's moving towards the radar, red's moving away, so right in the middle is where the tornadic rotation would be. The only areas that need to watch out for right now is Violet, St. Clair, Scarsdale, Carnarvon, Poitras, Moreau, Chalmette, and that's it. That is really it. So, over the next 15 minutes, really is over the next 15 minutes, that will be your telltale sign of what could really go on. If it produces, then it produces. If it doesn't, then it doesn't. It'll run out of space after a little bit.